Indian Contract Act. So guys, this act, Indian Contract Act, is basically divided into two parts. The first is general principle of contract, okay, and the second is your special principle of contract. So the act is divided into two parts. If I talk about the general principle of contract, so general, that is applied to the whole act. And the special principle of contract, the special principle of contract that apply only for 5 legal term. And the 5 legal term is basically, that is bailment, pledge, okay, then guarantee, okay, bailment, pledge, guarantee, and then we can say it's a indemnity, okay, and the last is agency. So the 5 term that's applied to the special principle of contract, okay. So this portion we will do today, and these portion we will finish in 3 days. So contract is not a new term. If I just give you a one best example, see, suppose she is the daughter and he is a papa, okay. So daughter is saying to papa, Papa, what promise you are making for me? So papa say, beta, if you clear CAIIB exam na, I will give you this car, okay. So the daughter was thinking of the car. Daughter cleared CAIIB in single attempt, but father didn't give the car to the daughter. So class, tell me, in this case, the daughter will file the case on papa. That is reality. Tell me, the daughter will file the case on papa because papa have not fulfilled the promise. The answer will be no. Why class? Because this is just like a social things, or we can say this is the domestic thing that's generally happen. So we don't need to file the case. Okay. Second example. Suppose class, Pushpa 2 movie is there. First day, first show, you people are going. So in this movie, you are paying the ticket. You are paying for the ticket, and the movie theater is allowing to just go and see this this one. Okay. So this movie, you are giving something, and movie theater is also allowing to just see the movie. This is called contract. In this case, suppose if you people have paid the price and the theater is not allowing to sit and see the movie, you can file the case. Okay, because if a movie theater is not allowing you to see the movie, it's called breach of contract. Okay, so this is the best example of contract. First day, first show. Okay, done. First of all, see the example. Through examples now you can understand that what we have to study. Okay, now the next one. Okay, this is your gold. Okay, suppose if a bank is there, right, and Nikkita Mam is there. It's me, Nikkita Mam. Okay, bank and Nikkita Mam. Nikkita Mam deposit gold as for the safe custody, right? Because Nikkita Mam is the customer of this bank, so she have just deposited the gold in that bank. So class, in this case, the contract is done between bank and Nikkita Mam. Okay, so this is called what? This is called the contract of bailment. I will explain this topic in the later period. So this is called what? Contract is going on. So there is a contract between bank and Nikkita Mam. That's cool. Bank loan. Suppose Nikkita Mam have taken loan from the bank and she have deposited the security in the bank. So this is also the example of contract. So guys, contract is everywhere. If you are going for restaurant, if you are going to watch movie, if you are doing job in the bank, that is called contract. You people have just done your schooling, college. This is contract. So contract is everywhere. This is not a new topic. And guys, always remember, in any act, because you have to study total 25 acts, so in any act you only have to focus only that portion that is a part of the syllabus. Cool? Excellent. So class, I think you have just done so many examples of the contract. Now see what conclusion we have just make from all these examples. Okay, now see here. Offer, first of all, the offer will be done by one person. Okay, the offer will be done by one person. So the person who done the offer, that is called offerer. That is called offerer. Okay, the opposite party will accept the offer. So the party who will accept the offer, that is called offeree. Okay, so offerer, offeree. So guys, always remember, when offerer offer the offer to the another person, this is equal to called promise. Okay, this is called promise. Okay, so everyone make a promise. But in promise class, if consideration is there, consideration means something for something. What is consideration? Consideration means something for something. Suppose if Nikkita Mam is giving rupees to the movie theater, that is consideration for movie theater, and movie theater is allowing me to sit and see the movie for 3 hours. This is called consideration for me. So in every contract, there should be consideration from each party. So when promise plus consideration, this is equal to agreement. This is equal to agreement class. And in any agreement, because see class, agreement is of various types. Agreement can be social agreement, agreement can be domestic agreement, agreement can be legal agreement. Social agreement means agreement. Suppose my mama is offering me the breakfast. I have just accepted the breakfast. This is called promise, but there is no consideration. In this case, there is no consideration. So that's why this is the social promise. Domestic promise. Husband say to his wife that let's go movie at night, but at night the husband doesn't go. In this case, wife cannot file the case. So this is the example of what? Agreement. Okay. So when any agreement, always remember, when law will enforce, in any agreement, when law will enforce, now law enforce means the party have right to put the case. The party have right to put the case in front of the court. Right? This is called what? Legal enforceability or law enforceability. So in any agreement, when law will enforce, this is equal to called contract. So this is the formula of contract, and your general principle of contract is nothing but this portion. So this is your general principle of contract. So this formula is very much important for examination point of view. You have to remember. So whatever example of restaurant, of movie theater, you are doing the job, you have just done your schooling, college. So in every example, this formula is fit in all these examples. So class, do not forget to remember this formula. This is the formula of contract. Done class? So please do not forget this formula. So guys, for every contract, whatever example I have given you, so for every contract, these are the essential point that should be happen in your contract. So this is the section 10. Section 10 of the Indian Contract Act that talks about the essential points of valid contract. So for every contract, there must be two parties. That is offerer and offeree. Okay. Intention to create legal relationship in contract. Intention to create legal relationship. So it should not social or domestic relationship. In every contract there must be the legal relationship between the party. Okay. Then fulfillment of the legal formalities. Fulfillment of the legal formalities should be there. Certainty in the meaning. Certainty means the clarity should be there in the meaning. Okay. Possibility of performance. So in every contract the things should be possible. It means the party should they have to do the contract. Okay. In every contract there should be the agreement, and that agreement should be the legal agreement. The parties must do the contract in a free consent. It means no coercion, no fraud, no misrepresentation. The parties must be competent to contract. There must be lawful consideration. There must be legal object, and the contract should not be void. Void means which have no legal existence. What is void? Which have no legal existence. This is called the essential points of valid contract. So guys, in every contract these essential point should be there, class. That is very much important. You know, the officer series that we have started, so this series is basically, I'm just covering your whole Macmillan book. I will finish my session till February. So that's why please do study from this portion also, because this is very much important. Is that okay? Now cool. Next, now see class, what exactly the content that is written here. Contract means agreement plus enforceable by law. So this is exactly the definition of contract, but I have already told you the formula. There must be the lawful proposal by one party and other party must accept the proposal to enter into contract. Exactly. So the formula that I have told you, this is your formula. What is agreement? Agreement, I have told you that if any person, okay, the promise plus consideration is equal to agreement. But in the Indian Contract Act, agreement is basically every promise, every set of promises forming the consideration for each other. This is called agreement. Every promise, one person have given the promise, another person is also making the promise. Suppose Nikkita Mam saying that I want to sell my car for 1 lakh, another party is ready to give 1 lakh. So this is one promise, this is another promise. So every promise and every set of promises forming consideration. So consideration is there, car and money is the consideration for both parties. So this is called agreement. In order to form agreement, there must be proposal and offer. These are same word by one party and acceptance by the another. That's a formula that I have already told you. Okay, so this is the meaning of the term contract. The party to the agreement must be legally competent. So legally competent means what? That is plus 18. That is sound mind. Okay, and not disqualified by law. That's it. Okay. An agreement made by minor. An agreement made by minor is void ab initio. So what is void ab initio? It's a legal term, class. Void ab initio is basically the legal term. It means void from the very beginning. Void from the very beginning. So this is called void ab initio. Suppose if a minor, because minor is not competent to enter into contract. So if any minor have done the contract, so first of all the contract will be not happen. The agreement will be void from the very beginning. That will be not in existence. And for valid contract, the party must have a legal relationship with each other. Suppose if the example of husband and wife is there, so husband-wife cases cannot be come into the part. Okay, so this is the right answer. Cool, class. Now See class, in your Macmillan book now, if you see the Macmillan book, because I just thoroughly cover Macmillan book in my session in the officer series. So in Macmillan book, you have a fill in the blanks, you have a true and false. But in your actual paper, the true and false fill in the blanks will not come in your exam. So these types of questions are basically for just for the concept clarity. Because one-liner question is also come, 30 to 40 questions come in the form of one-liner. So you can treat the fill in the blanks and true and false questions just like a one-liner. So if your concept is clear, you can do these questions. Okay, number 1. A dash is said to be free when the parties to the contract agree to the same thing in the same sense. Same thing in the same sense. Its legal word is consensus ad idem. Consensus ad idem, it means same thing in the same sense. So tell me class, a contract without dash, no, first one class. This is very simple question, very important question. So here class, we have a concern should be free. Okay, a consent should be free. So this is the right answer. A contract without dash is void. Cash consideration, because we have not done the term indemnity, we have not done the term guarantee. So a contract without dash is void. A contract without cash or a contract without what? Consideration. So consideration is basically something for something. So this is but obvious, a contract without consideration. A contract without consideration is void. So this is the right answer. A person who makes a proposal is called what? Principle that right now I have not told you. Surety, guarantor. So the person who makes the proposal is called what? That is a promisor. Okay, that's cool. A person is said to be competent to contract if he is measure, if he is sound mind, if he is measure and sound mind. Measure means that is plus 18. Sound mind means capable to understand what is right, what is wrong. So a person is said to be competent to contract. So this is but obvious when he will be measure and sound mind. So this is measure and sound mind. So this is the right answer. Okay, this is the right answer for this question. Next, identify whether the statement is true and false. Okay, that is good question. A enter into the agreement with B to rob C and share the money. B runs away with all the money. A can file a suit to B to recover the money. That is true and false. That's good question. In this question, the contract is between A and B. Okay. B have to rob C and share the money. But B, after robbing this, run away. A can file a suit against B to recover the money. The answer will be false. Why it is false? Because we know that the agreement is from the initial stage, it is void. Void means that is not a valid one. So that's why the answer will be void. 17-year Mr. X can enter into agreement with Mr. Y, age 25, to buy the ear. So class, we know that the person should be competent to contract. So here in this case, Mr. X is not competent to contract. So that's why this is the false statement. A contract is concluded only when the party to whom proposal is made accept the proposal. A contract is concluded only when the party to whom proposal is made and accept the proposal. Tell me class. This is very good question. a contract is concluded only when the party to whom the proposal is made accept the proposal. Tell me, class, this is very good question. This is very good question. Okay, so class, this is absolutely the true statement, because the contract will be concluded when the offer will be accepted and the formalities will be go on. So this is the important criteria for making any contract. So this is the right answer, class. So class, indemnity. What is this? Contract of indemnity. Section 124 of Indian Contract Act, and contract of guarantee, that is section 126. Why it is called contract of indemnity, or why it is called contract of contract. So the word contract is contract. So the word contract is basically that we are following the section 10 of Indian contract, and section 10 talks about the valid points of contract, that for every contract there must be free consent. Okay, there must be free consent, and we can say free consent is there, lawful consideration, lawful object, etc. So that's why we are calling it contract of indemnity or contract of guarantee. So one by one we will just discuss the meaning, then we will do the summary session of your act, and then we will do the this one questions. Okay, so class, see, I will explain this concept with a one beautiful example. Okay, and please understand this example very carefully. Now see, this is contract of indemnity. So here we have a two party. Suppose this is X, this is the Y. So X person have just purchased the house insurance. Okay, so what is insurance, class? What is insurance? So insurance is basically, suppose X and Y is there. So X is actually paying the premium. X is actually paying the premium. Okay, and Y Y is promising. We can say X is promisee and Y is promiser. So promiser is saying that if anything, and X have purchased the house insurance, right? So Y is saying that if anything happened to your house by the fire, we will pay. Okay, so what is this? This is called contract of indemnity. So the contract which is done between X and Y, that is promisee and promiser, this is called contract of indemnity. So class, in contract of indemnity, I can say there is a two party. This X is known as indemnity holder, and this is also known as indemnified. Okay, and this Y is known as indemnifier. So this is the party name, okay, that is given in the Indian Contract Act. So what I say, this is indemnity holder and this is indemnified or indemnified, and the next party name is indemnifier. C class. I think that is visible to all of you. This is visible to all of you. If it is not visible, I'm just writing in the another pan. Okay, this is X, this is Y. X is called indemnity holder, or indemnified, and this is called indemnifier. Okay, so there are basically two parties, indemnity holder, indemnified, and this is indemnity holder. So class, this is called, so the contract between this X and Y is called contract of indemnity. So guys, contract of indemnity, that is written in section 124 of the Indian Contract Act. You can see the wordings of insurance agent. Do not worry, we will indemnify or compensate. Okay, so class, always remember all the insurance example, all insurance example is the example of contract of indemnity. This is very much important, class. What I say, all insurance are the example of contract of indemnity. So this example you have to understand. So class, in this case, when fire will happen in the house, then the company will pay. Similarly, suppose if I have taken the health insurance, car insurance, whatever, so when I will admit in the hospital, suppose I have taken the 20 lakh health insurance for 1 year from Reliance company, admitted 6 lakh cost come, so that 6 lakh the company will pay. So this is called contract of indemnity, class, a very simple concept. Okay, now see what is given here. So contract of indemnity is entered into when a party apprehend a loss. So there will be loss in a particular contract and want itself to be covered from the losses it may incur. So always remember one example, that is insurance. Contract of indemnity may be express or implied. So what is express? Express, that is written, and that is oral, and implied by the way of act and conduct, we can say the contract is going on. Cool. So contract of indemnity, the liability of indemnifier is standalone primarily obligation. This is important. Indemnity fire is primarily liable. It is independent from and not contingent on other person liability of indemnified party. It means only that person will pay whose name is entered in the contract of indemnity. Suppose if I have taken the health insurance, only the company will pay to me, not to my family members. Okay, so this thing you have to remember. So the principle of coextensiveness. What is coextensiveness? Coextensiveness means suppose company is liable to pay, not any other person is liable to pay. So that's why it is written the principle of coextensiveness does not apply to the contract of indemnity. So a very simple concept of contract of indemnity. See class, read out this sentence. अंदर जाना, हाँ रो रहा था. Okay, so I hope so. That is now see, indemnifier will remain liable under the indemnity in relation to loss under a contract, even if underlying contract is void and unenforceable. So what is this? It means class, if a contract is void and unenforceable. So what is void contract? So class, void contract is basically, you have to understand two terms. What is void agreement and what is void contract? So void agreement is basically, suppose if a minor is doing contract, if a drunken person is doing contract, so in this case the agreement will be from initial stage, it is void ab initio. Okay, it is void ab initio. But if I'm saying unenforceable, it means that is, we cannot enforce in front of the court. So void agreement from the initial, it is totally void. And what is void contract? So void contract is basically from initially it is valid, but later on it is void. Suppose if I just suppose X marriage is on 31st of December. X have booked the hotel in advance. In advance, he also paid the money to the hotel. But government order came and government say that from 25th of December to 14th of January, no marriage will be there. Nobody can conduct the marriage. Now the contract cannot be executed. So this is called void contract. Now the contract between me and the this one hotel manager, that is a void contract. So you have to understand this void contract. So class, indemnifier will remain liable under indemnity in relation to loss under contract, even if the contract is void and unenforceable. That is important. And if you can ask me, the ma'am, in which this indemnity is applied in the bank also? Yes. So class, in the case of bank, suppose the loss issuing the duplicate demand draft, fixed deposit receipt, permitting operation in current account of partnership. So all are the example in which the bank will indemnity holder and the customer is indemnifier. So this thing you have to remember. That's cool. Okay, so I hope so. That is clear to all of you. Done? Now the class, you have to do the question. Insurance policy are the contract which are the nature of, and yeah, last one concept I just want to teach you. Life insurance. Always remember, life insurance will not cover under the contract of indemnity. This is very much important. Not covered under contract of indemnity. So while life insurance is not covered under contract of indemnity, the simple concept is that in life insurance class, okay, suppose if X person have taken the life insurance of 1 crore. So if that X will dead, then the money will come to the family member. So life insurance is not contract of indemnity, but in other insurance, suppose if I taken the health insurance of 25 lakh, admitted, 25 lakh will not come. Suppose in 4 days of admission in the hospital, I have spent 5 lakh. So only 5 lakh money will come from the company. So this is the basic difference between life insurance and other insurance. So that's why life insurance not covered under the contract of indemnity. That is important concept. Okay, now see, insurance policies are contract with the nature of, that is indemnity. Okay, that is important. Okay, there are parties in the contract of indemnity, that is 2 party. A person who is indemnified can cover the damages as well as cost, claiming the damages, that is true. This is your section 125, that is rights of indemnity holder. So rights of indemnity holder, CDS. Where notice has to be given to indemnifier as per terms of indemnity, indemnity holder has to abide by it to entitle to the claim, that is true. Okay, where notice has to be given to the indemnifier as per the term of indemnity, indemnity holder has to abide by it, yes. In contract of indemnity, promises indemnifier, no. This is false class, because promisee is indemnity holder. Okay, promisee is indemnity holder, that's it. So I hope so that is clear to all of you. Just see for a quick revision. Done? Okay. Now let's do the contract of guarantee. Again, with example, I will explain you the concept, okay, with example. Now see, contract of guarantee. So first of all, I will explain you. This is A, this is B, and suppose this is C. This is C person. Okay. Now class, in this case, as you can see here, the creditor is giving, suppose, car to the A person. But C don't have a trust on A that whether he will give the full price of the car or not. So now A contact with B. B promises that if A is not able to pay the full price of the car, I will pay you. So class, here B is called surety, or we can say she is called guarantor. A is called principal debtor and C is called creditor. So class, there are three parties in contract of indemnity: principal debtor, surety or guarantor, or the creditor. As in the example, you can also see surety is saying that give a car to my friend. Surety is saying to the creditor, give a car to my friend. If does not pay, I will pay. And promises to discharge A's liability in the case of the default. It means if A is not able to pay the money, right, then B will come. And always remember class, always remember, suppose B is helping, it means B is giving the price of, suppose if A is not able to pay the money, B is paying money to C. After that, B will demand his money from the A person. So this is very much important. Okay, because in today's era, nobody is going to do your work in a free of cost. So here in this case, if B is paying money on the behalf of A, so B will but obvious demand his money from the principal debtor. So the contract between A, B, C is called contract of indemnity, and that is written in section 126 of the Indian Contract Act. So a very simple example I have given you of the contract of guarantee. In bank also class, bank act as a guarantor. Bank act as a guarantor class. Okay, now see what is given here. So a contract of guarantee is a contract to perform promise, discharge the liability of a third person in the case of his default. See. Okay. The provision of Contract Act is also applicable to guarantee given by the bank. It means bank also give the guarantee. And the types of guarantee, if I say you, the types of bank guarantees: performance guarantee, financial guarantee, advance payment guarantee, deferred payment guarantee. In each example, suppose in the performance bank guarantee, suppose if X person have to perform some act. If he is not able to perform, the bank will help. This is called performance bank guarantee. What is financial guarantee? Suppose X have to pay 1 crore rupees as a tax to the tax department. So in this case, right, in this case class, we can say this one. The bank will act as a guarantor and bank will pay if that person is not able to pay the money. Then what is advance payment guarantee? Suppose X person have to pay the advance payment. If he is not able to pay, bank will help. And what is deferred payment? Suppose X person have to pay the money in the installment, and if he is not able to pay the money in installment, the bank will help. So there are 4 types of bank guarantee. Okay, so bank generally obtain guarantee as a form of collateral for a debt. So all these examples of contract of guarantee and are bound by the rules laid down in Indian Contract Act 1872. That's it. Very important concept. Done class? Okay. Now, in a contract of guarantee, indemnifier is primarily liable. Yes, true. Give me the answer. Okay, yes. In contract of guarantee, the surety liability is secondary. So class, in contract of guarantee, the surety liability is but obvious secondary, because the first liability is of principal debtor. If he is not able to pay, the surety will come into picture. So this is the yes, true statement. Anything done for the benefit of principal debtor is sufficient consideration to the surety for giving the guarantee. That is true. Because benefit of principal debtor, so in contract of guarantee, the surety will act on the behalf of principal debtor. That is the sufficient consideration for the principal debtor. Okay, so this statement is absolutely true. Where there are co-surety, it means S1, S2, S3. So where there are co-surety, a release by creditor, one of them, suppose S1 have paid, does not discharge the other. That is absolutely true. Because if one co-surety have paid, so other have to pay it. Okay, other have to pay it. So this is the right answer. 10 plus, cool. Surety is also known as guarantor. Okay, the liability of surety is, always remember this wording. So many students will confuse from this word and this word. So class, in Indian Contract Act now, this word is written. That is coextensive. Coextensive means principal debtor is also liable, and if he is not able to pay the money, the surety will pay the money. Okay, so you have to just you have to understand the wordings carefully. Okay, now a guarantee which extends to the series of transaction, it is known as continuing guarantee. Okay, cool. Done. Now the surety is dash if principal debtor is released. So if principal debtor is released, class, surety will be also discharged. Guarantee obtained by dash is invalid. Concerned agreement contract, that is misrepresentation. So guys, this is the answer, okay, that is given here. So please see this, that is important. Okay, so this is the answer of this question. I hope so that is clear to all of you. So class, now let's see the difference between these two. In contract of indemnity, there are two parties. In guarantee, there are three parties. Nature of liability. The liability of prince indemnifier is primarily and unconditional. And for this, it is secondary and conditional. Exactly. Time of liability. The liability of indemnifier arises only on the happening of contingency. It means when accident will happen, then car insurance, when person will admit. So it is uncertain. Okay. And in contract of guarantee, the liability will arise only on the non-performance of existing promise. Time to act. Indemnifier need not act at the request of indemnity holder. And this is surety act at the request of principal debtor. That is important. Okay. So you can see the difference. So difference is very much important. See. Suppose X person is there. He have just given the car for repairing. He have just given the car for repairing. Okay. Now class, one day, the mechanics say, M is mechanic, sir, for your car, you have to pay 5,000 because so many things are, disturbed in your car. The X is ready. So now class, in this case, X is called what? Bailer, and this is called what? Bailee. So the contract between bailer and bailee is called contract of bailment. So in this example, you can see that the bailer is delivering the goods to the bailee for some purpose, and when purpose is accomplished, the bailee return back the goods to the real owner. So in bailment, the bailer is giving just a possession of the goods to the bailee. That's it. And this contract is not happen free of cost. The consideration is there in the contract of bailment. Okay, so there are so many examples of contract of bailment. If I give you the example in the case of bank, so in the bank, suppose if Nikkita Mam deposit the jewelry as a safe custody to the bank, Nikkita Mam is bailer, bank is payee, and the bank will also take the charge for keeping the jewelry in the safe custody. That's it. So in this way, we can say what the bailment is. Okay, now see what exactly that is written in the definition. So, bailment is the delivery of goods by one person to another for some purpose. When the purpose is accomplished, the goods are to be returned and disposed according to the direction of the person delivering them. So, this is the definition of what? Bailment. Is that okay? So this is the simple definition of the term bailment. Done? Okay. So bailment is not, what is this? This is, bailment is not what? Sale. Because class, in sale, we are transferring the ownership, right? But in bailment, we are giving the possession to the next person. Okay. So see what is given here. Okay, so bailment is not same as this, which is the intentional transfer of ownership of personal property in exchange for something value. Okay. So bailment is only the transfer of ownership, possession and custody, not the ownership. Okay. So Indian contract, just bailment comes under this one. So section 148 of the Indian Contract Act, that's talk about the bailment. So there are so many examples of the term bailment. Example, we are parking our car. We have given the AC, fridge, TV, whatever for the repairing. That's it. Okay. So this is the example of bailment. Okay class, so I hope so the definition is clear. Let's do the question and answer of this one. Okay, first one. So class, the bailment. Bailer is a person who deliver his goods to the surety to enable him to give the guarantee. So tell me class, in the bailment, I have just told you the term surety. Tell me. So class, bailer is a person who delivers goods to the surety to enable him to give us this. The answer is false because these are not the party which involved in bailment. Bailee can use the goods given by bailer in the manner as he like. How could he? How could he? That is not possible. So bailee can use the goods given by. The answer is false. This is not the true statement because owner is a bailer. Bailee can keep the goods bailed to him and he need not return the same to the bailer. Tell me class. So class, bailee can keep the goods, he need not return. This is the false statement. Okay, this is not the true statement. Giving a product on the rent for use to another person is a contract of bailment. Yes, this is the true statement because we can use it for the rent. If ornament kept in safe locker of bank is stolen in spite of due care by the bank is liable to the depositor of ornaments. This is very good question. Tell me class, very good question. So class, first of all, this question is very much important. This question is very much important because see, if we are giving our jewelry to the bank as a safe custody, okay, so it is a duty of bank to take care, and in front of the court if bank show that he have taken care, so in that case the bank will be not liable. So bank is liable, the answer is false. It is obligation to the bailee to keep his goods separate from the goods of the bailiff. That is true and false. Tell me. It is obligation of the bailee to keep the goods separate from this. The answer is true. Okay. So this is the right answer. I hope so. That is clear to all of you. Good. Cool. Next. The bailer is liable for any loss to the bailee if the goods bailed are defective and the bailer knowingly does not disclose this fact to the bailee. Because if bailer is giving things to the bailee, it's a duty of bailer to just disclose if any defect is there in the goods. If he not disclose, the bailer is liable. So that's why this is true statement. If the bailee has rendered any service involving the exercise of labor or skill in respect of the goods bailed to him, he has a right to retain such goods until he receive due remuneration of the service he has rendered. The repairing example that I have given you, that is same. Tell me class. So here class, the answer is true, because suppose if we are not giving rupees to the mechanic have a right to this the goods. Okay. For the contract of bailment to be valid, there should always a contract between the parties in writing. So it is necessary class that the contract should be in writing. The oral contract cannot be valid. The answer is wrong. Okay, this is a false statement. For a valid contract, possession with the bailee is a must. The answer is yes. This is true statement. Okay, that's good. Now class, the next concept is that is pledge. So what exactly the pledge means? So pledge is basically, suppose X person is there. This is bank. Bank have given loan of 10 lakh to the X, and X is giving so X is giving movable property as a security, to the bank. So class, in this case, what will happen? So basically, this is called pledge. This is called what class? Pledge. Okay, so this is the best example to understand the pledge. So here in this case, we can say here, X is pledger. What is X? X is pledger and bank is what? Pledgee. Pledger and pledgee. That is so simple, okay? And sometime class, the pledge is also known as PAWN, where the pledger is powner and pledgee is pawnee. So these are the two words, but in Indian Contract Act, the word pledge is written. So pledge is given in section 172 of the Indian Contract Act. See class the definition. So for if we are giving class movable property as a security, this is called pledge. And if we are giving immovable property as a security, immovable, so this is called what? This one, okay? So class, the bailment of goods as security for payment of debt and performance of promise is called pledge. That is so simple. Under pledge, the bank can, on the insolvency of borrower, suppose class, if the borrower is insolvent, okay, so in that case, what the bank can do, bank can take the possession of assets, sell it and use the proceed to repay the loan. So these are the rights which the pledgee can use if pledger is not able to pay the loan, okay. This put the bank a stronger position than the creditor who do not have a security, because we know that the creditor who do not have a security, in that case, the creditor who do not have a security, so guys, in that case, the creditor is not in so much strong position, but the creditor who have a security, he can use this right, okay. However, the contract of pledge have certain characteristic of its own, which also been discussed in this unit, okay. Now the true and false, that is good. In a pledge, goods are delivered to be kept as security for debt and the performance of the promise. Tell me class. The answer is, that is absolutely true statement, okay. This is the true statement class, okay. The pawnee can sell the goods if pawner fail to pay. That is true. We have already done. We have already done this point. Then class, the pawnee can sell the goods without giving notice to pawner. Without giving notice is not the true thing. That is a false statement. The pawnee can keep the goods even after pawner has paid the dues. That is false, because if pawner have paid the dues, it's a duty to give, okay. So this is the right one. Pawnee can repledge the pledged goods. We have done this point. The answer is yes. True statement. Now class, we have a contract of agency. So class, this officer series is very much important because I'm covering the Macmillan book. So do not skip this point. Now, what is agency? Agency means basically, first of all, there are basic two parties are there. See class, it is not possible for a single owner to do all the things for the company. So that's why they hire different person, okay. So principal, what is principal? Principal, we can say that is the owner. And agent, we can say that is the, just like a, we can put the word helper. So actual contract always done by agent and third party, that's the actual contract. But it will be assumed that the owner have done the contract. This is called, so the relationship between principal and agency is called contract of agency, a very simple concept. This is called contract of agency class, okay. So here we have agent, principal and the third party. Cool. That's it. So if agent have done the wrongful act, for that wrongful act, the principal will be liable. The agent is but obvious liable, but the main liability is of the principal. So this is called mutual agency. This is called the contract of agency, and this concept is given in section 182. Okay, now see what exactly the contract of agency. So the contract of agency which allow a person to appoint an agent to deal with third party also, like other contract, certain essential features and rules. That is important. Okay. There are different types of agent classified on the basis of authority and on the basis of nature of work. Okay. We have a different types of person. Okay. The statute also recognize certain rights and duties of the agent and the principle which aid them ensuring that there is a conducive environment and good understanding between them. Exactly. So that's why principal always hire the agent who are competent to contract, that is plus 18, major and not disqualified by the law. Is that okay? That's cool. So, which of the following is essential for the valid contract of agency? Tell me, class. So, class, the right answer is principal should have capacity to contract. Agent, if minor, unsound mind, the principal is liable. So that's why principal must be competent to contract. Okay. Next, the agent is appointed to act as a connecting link and bring the principal to the binding contractual relationship with the third person. Tell me, class, this is right or wrong? So class, this is the absolutely the right answer. Under Indian contract, the principal could be minor. No, that is not possible. Okay. If principal will be minor, then who is liable? Agent could be minor as per the provision of Indian Contract Act. Agent could be minor. The answer is no. False statement. By implication, the work done by agent for principal is equivalent to the work done by the principal himself. The answer is true. In the absence of contract to contrary, the agent may retain the goods, paper, whether movable, immovable, belonging to principal received by him in his possession until the amount due to him in respect of such goods has been paid and accounted for him. This is true and false. That is very good question. This is true statement. Okay, this is the true statement. So here we have an agreement that is enforceable at law. Tell me, class. So we know the formula, that is an offer plus acceptance is equal to promise. Promise plus consideration is equal to agreement plus law enforceability is equal to contract. So this is the definition of contract. So agreement enforceable by law, this is called contract. So that is given in section 2H of the Indian Contract Act. You have to understand this. Okay, so I think this is clear to all of you. Next question. A contract which is entered into by the minor, that is below 18, minor that is below 18. So minor, we know that is not competent to contract. So whether it is void, voidable, unenforceable, and valid. So contract entered by the minor is basically, that is void. Okay, we can also say that it is void ab initio. Okay, this is the right answer. So void ab initio is basically void agreement. Okay, now the legal principle that require both party to the contract to receive something of value is known as what? Privity of contract. Privity of contract means suppose X and Y is a party in the contract, no third party can enter into the contract. Parole evidence rule. Parole is basically suppose if the court declare any person as a convicted, so that convicted person cannot do the contract. Consideration and offer acceptance. So both party receive something. So this is called consideration. So in my language, I always used to say consideration means something for something. Okay, now an agreement become contract when there is some consideration for it, parties are competent to contract, consent is free, their object is lawful, all of the above. So agreement become contract. Just do revise the section 10. So section 10 is basically all of the above. So D is the right answer for this question. Okay, cool. Offer which is defined in section 2A is what? Communication from one person to another, suggestion by one person to another, willingness to do or abstain from doing an act in order to obtain the assent of other, or none of the above. So guys, offer is defined as a C point. So willingness to do and abstain from doing the act in order to obtain the assent of others. So C is the right answer because it's a final willingness of a person and he just want a reply from the opposite party. Okay, now next one. Every promise, every set of promises forming consideration for each other, it is called what? Agreement, contract, offer, or acceptance. Tell me. Every promise and every set of promises forming the consideration. So this is called what? This is agreement as per definition, section 2E. Okay, that's it. Now, what is the correct formula? Offer, acceptance, promise, promise, consideration, agreement. Agreement plus enforceability is equal to contract, or all of the above is the right answer. Tell me, class. The formula, you have to tell me which formula is the correct one. Which formula is the correct one? So class, in this particular, the correct answer is basically all of the above. So D is the right answer. Okay, now proposal is what? It may be express, implied, specific, generic, or what? So class, proposal, that is an offer, implied by the way of act and conduct, express, written, oral, specific, I just want to sell it to the Rohan sir, generic, in the newspaper, I can offer to everyone. So that's why any of the above is the right answer for this question. Cool. Next. Goods displayed in a shop with a price tag is what? Offer, invitation to offer, counter offer, or none of the above? Tell me. So, good display in a shop with a price tag, it is called invitation to offer. Okay, so this is the right answer. Lunatic person means what? Lunatic, because lunatic person is not competent to enter into the contract. So, lunatic person is basically the person of unsound mind. Okay, this is the right answer. Concern is said to be free when it is not caused by concerned. Coercion, that is to threaten someone. Undue influence, to hypnotize. Fraud, conceal something. Misrepresentation, wrong misrepresentation. So for 11th one, D will be the right answer for this question. Cool. An agreement enforceable by law at the instant of one party, not of the other party. What exactly this is? Void contract, voidable contract, neither A, B, none of the above. Only one party have right to breach the contract. So guys, this is called voidable contract. So when voidable contract, one party. Suppose if any contract is done by coercion, misrepresentation, that's come under this one. Okay. If agreement consists legal and illegal part, the legal part is separable from illegal, then the legal part is what? None. Suppose this is a contract. This portion is legal and this portion is illegal. So this legal part is called what? This is called valid contract. Okay, this is the valid one. A dash contract is made without any intention of the party. Tell me, which contract is known as this one? So class, dash contract is made without intention. Executory contract is the future contract, implied act and conduct, express written oral, but quasi contract in which the party have no intention to enter into contract, but later on they can be entered. Just like if I order pizza, it delivered in my neighbor house. The neighbor ate my pizza. After that, it's the neighbor responsibility to give me my rupees or either pizza. So this is 14th P1. Okay, next. A promised to pay B a sum of 10,000 if it's rain. In return, B promised to pay 10,000 to A if it does not rain. So what it exactly called, class? Tell me. So class, we have, this is called wagering agreement. Always remember, wagering agreement is always a void agreement. Okay, this is the right answer, because in wagering agreement, two person enter into contract, one person promise, another person also promise. Okay, so there is a two promises that's happened, either one party lost, one party win. Okay, yeah. Now class, this is your section. Tell me which section belong to which word. So class, we have a valid contract, that is 10. This is A, coercion. This is B, under influence. C, fraud. D, 18. This is E, mistake. This is F. And 19 is basically section 19. Let's talk about the voidable contract. Okay, this is the right answer. So please check all these sections, because all sections are important. Now, indemnity, guarantee, bailment, pledge, agency. So these five are the important spatial principle of contract concept. So here, indemnity, section 184, guarantee, section 126, bailment, that is 148, pledge 172, agency, this is E. So this is your 5 point. Okay, important sections. Now again class, so it is just a quick revision of your Indian Contract Act class. Quick revision. It is just a quick revision. So class, section based in this contract of indemnity holder, that is section, this one, containing guarantee B, subrogation C, competent to contract, it's a D, and this is E. So subrogation, this word is very much important, subrogation. So this is basically means, suppose in contract of guarantee, creditor, surety or guarantor, if guarantor have paid the price to creditor, now the surety can demand his money. So when surety can demand his money from the principal debtor, this is called subrogation. So this word is important. So when subrogation, basically the surety comes and become a original creditor. That's it. Okay, cool. Next one. What is consensus ad idem? Class, consensus ad idem is basically an agreement upon same thing in the same sense. So 19th C is the right answer. Okay, so C is the right answer. Now, what is consensus ad idem? Suppose if Nikkita Mam is demanding, if Nikkita Mam is selling the red car, same red car, opposite parties also. So this is called consensus ad idem. Okay, now a contract may be discharged. Discharge means end of the contract. So the contract can be end when both party will perform the contract, when the things will be impossible, when any party breach the conditions of contract. So that's why all points are exactly the correct one. Okay, all points are correct one. What is bailment, class? What is bailment? That is section 148. A delivery of thing entrusted for some special purpose object upon contract, free of cost, without cost. So class A is the right answer. Delivery of thing entrusted for specific purpose object upon a contract. Okay. Now, in the pledge contract, the bailee is called what? See. In bailment, we have bailer and we have bailee. But in pledge, we have, pledge is also known as pound. So pledge, that is pledger and pledgee. So bailee, this is pownee, because in pound, that is pounder and pownee. So this is the right answer. Okay. The bailment of good as security for the payment of debt and performance. So it is called what? That's a definition. So class, here we have, this is the definition of pledge. So 23, A is the right answer. Cool. Now, what is lien, class? Lien. What is this? Lien, that is to retain goods in his possession. Okay. Suppose if Nikkita Mam give suit to the tailor for stitching, if I'm not giving the price, so the tailor have right to just take my goods. So this is called lien. So for 24, A is the right answer. The person in respect of whose default the guarantee is given, it is called what? This is your contract of guarantee, principal, debtor, creditor. This is surety, guarantor. The person in respect of whose default the guarantee is given. So this is principal, debtor. So this is the right answer. Liability of the surety is what? Surety, because we know that in contract of guarantee, the principal debtor is primarily liable. So the secondary liability is of your surety. So that's why A is the right answer. Containing guarantee applies to what? Specific transaction, specific number of transaction, all transaction of specific series. So C is the right answer. So in containing guarantee, the guarantor will give the guarantee in a continuous way, not in one time only. Cool. Number of parties. So indemnity, two party, indemnity holder or indemnified and indemnifier. Guarantee 3, principal, debtor, creditor, surety. Bailment 2, that is bailer and bailee. Pledge 2, pledger and pledgee. Agency 2, principal and agent. Okay, so these are the number of parties you have to learn. So this is a case studies question that is important. Mr. Balfour, I think you people know this case, Mr. Balfour and Mrs. Balfour. It's basically the husband-wife case. Husband and wife both just go for the holiday. Wife admitted in hospital. The doctors say that wife have to be admitted for 2 to 3 months. Husband say, I have to go for work. I will give you monthly, that is 20,000 to the hospital. Only 1 month husband pay and husband stop paying. Wife become angry. They just dispute arise between both of them. Now wife filed the case on husband. So now question is whether the husband have to give that money to his wife or not. So class, the court held, because this is a very famous case, the court held that, in this case, you can just read out, no legal relationship arise between parties, so that's why it will be not converted into the valid contract. So there's a lack of legal relationship in between husband and wife. Suppose if the case is of divorce and maintenance, so but obvious the contract will arise, but in this case no contract is arise. So this is the right answer. This is your concept that is hiding in this question is journal offer. What is journal offer? That is for everyone. Okay, so a company advertised in the newspaper that they will ready to pay £100 in compensation to anyone who catches flu after using the ball for 2 weeks, 3 times per day. As per advertisement, Mrs. Carlyle brought some smoke ball, utilized, but she contracted flu. Plaintiff filed the suit against them, tried to get money refunded. So whether the company will give refund or not to the old lady, the question is that. I have already told you the concept because this is a case studies question. The questions will definitely come. Okay, so this is your journal offer and this is lack of legal relationship. So same thing, you have to identify the case studies concept. Once you are expert to just highlight the concept now, you can do any types of questions. Okay, so in this one, the court say that yes, the company have to give this much of amount to the lady. Now class, we will understand this topic with a beautiful example. Okay, now see. Suppose class, this is a car, right? This person is sailor who want to sell his car. Okay, this is a car. And this person is called as the buyer. Okay, who just want to purchase the car. So sailor and this buyer. Suppose the price of the car is 1 lakh rupees. That is a second-hand car. So sailor want to sell the car to the buyer. So in that case, what will happen? The buyer will give the price of the car to the sailor, okay, and the sailor will give the ownership of the car to the buyer. So this is what exactly happened in your sales of good act. So 2 parties are there. Sailor is giving the ownership. So there is a 2 word, ownership and possession. So ownership means the absolute right the seller is giving to the buyer, and in that case the buyer is giving the price. So the contract between the seller and the buyer is called sales of good act. A very simple definition. Okay, so in this act we have to deal with this, what is sale, what is agreement to sale. So sale is basically immediately transferring the ownership from one person to another, and agreement to sale, that is the future sale. Okay, so this topic basically we have to understand what is sale and what is agreement to sale. Okay, so sale is basically the present one and agreement to sale, that is basically the future one. Okay, so this is very important topic. Okay, and one thing I just want to highlight you that from Indian Contract Act, the 2 act has been removed. The first is your SOGA Act and the second is Indian Partnership Act. So SOGA Act, chapter 7 of Indian Contract was SOGA chapter and Indian Partnership chapter 11. So 2 chapter has been removed from this act. Okay, so this is just a brief introduction about the sale and agreement to sale. Is that okay, class? Okay, now see. Then class, we have to understand in this topic the rights of unpaid seller. So what are rights of unpaid seller? So unpaid seller is basically, we have to understand that what exactly the unpaid seller. So unpaid seller means the buyer have not given the full price of the goods. This is called unpaid seller. So suppose if buyer is not able to give the goods, so the sailor have a certain rights. So in this chapter, we have to discuss the certain rights of the Sales of Good Act. The first is, see, what are the topics that we have to understand? Condition, warranty, contract of sale. Okay. Only these three are the important topics of your Sales of Good Act that you people have to understand, and that is a part of the syllabus. As I already told you, from each act, only that portion you have to study, that is the part of the syllabus. So in the Sales of Good Act, these are the three topics that you have to understand. Is that okay? Then transfer of ownership, types of good, essential elements, right duties. So these are the sub parts of the contract of sale. Is that okay? Now class, one by one. Sale involve two person, that is buyer and seller. So no need to discuss who is buyer and who is seller. A contract of sale of good is a contract under which seller transfer the goods to the buyer for the price. So this is the essential element. Seller transfer the goods to the buyer for a price. Okay. Then guys, when the property in the good is transferred from seller to buyer, this is called sale. So this is the definition that you have to understand what is sale. Okay. So sale is basically when the property in the good is transferred from seller to buyer. This is called sale. Cool. The consideration for sale of goods is the money payable for the transfer of goods. In the sales of good cover only sale of movable property, not immovable property. So each slide, that's a summary. So each line is important for the examination point of view. Please see this point. Is that okay? Cool. Now the next one. The Sales of Good Act is important so far as the bank lending assets is concerned. So why this act is important for the bank? Because lending against the assets, bank do not have lend against unpaid assets in the view of seller lien on the assets. C class. Suppose if a bank is giving loan without any keeping security. So this is the unsecured creditor. So unsecured creditor, it's not a surety whether the borrower will keep the money or not. But if we talk about the creditor who have taken the security, so that have more rights as comparison to those creditor who do not keep security of the borrower. Okay. When the transfer of property in the good is to be take place at a future time, subject to some conditions, this is called agreement to sale. So again, this is important. What is agreement to sale? So sale and the agreement to sale, these are important concept. Okay, these are important what concept? Sale and agreement to sale. An agreement to sale becomes sale when the time elapses. Exactly, this is when future sale becomes sale, because agreement to sale is basically the future sale and sale is called the present sale. Okay, so when agreement to sale becomes sale, when the time elapses and the conditions are fulfilled, subject to which property in the good is to be transferred. Okay, then class, what is condition, what is warranty? These two are important term, and that is the separate topic. If we talk about the condition, so condition is basically, suppose if I just want to purchase the bottle that can store the hot water, so I just demand from the seller given me the bottle. In my home, when I just pour the hot water, the bottle become burst. So in this case, Nikkita Mam have a right to either reject the goods, breach of contract, and demand for the refund. Okay, so these are the things that I can just do in the condition. So water bottle, please learn this example, water bottle. Okay, so in condition, I have a right for refund, I have a right to breach of contract, and I have a right to reject the goods. Okay, reject or ask for the new one. Okay, So you have to learn the definition that is given from Sales of Good Act, the stipulation agreed between the party that is essential to the main purpose of the contract. This is called condition. And what is warranty? The stipulation, that's the rules, regulations, collateral to the main purpose of the contract. So this is called warranty. In warranty class, I am giving you an example. Suppose if I just purchase the fridge, the shopkeeper told me that Nikkita Mam, you have a 2-year free of service from our side. So free of service means if anything happened to my fridge, the shopkeeper will give me the free service till 2 years. So this is called warranty. So in warranty, we don't have any right to refund, to take back our goods. No, only we can replace the item that is attached to the goods. Okay. So when Sales of Good Act deal with the rights and obligation of buyer, seller, apart from condition and warranty covering the sales of good. Okay. The provision of the act is relevant to the banker who often act as an agent for collecting the bills, accompanied by documents to title of goods, and as a holder for value while discounting the bill finance against the goods. Okay. So this is important. We are seeing that how the bank act as an agent. Okay. How the bank act as a holder. Okay. That's it. So in that way, the Sales of Good Act apply in the bank. So that is important. Is that okay, class? Now see the definition of unpaid seller. Unpaid seller have a right. The first is lien on the goods. So what is lien, class? Lien is basically, if we say, that is a holding power. Suppose if buyer is not able to give the money and the goods are in the hand of seller, the seller can hold the goods. So lien on the goods for the price while he is in possession of them. This is in the case of insolvency of buyer. Suppose if the buyer is insolvent, right of stopping the goods in transit after he has parted with the possession of them. He have a right to resale and withhold the delivery. So these are the rights that is in the hand of unpaid seller. Okay, that is important. So only these 3 are the topic. That is the part of your syllabus. Please read all the topics. Please read all the topics. Is that okay? So this is unpaid seller. Now class, we have to do some questions. Okay. Now, number 1 question on the screen is that dash means consideration for sales of good. Tell me, class. Dash means consideration for sales of good. So consideration, I have already told you, that is something for something. Okay. So the answer is very simple. That is a price. Okay. That is the price. That's a consideration for Sales of Good Act. Okay. Now the next one is goods as defined under the Sales of Good Act does not include. This is your previous year question also. Goods which is defined does not include. So class, shares, stock, grass, these are movable property. So that's include in the definition of goods, but actionable claim cannot or is not included because actionable claim is there in the Transfer of Property Act that's deal with the immovable property. So that's why this is the right answer. Okay, dash goods are manufactured, produced, acquired by seller after making of the contract of sale. Dash goods are to be manufactured, produced, acquired by seller. So in that case, the right answer is future goods. Okay, this is the right answer. Dash goods mean goods identified and agreed upon at the time of contract when the sale is made. So this is your future one. So this is the right answer. Okay, so all questions are important and don't think that these types of questions will come in your exam. So these questions are your Macmillan book. So I have just given you just for your this one, concept clarity. Okay, that's cool. Now, Dash means voluntary transfer of possession from one person to another. It's a delivery, lien, indemnity, or suit class. Tell me. Dash means voluntary transfer of possession from one person to another person. Tell me, class. So class, here means that is the delivery. Okay, so this is the right answer. Delivery means voluntary transfer of possession from one person to another. Okay, now the next one. When the transfer of property in the good is take place at a future time, subject to some condition to be fulfilled, the contract is called dash. Tell me, class. At the future time, and subject to some condition thereafter to be fulfilled, the contract is called what? Agreement to sale. It's a contract of sale, contract of future. So class, that is already given here. This is called agreement to sale, because agreement to sale is the future sale. So future sale will execute only when the time will elapse, or the contract will be executed when the conditions are fulfilled. Okay. In dash, the ownership of the transfer is yet to transfer from seller to buyer. Tell me, this is agreement to sell, contract of sale, contract of future goods, and contract of specific goods. So class, yet to transfer, this is called agreement to sale. This is the right answer. See, important part. Done. Equity share are goods within the meaning of Sales of Good Act. Tell me, class. Equity shares. So we know that the share, it is the movable goods. So equity shares, preferential shares, all types of shares are the part of this. So that's why this is the true answer. Okay. Fixtures can be regarded as movable property only when they intended to be severed and sold separately. Severed means that can be separate. That can be separate, class. Tell me. So class, here we have fixtures can be regarded as movable only if they intended to be severed and sold. That is absolutely true statement. Okay, now, if stipulation agreed between party is essential to the main purpose, so I have already highlighted essential to the main purpose of the contract. It is called what? That is important. This is called definition portion. So definition portion will definitely come. Definition will be there, and there will be the 4 options. So you have to tick mark on the right answer. Okay. So here we have essential to the main purpose. So this is called condition. This is called condition. Okay. Now, a dash is a stipulation collateral, guys, collateral to the main purpose of contract. What is this? Condition, warranty, implied what? What is the right answer? So a dash is a stipulation collateral. So collateral, that's definition is defined in the warranty. So this is the right answer. Cool. Now, there is a implied condition on the part of seller that has a right to what? Implied condition on the part of seller that has a right to use, sell, retain, resell. Implied condition on the part of seller that he has a right to. He also have a right to resell, retain, sell. You can say here that is resale. Okay, suppose if buyer is not able to pay, he can resell. If a sales of good is by dash, there's an implied condition, the goods shall correspond with the description. It means if seller have described the goods and if buyer have purchased the goods by seeing this description, so goods should be according to that description. So In the T1, the right answer will be description. Okay, cool. Now, in every contract of sale, it is implied that the seller has got the right to sell the goods. In every contract of sale, it is implied that seller had got the right to sell the goods. The answer is yes. An implied warranty as to quality fitness for the particular purpose may be annexed by uses of trade. Uses means that's a custom, habitual things that the So class, for this one, this is absolutely the true statement. Yes, okay. This is absolutely the true statement. Okay, it's not resale. He can sell class. Okay, so that's why I was just searching this portion. This is sell class. Okay, this implied condition the part of seller that he has a right to sell the goods. So this is the right answer. Cool. This is the right answer. Cool. Now, then class, the seller of the good is deemed to be unpaid seller when the price is not paid. Okay, when the price is not paid. Done. There is a no dash as to quality and fitness of goods for any particular purpose. So this is your implied condition. When dash is in possession of goods, lien can be exercised. So when the seller is in possession of goods, then only the seller have rights to retain the goods. Dash is terminated when the buyer gets possession. So that is the lien. So this is the right answer. Then when the property in the goods, okay, has not passed the buyer become insolvent before the price is paid. The seller can withhold the delivery of goods. This is absolutely the right answer because seller is insolvent. A seller who have accepted a negotiable security has an absolute payment is no longer an unpaid seller. The seller who has accepted a negotiable security as an absolute payment is no longer exactly. So negotiable security is basically that's a check, bill of exchange, promissory note, etc. Okay, so this is absolutely the yes statement. Exactly, the partnership means, as you can see here, see, partnership. Okay, so suppose class X person company is there, right? Y person company is there. Z person company is there. They just do the business of online education. This is also online education. This is also online education. So 3 companies are there. All companies are expert in the online education. So one day they decided, let's do the business together. So now class X, Y, Z, they just started doing the business together because the basic purpose of the business is to just spread the online education, right? So now in this case, the entity in which they are just doing the work, this is called partnership firm. Okay, and these are what? These are partners. What is this? These are XYZ, these are the partners. That's it. Okay, so this is very much important. See. Okay, so here we have Indian Partnership Act. We have to understand that what are the rules and regulations if they are partners. the duties of partners, what is the relations of partner with each other, what is the relation of partner with the third party, what is the role of minor, and how the partnership firm can be dissolved. So these are the things that we have to study in the Indian Partnership Act. I'm just going to give you a very best example of Indian Partnership Act, C class. So an example of partnership in India is the business collaboration between the Flipkart and Myntra. Both are what? Both are e-commerce business. Okay, both are e-commerce business. Okay, example C, Flipkart Myntra partnership. Okay, so what exactly in their partnership? If we see, Flipkart is one of the biggest, largest e-commerce company, acquired Myntra. So guys, Flipkart acquired Myntra, a leading fashion e-commerce platform, in 2014. It means in 2014, they just become the partner. Strategic partnership, okay, is there. Purpose to strengthen Flipkart presence in the online fashion retail segment. Result is that both companies continue to operate independently. It means they are doing the work independently but collaborate on logistic, warehousing, marketing strategy, making them more competitive against the global player like Amazon, because Amazon is also one of the largest e-commerce business. So this is the best example to understand this one. So we have a various types of partnership also, but right now you have to understand that any company, any individual can become the partner in a partnership firm. That's it. And minimum 2 partners should be there if you want to open any business. Minimum 2 partner. Maximum, I will tell you. And the minimum and the maximum number of partner, that is written in the Company Act 2013. That's it. C class. Important point. Is that okay? So this is basically the example that you can easily understand about the Indian Partnership Act. Okay. Now class, see the definition that is written here. So partnership is the relation between person who have agreed to share the profit of a lawful business carried on by all or any of them acting for all. So what exactly the meaning of partnership? Suppose this is your partnership firm. In this partnership firm, we have a P1, we have a P2, we have a P3, we have a P4. So we have a 4 partners. Okay. Now these 4 partners, they are working together. So these are called partners. Okay. This is called partnership firm. Because if you see the partnership firm definition name, so partnership firm is basically the collectively the partners are called partnership firm. Is that okay? They must do the lawful business. And C class, whenever they just, if we talk about the profit, so profit will be equally distributed among all. And suppose if they have a loss in the business, so loss will be bear equally by all the partners. So this is the main segment of the partnership. And you know class, the mutual agency, it's found between the partner. It means suppose in this P1, P2, P3, P4, there are 4 partners, P1, P2, P3, P4. Okay. So if P1 have done the wrongful act, for that wrongful act, who is liable? For that wrongful act, all partners are liable. Because in mutual agency relationship, we know that if agent have done the wrongful act, for that wrongful act, the other principals is liable. If agent is doing the wrongful act, the principal is liable. This is called contract of agency. So same concept we have to apply in these partners. That's it. You can see here, there is a relation of agency between the partner. Any partner can, by his act. What is this? Any partner can, by his act, bind all the partners of the firm. And this is the meaning of business carried by all or any of them acting for all. C class. Is that okay? So this is the definition of Indian Partnership Act. Now C class, there are three types of partnership that is given in the Indian Partnership Act. Partnership at will, partnership for fixed period and particular partnership. So there are three types of partnership. If we talk about the partnership at will, so partnership at will means no fixed time period. No fixed time period is there in the partnership at will. They are just doing the business in their own choice. Okay. If we talk about the partnership for a fixed period, so they have a fixed time period. Suppose they are just partner for 2 year, 3 year, 5 year, whatever. And what is particular partnership? That is for the particular project. So this is called particular partnership. Is that okay? So thus the essential characteristic of partnership include its being an association of, now see the definition, association of two and more persons who have entered into the agreement to carry on some business for the profit. C class. So this is exactly definition, and this is a separate topic, that is LLP. It's a limited liability partnership. So LLP is basically a body corporate and a legal entity separate from its partner. It has perpetual succession. LLP is a separate legal entity liable to the full extent of its assets, and the liability of the partner is limited. So this is all about your LLP. So LLP is basically, it's a mixture of partnership firm plus company is equal to LLP. C class. So this is the definition of LLP. Important point. If you have any doubt, you can please ask. You can please ask. Okay, done class? Now. Okay, now the question, if one partner cheat a customer of the partnership firm, then all the partner of partnerships are liable. So guys, we know that the mutual agency concept, apply here. So that's why guys, this is absolutely the, yes, this is a true statement. This is the true statement. And C class, fill in the blanks, right and wrong. These types of questions never come in your exam. So these questions are basically to understand whether the concept is clear or not in your Indian Partnership Act. Okay. So this is the true statement, because the mutual agency apply here. Okay. Now, registration of the firm is compulsory under Partnership Act. Registration of firm is compulsory under the Partnership Act. So guys, if we talk about the registration, so this is the optional, not compulsory. This is optional. So this is the false statement. Okay, registration is compulsory? No, this is the false statement, because it is optional for partnership firm to be registered. It is compulsory to enter into the partnership deed? No class, this is not also compulsory, because it is the discretionary power of the partnership to whether they have to create the partnership deed or not, because partnership deed is basically where the mutual rights and duties are there. Okay, the partners are free to decide their mutual rights and duties. That is absolutely true. A partnership deed can even provide that a particular partner would not take part in day-to-day business of decision of partnership firm. A partnership deed can even provide that the particular partner would not take part in the day-to-day business. The answer is true, because if we if we see the example of nominal partner, so this thing happen in the nominal partner. Okay, so this is your okay, 1, 2, 3. Done, class? Now, more question. Now, class, the question is, consent of all the partner is necessary to change the nature of business carried on by the firm. Consent of all the partner is necessary to change the nature of business carried on by them, the firm. The answer is absolutely yes. True statement. A partnership at will can be dissolved by notice, because we have a types of partnership. Partnership at will, particular partnership, and fixed time period. So it can be dissolved by giving notice. This is absolutely the true statement. LLP can be constituted as per provision of the Partnership Act. This is false statement. No, because LLP Act 2008, it's a separate act. Okay. A partnership can be arise out of inheritance. No, it can be aroused out of the contract. Okay, so this is the false statement. A contract of partnership can be express or implied. This is absolutely the true statement, because we know that just like the contract, if contract is express and implied, so this is also. So this is the right answer. C class. This is the right answer. Done, class? Okay. Now class, the relation of partner which each other. Okay, so we know that there is a mutual agency between the partners. So what is written here? That every partner is bound to indemnify the firm for any loss caused to the partnership firm by his fraud in the conduct of the business of the firm. So indemnify is basically if one person have done the loss, for that loss all other partners are liable. Is that okay? So what is given here? The partners of the firm can decide their mutual right and duties, change them from time to time with the consent of all the partners. So for every act, the consent of all the partners are required. The property, we know that class, the partnership firm is not a separate legal entity. So that's why if the property of the firm should be held and used by the partner exclusively for the purpose of the business. The partners can decide the use of property only by the mutual consent. And if you want to purchase a property, it should be purchased in the name of partnership firm. So there are some right duties amongst other which partner in a partnership have to observe their relationship with the other. Okay, so this is the right answer. Now, every partner have right to receive the remuneration. So guys, we have not seen this because remuneration is not the right. They can just take the profit. So this is the false statement. It is necessary that all the partners in partnership must receive equal share of profit in the partnership firm. It is necessary that all the partners in partnership firm must receive equal share of profit in the partnership firm. This is the false statement. Because it may be possible, suppose one partner take the 70% of share, 30% of share. So it's totally depends. So it is not necessary class. Okay? No partner is entitled to use a property for his private purpose. This is absolutely true. C class. This is absolutely the true statement. Done? Okay. Now, the third is relations of partner with third party. This is the third topic that we are going to do. In order to bind the firm, Okay, the partner must do activity under the name of the firm. Exactly. So guys, every partner, suppose if he's doing any contract, it must be done in the name of partnership firm. Execute the document on the behalf of firm or in any other manner expressing implying an intention to bind the firm. Suppose if we want the partnership firm to be bind, so every act should be done in the name of the partnership firm. Okay, this line is very much important. Every partner is liable jointly and with other partner and also severally for all the act of the firm done while he is a partner. A partner in a firm have a certain implied authority which is not provided expressly. So what is impliedly? Impliedly means by the way of act and conduct. We can say that the partner, whatever he have done, that is right. If it is expressly, so expressly means that is written. So whatever that is written, we have to do only that act. But if it is not written and still the partner is doing the act for the benefit of the partnership firm, for that act, partnership firm is liable. Act done by the partner under his implied authority with certain exceptions subject to certain condition bind the firm. So it means for the implied authority also, the partnership firm is liable. Okay, now each partner can represent the firm as per partnership deed and the firm is liable for the act of such partner. Exactly. The mutual agency concept. The right of a partner can be restricted by a partnership deed. So guys, partnership deed is the most important. Whatever that is written, the partners have to follow. Okay. If a third party has no knowledge about restriction, then the firm will be liable for the act of each partner if it is done in the normal course of business. Exactly. See, this point is important. If a third party has no knowledge about the restriction, okay, if third party has no knowledge about the restriction or extension, then the firm will be liable. Okay, each partner is responsible jointly and personally. In emergency, a partner may do all the act to protect the firm from loss. That is important point. Okay, now a single partner can be authorized to carry business and sign document on the behalf of firm. It means can single partner do the business. Okay, so this is the absolutely the true statement. Okay, every partner is liable jointly and with other partner and also severally for all the act. This thing we have done. Yes. Misapplication means taking property or money from the third party and using it for the purpose for which it was taken in the interest of partnership firm. That is true and false. That is the false statement. This is not the meaning of this. So this is the false statement that is written here. False statement. Okay, done class. When the person who is not at all partner in a firm either represent himself and knowingly permit himself to be represented as a partner and as a result he induce other to give credit of the firm, then the act is known as what? Outsourcing, holding out and holding to. Suppose class if P1, P2, P3, these three are partners. P2 present X person as a partner to the Z. Z is a third party. Now Z treated as a partner, he just start doing business with X. Now suppose if losses happen, for that loss only X is liable or all the partners are liable. So class, this is known as holding out partner. So this is the types of partner. So X is known as holding out partner. That's it. Okay. So first of all class, what is minor? Who is minor? if I say you the one, ask you the one question that who is minor class? Okay. So in that case, we can easily say a minor cannot, okay, cannot enter into the contract. Is that okay? A minor cannot enter into the contract. So minor is a person that is below 18, that is minor. Okay. A contract with a minor is totally void. Okay. A contract with a minor is totally void. So guys, there is a two terms. The first is void agreement and the second is void contract. So what is the basic difference between void agreement and void contract? So guys, void agreement is basically from the initial, it is totally void. That's why we just call it a void agreement. Okay. And void contract, initially it is valid, but later on it is totally void. Suppose if I just book an hotel. So initially, if I have taken the advance, that is the valid one. But later on, the government just give an order to just cancel all the booking till 1st of January. So this is now it is called a void contract. Okay, so this is the basic difference between void agreement and the void contract. Done? Void agreement and void contract. Done? Okay. So, since the partnership is the relation resulting from contract, a minor cannot be a partner in a firm. A minor cannot be a partner in a firm. A minor can be admitted, but class C, minor cannot be admitted to this one, but minor can be admitted to the benefits of partnership with the consent of all the partners. This is important. Class, this is important that I have told you about the minor. See? Okay, class? So this is important part. Done? Now, class, the second paragraph I will tell you with a very beautiful diagram and you can easily understand. Now see. This is X person, who? X person. Now X person is minor. X person is minor. So we know that when X is minor, he can just take the benefits. But once he become the major now, and that rule is given in section 30. When he become major, so he have a 6-month time period in which he have to declare through the public notice that whether he want to become a partner or whether he don't want to become a partner. Suppose it's the 1st January 2006 he become minor. 1 January 2008 he become major. Okay. So from 1 January 2008 to 1 July 2008 he have a time to declare whether he want to become a partner or not. Suppose if he declare in 2008 that he just want to become a partner, so his liability will be start from this date. Okay. And suppose if he don't want to become a partner, so his liability, suppose 1/4/2008, okay, so his liability will be end here. Okay, so these two are very important point. And suppose if he declare, suppose in 6 months he say nothing. In 6 months, if he say nothing, so he will be assumed as a partner. He will be assumed as a partner. This is an important point. Okay, he will be assumed as a partner. Important point. Done, class? So this concept is very much important. Okay, this concept is very much important. Okay, now we will just do this particular paragraph that is written here, that he cannot be the full-fledged partner after a minor partner attain majority. She has to decide within 6 months whether to continue or leave the partnership. Okay, whichever be the decision taken, it's give rise to different right and responsibility for the person. Similarly, suppose if any partner is going to be retired, okay, or if any partner is to be insolvent, so for that thing, okay, the retirement of partner or the insolvency of partner also give rise to certain rights and responsibility, not only for retiring insolvent but also to the partnership firm. Exactly, because we know that what is partnership firm? Partnership firm is basically the partners are collectively known as the partnership firm. That's it. Okay, so I hope so. This paragraph is clear to all of you. Now the first question on the screen is that a minor can be the partner in a partnership firm. A minor can be the partner in a partnership firm. So guys, this is absolutely the false statement. A minor can be admitted to the benefits of partnership firm. A minor can be admitted to the benefits of partnership firm. That is a true. A minor is personally liable, like other partner, to pay the debt of the firm. This is absolutely the false statement. A minor who is admitted to the benefit of partnership firm has a choice when he attains maturity as to whether he wants to continue as a partner or not. The answer is absolutely the true statement. A minor partner on attaining the majority has to give public notice within 15 days of attaining the majority. So class, a minor partner on attaining majority has to give public notice within 15 days. The answer is false. A minor partner who has attained majority may give public notice to the effect whether he elected to become a partner or not. That is true and false. So here class, that is absolutely the true statement. Okay. So I hope so. This is clear to all of you about the minor. Okay, this segment is very much important. Now, about the dissolution of partnership firm. So dissolution is basically, there is a two word that you have to discuss. That is dissolution of partnership firm. okay, and reconstitution of partnership firm. So both are the different words, okay. So class, a firm can be dissolved by agreement between the partners, okay. By the court, it means what are the way in which it can be dissolved? By the court, okay, between the partners by the court, or it get compulsory dissolved under in certain circumstance on the happening of the certain contingency. So these are the basic things in which the partnership form can be dissolved. If you want to dissolve through the court, so one partner have to file the case, otherwise no. Okay. However, notwithstanding the dissolution, the partner continue to be liable to the third party for the act done by them before dissolution until public notice is there. So class, if the partnership firm is going to be dissolved now, so always remember public notice is very much required that you have to give. Without public notice, the liability will be as it is. That's why public notice is very much important. Done class? So this is important point. Done class? Okay, that's cool. Now class, the next. The partner can mutually agree and dissolve the firm. Tell me, is that true and false? So class, the next is on the death of partner, the partnership firm is compulsory dissolved. On the death of partner, the partnership firm is compulsory dissolved. The answer is false. That is not compulsory. Okay, this is not compulsory. Done. Now, the effect of non-registration. This is important point. Okay, so if we talk about the registration, so for a partnership firm, it is not compulsory to be registered. That is important. Okay, so that's why for partnership firm, it is optional. Okay, So a company is compulsory required to be incorporated under the Register of Company under Company Act, but it is not mandatory for the partnership firm. So, however, there are certain disadvantages if the partnership firm is what? Not registered. Certain disadvantage is there. Okay. Example, a partner of unregistered firm cannot enforce by the way of suit any right available to him under the Indian Partnership Act. Exactly. So class, if any partner, or we can say if the partnership firm is not registered now, so always remember, a partner cannot, a partner cannot enter into the what? A partner cannot enter into the, or we can say a partner cannot file the case. Okay, a partner cannot file the case. That is important to the firm, partnership firm, and to the third party. That is important. Okay. So, any doubt? Okay, class, and C, the third party can file the case. Okay, the third party can file the case. That's it. Done, class? Thank you. You can also see here that is what is written in this. What is written? Similarly, an unregistered firm cannot enforce by the way of suit any right arising by the contract against any third party, but the enforcement of any right to sue for the matter relating to the dissolution of firm and other matter which is enumerated above is not affected can be brought before the court of law. That's a simple one. Now, a partner of unregistered firm can file a suit against other partner to get his share of profit. Tell me, class. A partner of unregistered firm can file a suit against other partner to get his share of profit. The answer is false. The enforcement of any right to sue for the matter relating to dissolution is not affected and can be brought before the court of law. This is absolutely the true state. So first of all, see, the definition of company is given in section 2 clause 20 of the Company Act. Is that okay? So you can see here, if we talk about the detail of the definition, so you can see we have in a company, we have a member, because in the company there are so many designation is there and the people work that just like director, members, CEO, CFO, so many designation is there. Okay, so in every company there should be the membership. Every company is incorporated association. It means every company, right? They have to register, and registration is compulsory for every company. Okay, then every company have a separate legal existence. It means company is the artificial legal person and we are the natural legal person, so we both have a different entity. Okay, so company can do the contract with its own name, company can purchase a property, etc. If we talk about the perpetual succession, okay, so guys, perpetual succession is basically, suppose if company, the members all will die. In that case, the company will go as it is. Company will never shut down. If it is going to be wound up, so there are so many processes in which company can be wound up. Otherwise, no. Okay, so this is perpetual succession. Every company have a common seal. So common seal means before 2015, the common seal for a company is compulsory, but after 2015, it is optional. Every company is, you can say, company is the artificial legal person. Why it is called artificial? Because they do not have rights and duties just like the natural person. See, we are the natural person. If we talk about the citizenship, so we all have a Indian citizenship according to Citizenship Act, but no company have a Citizenship Act. We people enjoy the fundamental right, fundamental duties, etc. But these rights the company cannot enjoy. So that's why we are different. We are the natural human being, and the company is the artificial human being. That is important. Is that okay? Then company have a limited liability. Suppose if it is limited by share or if it is limited by guarantee, so the liability will be limited. Otherwise, there are also so many companies which have their unlimited liability. Okay. If we talk about the share transfer, so guys, for the public company, it is very easy to transfer the share. Okay. But for the private company, it is not easy to transfer the share. If we talk about the maintenance of account books, so maintenance of account book is basically every company have to maintain their accounts book. That is important, okay? Every company. And every company have to appoint the auditor so that he can audit in the company. So these are the, we can say, the basic features of the company. I think that is clear to all of you. Okay, done. So by this, you can easily identify the company's features. Okay, now see what is written in the act. A company is the artificial legal person which is created by law, dissolved by the law alone. Exactly. Company is invisible, we cannot see, intangible, which we cannot touch, which we cannot see, exists only in the eye of law. So this is the feature of a company. Cool. Company can enter into contract in its own name. It can acquire, dispose property, can be fined under the provision of law for the violation of law. Exactly. Okay, so this is some basic features so that you can easily identify the distinct entity from the members forming it. Since a company is a distinct legal person, it has its own signature, common seal, with the name of the company engraved in it. Consequently, it is different from the partnership form in a number of ways. So class, if we just talk about that, how company is different from the partnership form. So there are so many, we can say, the features that make it different, okay? The first one, if we talk about the registration. So for partnership firm, registration is optional, but for the company, registration is compulsory. If we talk about it is the registration, then if we talk about the, we can say about the members. So partnership have the minimum to maximum 100 or 50 members, but for the company, different types of company have a different member. So this is the important points that we have discussed. Okay, about registration, about the membership. Okay, then if we talk about the separate legal existence, so company have a separate legal existence, but partnership don't have a separate legal existence. Okay, because partnership is what the all partners are, we can say, that is all partners are collectively called as a partnership. So this is the important definition. That's a basic difference. Okay, I hope so that is clear to all of you. Okay, now tell me class, you have to tell me true and false statement. True and false statement. Yes, that's tell me. So here class, we can say that the first one, the director is the actual owner of the company, that is true. Company is to be compulsory registered under Company Act, that is true. Company cannot enter into contract in its own name, that is false, because company is a separately existed, so company can enter. If all the member of the company die, the company will be wound up. This is false because company have a perpetual succession. And a company is a legal person with perpetual succession. That is a true statement. C class. That is important. Is that clear, guys? Okay, class. So I hope so. That is clear to all of you. Okay. So now let's start with the next part. Okay. This is your summary of the types of company. So class, we know that if we talk about the types of companies, the types of company basically come in the form of incorporation, in the form of liability, on the basis of public interest or holding and subsidiary companies. So let's start one by one about the classification of the company. Okay. First of all, see, then I will explain you the types of what company. See the difference. Okay. So now class, one by one, we are going to start the types of companies. So first of all, company limited by share. So what is company limited by share? The members have taken the shares. Suppose if company is in loss, the member will be liable only for that much of share. Okay. Company limited by guarantee. Company limited by guarantee. This one we can say, suppose if a company is going to be wind up, so the person or the member of the company will pay only that much of amount that they have a guarantee. So this is your second point. Cool. Then unlimited company. So unlimited company is basically they have, we can say, if company is in loss, so the member will be liable unlimited. It means we can take the loss from their personal assets also. So that's why the company is called unlimited company. Is that okay? Cool. Now, what is 1% company, private company, and public company? So for the 1% company, we talk about the members. Minimum. This is maximum. And please learn the director also. That is minimum, maximum. 1% company. It's a private company. This is the public company. Okay. Minimum is 1, maximum is 1. Private company minimum 2, maximum 200. Public company minimum 3, maximum unlimited. Directors minimum 1, maximum 15. Private minimum 2, maximum 15. Public minimum 3, maximum 15. So guys, the minimum and the maximum number of directors is there, okay, and the minimum and the maximum number of members is there. Please see this. That is important, okay. So one person company is basically in which only one person will be the we can say only the one person will be the can just open the business, and that person should nominate one person as a nominee, so that if that person will die, the nominee will take place. So that's why in the one person company, minimum and maximum number of members is one. If we talk about the private company, so the minimum and the maximum number of members as well as the directors I have shown you. For public company, it is very easy to issue the shares, but that is not for the private company. Public company, the meeting they have to attend compulsory, but for the private, that is not compulsory. Prospectus for the public company, it is compulsory, but for the private company, it is not compulsory. So these are some basic difference between the public and the private company. Is that okay? Now, what is holding company? Holding and subsidiary. Suppose Tata is there. Tata company have a holding share of suppose 52% share of TCS. So TCS is subsidiary and Tata is the holding company. So this is the basic difference between this one. So holding subsidiary is clear. And then associate company. Associate is basically where 20 to 50% of shares is in the hand of the bigger company. So that's why these companies are called the associate company. So in subsidiary, it's more than 51%. And associate, it's 20 to 50%. That's it. Cool. So this is your types of company. Now let's start with this. In the case company limited by share. So if a company is limited by share, okay, in that case, the creditor of company can recover the money from the members if company is not making profit. Is this correct? Tell me, class. So class, for this question, if a case the company is limited by share, the creditor of the company can recover money from the member if not making profit. This is absolutely the false statement. A member cannot transfer share in a public without consent of other member. The answer is false, because for public company, it is very easy to issue the shares. A prospectus is generally issued by public limited company. Prospectus, it is just like a brochure. So this is absolutely the true statement. Okay, this is absolutely the true statement. Is that okay? Okay, so this is the important part. Okay, next. The minimum number of member, okay, in a private company is what? Minimum number in public company, maximum number in private company, maximum number in public company. So tell me the numbers. So guys, for minimum number in the private company is basically what? 2, public 3, maximum in private 200, or for the public that is any number. So this is the right answer. Is that clear? Okay, so this is the right answer. Okay, done class. Now, a private company should have the minimum paid up capital rupees dash. Okay, so tell me about the private. This is public. Tell me the minimum paid up capital. That's good question. So class, for the private company, the minimum paid up capital is basically, that is, no minimum requirement is there. For public company, no minimum requirement is there. Okay, now a government company, the government hold at least dash percentage of paid up capital. Tell me what percentage? It's 12%, 15%, 50%, or 51%. A government company, the government hold at least what percentage of the paid up capital? So class, this is absolutely the 51%. So this is the right answer. Okay class. So rest part we will do it tomorrow. So I hope so that is clear to all of you. So class, today we have to start with the Memorandum of Association and Article of Association of the Company Act. So right now we have just discussed about what exactly the meaning of company and the key features of company. So let's start with the Memorandum of Association and Article of Association. So guys, if we talk about the important document, okay, so the important document of your partnership is partnership deed. And if we talk about the company, so for company, Memorandum of Association and Article of Association is the most important document. So these are the basic documents required by company prior to its incorporation and has to be registered with the registrar of the company. So basically we can say that the memorandum and article of association is one of the most important, it is one of the most important document that every company have to just file with the registrar. Okay, because registration is also important, so that's why this is also much important. Okay, so the MOA. Now if we talk about the basic difference between MOA and article of association, so memorandum of association give the basic detail of the company and its objective and the most important document for a company. So we can say that, see, Company Act is there, right? Company Act, Memorandum of Association is there, and then Article of Association. It means Article of Association have to follow the rules and regulations of MOA and AOA, and MOA have to follow the rules and regulations of the company. So this is the hierarchy that you people have to follow. Okay, AOA on the other hand, which is the second most important document for a company, consists a set of rules, regulations, bylaws made by a company for internal management and carrying out object of the company embodied in the memorandum of association. So basically we can say that AOA, let's talk about the internal management of the company. That is very much important. So if anyone say that what is the basic difference between MOA and AOA? So MOA is the charter of a company and AOA is talk about the internal rules and regulations of the company. So that is the basic thing. Okay, now both MOA and AOA has to be normally filed with the ROC, that is the registrar of company, before registration of the company. And once registered, this is very much important, once both document register, so it's bind the company to absorb all the provision of MOA and article of association. Very much important. Okay, so this is important for the examination point of view also. Okay, now let's start with the question. Suppose class, if there is a conflict, okay, if there is a conflict, right, between the memorandum of association and article of association, the article of association will prevail. Tell me. Who will prevail? Which document will prevail, class? So in the case of conflict between MOA and AOA, always remember the memorandum of association will prevail. So that's why this is the false statement. One of the clause contained in MOA is the objective clause. So if you talk about the memorandum of association, so we can say name clause is important, capital clause is important, liability clause is important, association or subscription clause is important. Okay, so name, capital, liability, association, object, and the registered clause. So these are the 6 clause. It's a 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6. So these are the 6 clause that every company have to find. That is important. Okay, so this is the true statement. This is the true statement. False, this is true. Okay, now the memorandum and article of a company once registered, it's bind the firm. The memorandum and article of a company once registered, it will bind the firm. So class, this is absolutely the true statement. So this segment is, that is finished. That is important. Is that okay? Now class, there are 3 doctrines. So doctrine is basically the rules. What is doctrine? Doctrine is basically the rules. So in your this Company Act, we have 3 rules: ultra vires, constructive notice, and indoor management. So 3 things are there. So what is ultra vires? So ultra vires is basically, suppose whatever that is written in the MOA, every company have to follow that MOA. No company can do that act which is beyond the MOA. So this is your MOA. No company can do the act which is beyond MOA. Is that okay? So doctrine of ultra vires lay down that the company cannot carry on the object not permitted by its memorandum of association. So this is your ultra vires. Okay, so basically it means beyond the power. What is this? It means beyond the power. This is called ultra vires. A very simple definition. Okay, this is ultra vires. Now class, doctrine of constructive notice. So suppose X person want to invest in a Y company. So Y company will give the memorandum and article of association. Now class, what will happen? Now this X person, if we say X person, okay, he have to read all the terms and rules and regulations of these documents. Suppose if X person have not read the 10 rules of MOA, in that case, this is not the fault of company, but this is the fault of X. So once the document is given to the outsider or investor, so guys, it is assumed to have read the memorandum of association and article of association. So every outsider is assumed. So constructive notice basically protect the what? Company. it protect the company. This is constructive notice. And indoor management basically protect the outsider. Okay, it protect the outsider. Suppose X person is there, same example. Okay, X is there, Y is there. So Y want to give, X want to invest in a company. So Y have given MO and AOA to the X. In that case now, after giving, the Y company have changes something in the article of association. But that changes he have not informed to the outsider. So in that case, the company will be liable, not this one. So that's why, as you can see here, indoor management protect the outsider, constructive notice protect the company. That is important. Is that okay? And ultra vires, the one word that is beyond the power. This is important. Any doubt, class? That is clear to all of you? Okay. Done, class? So now let's do the question. Doctrine of ultra vires lay down that every outsider, okay, is assumed to have read the memorandum of association and article of association. Tell me, class. Important. So right now, class, we have discussed. Right now we have discussed, so that's why this is not the right answer. This is the false statement. This is called constructive notice. Okay. Doctrine of okay. So definition there. Doctrine of constructive notice state that the outsider are not required to see the compliance of internal regulations of the company. This is your indoor management definition, and this is also the false statement. Indoor management lay down that the company cannot carry on the object not permitted by MOA. So this is ultra vires, and this is the false statement. So I have just written the exact statement that is given in each point. So please see that points. Done? So I hope so. That is clear to all of you. Now let's start with the thing. Member. So member of a company has been defined in section 2 clause 55 of the Company Act 2013. So class, any person competent to contract can be the member of a company. Exactly. Any person, guys. Okay, competent to contract. So competent to contract is basically that is plus 18, sound mind, and not disqualified by the law. This is called this. Okay, so there are various modes by which a person entity can acquire membership of a company. Also various circumstances where membership in a company will be seized. So there is so many points in which the membership can be seized and so many points in which the membership can be acquired. So this is important. Done? Now, every company is required by the statute to keep an updated register of member, debenture holder containing the certain minimum information as specified. The register are to be kept in the register office of company and open to inspections by the general public. Company confer certain rights to the members such as statutory rights, documentary rights, property rights. Statutory right that is written in a particular act, documentary that is written in MO and EOA, and this is the journal rights which is given to the member of a company. That is important. Done? So this is important. Done? Now, a minor can be the member of private company but not of public company. This is right and false. A minor can be the member of private company but not for the public company. This is false statement because the minor cannot be the member of a company. Minor can inspect the register of member can be inspect the register of members. That is true and false. So this is class absolutely true. A company limited by share, the member is liable to pay full nominal value of the share and liability of the member ends there. Tell me. So class, if a company is limited by share, so the members liable to pay only this one. So this is the false statement. A company is required to keep its foreign register in India only. A company is required to keep its foreign register in India only. That is the false statement because they have to keep in the foreign also. Okay, so this is important. Next. Now class about the prospectus. A public company has to issue a prospectus before raising fund from the public. Okay. Company, the promoters and the directors of the company, certain liabilities for any wrongful statement that is included in the prospectus. So the liability can be civil and the criminal liability. Is that okay? The liability can be civil and the criminal. Done? Okay. Now, there is no remedy available for misstatement in prospectus by the director. No remedy available. That is the false statement because we have a remedy available. A company proposing to issue the red herring prospectus shall file it with register at least 3 days prior to the opening of this. This is a previous year question that's come in your exam. It's a previous year question. So a company proposing the red herring prospectus shall file with registrar. This is the true statement. Okay, this is a true statement. Now, the last topic is director. The management of the company is with the board of director elected by the member of a company. Maximum 1% company, minimum 1, maximum 15. Private company, minimum 2, maximum 15. And for the public company, minimum 3, maximum 15 director is there. A company may appoint more than 15 directors after passing the special resolution. Every listed public company shall have at least 1/3 of the total number of directors as an independent director, and the central government may prescribe the minimum number of independent directors in the case of any class or class of public company. C class. Important point. Done? Now, the methodology to be adopted for appointment of director and the rules for retirement of director is also discussed. In this, the director should hold the qualification shares. Maximum number of directorship, that is one director at a time, become 20 director of a company, but for public, that is 10. Okay, so this is written now. Question and answer. The maximum number of director in a private company, we have already done 15. Maximum in 15, public 15. Maximum in a public minimum, that is 3. Minimum in private 2. At least dashed number of director of public company by whose office is liable to determine the retirement by rotation, that is 2 by 3rd. C class. Done? Now, every public company, private company which is subsidiary of public having a paid up share capital rupees, that is nil. No need to require. Additional director is appointed by board of director. Alternate director, board of director. Casual vacancy is filled by the board of director. So in every case, you can see here, we have a board of director. Ravi and 3 of his friends decided to start a private limited company. So suppose Ravi is there, X, Y, Z. Ravi, X, Y, Z. Okay. They just want to start the private limited company named Green Tech Private Limited. Green Tech Private Limited for providing the green energy solution. So this is the basic aim of the company. They file all the required document with registrar of company. It means they have just filed the document with registrar of company, okay, including article of association and a memorandum of association, and received the certificate of incorporation. So guys, these terms are very much important. The company received the certificate of incorporation. So certificate of incorporation is basically that now no need to take anything about the company, because we know that if this certificate come, it means the company is complete. The company have filled all the terms. So receive the certificate of incorporation. Later, one of the subscriber claimed that company was not validly incorporated because MOA was not signed in a proper format. Okay. Now class, the question is, under Company Act 2013, what is the legal effect of certificate of incorporation? Tell me class. So we have a 4 option. Tell me which is the right one. So class, what is the legal effect of certificate of incorporation? So guys, we know that the certificate of incorporation is basically that it acts as a conclusive evidence that all requirement of the act have been met. So this is the right answer. Okay, so it can be challenged in any court. No. It provides a provisional license. No. It is not necessary for companies formation. So it is the conclusive evidence. So A is the right answer for this question. Okay, A is the right answer for this question. Cool? Done class? Now, next one. XYZ Limited, okay, held its first board meeting on 10th February 2025. The second meeting was held on 15th April 2025, okay, February, it's a March, April, okay, within 2 months. The director later questioned the validity of second meeting due to the insufficient gap between two meetings. So as per section 173, that what is the minimum gap required between the two meetings? Minimum gap. Tell me class, what is the minimum gap required between the two meetings? 21 days, 15 days, 30 days, or no minimum requirement? So here class, suppose if you see section 173, so first of all, no minimum gap is required. Whenever the company take the, suppose this is a company take the incorporation document, okay. So within 30 days, the first meeting should be there, within 30 days. And in a 4 year, at least 4 meetings should be there in 1 year. So this thing you have to understand. So this is important one. Cool class? Next. ABC Limited want to enter contract to supply the goods with DEF Limited. So this is a one company, ABC. This is the second company, DEF. Okay, where one of the director of ABC Limited holds a significant interest. Okay, where one of the director of ABC Limited holds a significant interest in this DEF Limited. The board is unsure whether this transaction require any special approval. Tell me, what is the requirement of Company Act that is related to the party transaction? First, they can be entered without any disclosure. They must be approved by special resolution in every case. They require board approval, in some cases shareholder approval, and they are strictly prohibited class. Tell me. Company Act is very much important for the examination point of view also. Okay. So class, they must require approval, and in some cases the shareholder approval is required. Okay. So if you see the Company Act na class, so Company Act basically the meaning and its essential point is required. Okay. Then meaning and its essential point is required. Then class, types of company is required. Then memorandum of association, article of association is required. Then meaning and its essential points, types of company, this. Then 3 doctrines are there, that is important. Okay. And then about director, prospectus and member. So these are the, some basic things of the Company Act that you people have to understand it. Okay. So that is important. Next. One of the director of Sona Limited, that's a company name. One of the director of Sona Limited, Mr. Ajay submitted his resignation letter on 1st July 2025. Okay. The company took no further action to notify the registrar of company. Who is responsible for filing the notice of resignation of director with ROC? Tell me class. Only the company, only the director, both company and director, or neither party? Tell me. who is responsible for filing the notice of resignation directive with ROC, that is Registrar of Company? For a company class, the registration is compulsory. Registration is compulsory. So for that thing, who is responsible for filing this? So the answer will be both the company and the director. So this is the right answer. Always remember, if we talk about the company, so the company have a separate legal existence and the company member have a separate legal existence. So this thing you have to remember. Okay, now, okay, that's cool. Expert Technical Private Limited. Expert Technical Private Limited is a private limited company incorporated under the Company Act. The company's MOA state that its main object. So MOA state that the main object of the company is to develop and sell software products for healthcare. Okay. During board meeting, one of the director proposed to start manufacturing medical devices to expand the company's operation. The AOA allow the board to make business decision with a majority vote. Despite this, one of the shareholders raised an objection claiming that manufacturing the medical devices is beyond the company's power. So the board argued that since AOA allow for decision making autonomy, they can proceed. So class, this is very important. What? This is very important paragraph. Now you have to tell me the exact answer. Okay, now let's do the question of this paragraph. The first question is, which document defined the company's primary scope of activities? Article of Association, Memorandum of Association, Board Resolution and the Shareholder Agreement. Tell me class, which document define the company's primary scope of activities? Tell me guys. Which document define company's primary scope of activities? So always remember that's a memorandum of association. Okay, so this is important. Article of association, see, this is your company act. This is company act. Okay, then we have memorandum of association, then we have article of association. So memorandum of association, they have to follow the rules and regulations of Company Act. AOA have to follow the rules and regulations of MOA and Company Act. That is important. Okay, so this is important part class. Done? Cool. Next, what is a legal term for acting beyond the scope of MOA? What is a legal term for acting beyond the scope of MOA? Ultra vires, intra vires, ex parte or locus standi? Tell me. And all terms are important. All terms are important. So class, ultravirus, first of all, I'm just telling you the meaning. It is beyond the power, intravirus, within the power, ex parte, one party decision, and locus standi, standing before court, or we can say standing before the law. Okay, so guys, the a legal term for acting beyond the scope. So beyond the scope, that is ultravirus. So this is a legal maxims or the legal words that you have to remember. Okay, cool. Next. Can a company legally engage in manufacturing the medical devices based on the current MOA? Yes, if board approve it. Yes, if shareholder agree. No, because it's not MOA. Yes, because it's related to the healthcare. Tell me, class. Can a company legally engage in manufacturing the medical devices based on the current MOA? Tell me, class. So, can a company legally engage in manufacturing medical devices based on the current MOA? That is no, because it's not in MOA. So, this is the right answer. C is the right answer. Okay. Next. What action should company take if it's want to enter the medical devices business legally? Pass a board resolution only, amend the AOA, amend the MOA by special resolution and approval from ROC, and register a new business. What action should the company take if it's want to enter the medical? So it means they want to enter into the new business. So if they want to enter into new business, so they have to amend MOA by special resolution and approval from the ROC. So C is the right answer. Okay, next. What is the function of article of association of a company? Tell me, class. What is the function of article of association in a company? So class, the function is basically to regulate the internal management of the company. So B is the right answer. Okay, we can easily say it is a mixture of, or we can say it's a hybrid of what? We have done Partnership Act 1932. We have done Company Act, okay, it's 2013. So LLP is the mixture 2008. So LLP is the mixture of what? It's a Partnership Act and Company Act, that is LLP. It means that, see, the basic aim of partnership is to do the business. For company also, its basic aim is to do the business. For LLP also, its basic aim is to do the business, right? So here we can easily say LLP is a new form, that's a flexible one, okay? So the basic aim is to do the business, that's it, okay? So here we can see in LLP, suppose this is the LLP, the name is suppose Nikkita's Nick Motors, okay, LLP. So here we can say it's LLP, the name is Nick Motor, the name is Nick Motor, okay. So in LLP, the person who just work, they are called partners. Partners can be any company, partners can be any individual. Okay, so this is the basic rule. The liability of the partners who are working in LP, that is limited, but the LLP, that is unlimited. That is unlimited. Is that okay? So this is the complete structure of your LLP. Now class, if we talk about the basic difference between sole proprietorship, LLP and the private limited. So class, here the sole proprietorship. Okay, so the sole proprietorship is basically where the person use their own funds to do the business. In LLP, as we already know, that's a combination features of partnership form plus Company Act is equal to LLP. And if we talk about the private company, so in a private company, it's the liability of the members are limited. So that's a basic feature. If any private company is there, so at the end of the name, they have to use the word private limited. That's it. Okay. So this is the basic feature, and in the last of the session, we will study about the basic difference between LLP, it's a private limited company, and this one. Is that okay? Okay, now let's start with the session. So these are the some features of LLP. One by one, I'm going to discuss the features of LLP. Okay, the first one is LLP is a body corporate. What is body corporate? So body corporate is basically that LLP is registered. LLP is registered, okay, under the LLP Act with the registrar. Just like a company. Company is also body corporate. So similarly, LLP also a body corporate. That's it, okay. Now, separate legal entity, yes. Separate legal entity. So LLP, basically, if we talk about, the partners have a separate legal entity, okay. As the partner have a separate legal entity, and this. The partners have a separate legal entity and LLP have a separate legal entity. So that's why it's a separate legal entity. It means you can file the case on LLP, you can also file the case on the partners. If we talk about the perpetual succession, so guys, in perpetual succession, we can say the partners have a suppose if a partners become death insolvent, it will not hamper on the LLP. The partnership of LLP will be go as it is. So that's why same feature, just like a company, they have a perpetual succession. Absence of mutual agency. What is this? Absence of mutual agency is basically, suppose in partnership firm, we know that 1, 2, 3, 4. Suppose 5 partners are there. If one partner's do the wrongful act, for that wrongful act, all partners are liable. This is called mutual agency. But in LLP class, if we can see in LLP, okay, so in LLP, this will not happen. Because in LLP class, if suppose one partner done the wrongful act, so for that wrongful act, we can say all partners will not liable, only LLP will be liable. So this is the essential features of the LLP. Done? Now, the next is LLP agreement. So if we talk about the most important features, okay, so LLP agreement is the most important document of LLP in which the right duties are given. Artificial person. So LLP basically, if we talk about the LLP, so LLP is the separate legal entity, so that's why it's an artificial legal person, and the partners who are working, they are the natural legal person. Common scene. Right now, it is not compulsory for LLP to have a common scene. Okay. Limited liability. The partner's liability is what? Limited one. Okay. If we talk about the management of business, so guys, if we talk about the management of the business, that is basically handled by the legal compliance. because the management is handled by the partner, but the legal compliance is managed by the designated partner. So that is important. Minimum and maximum number of partners. So if we talk about the minimum and maximum number of partner, okay, the minimum and maximum number of partner. So in LLP, minimum is 2, maximum is basically unlimited, and for designated partner, minimum is 2. Business for profit only. So basically LLP, that's become, so that is basically for profit only. Investigation, that is, suppose if any things will be done, so that whatever that provision that is written in the LLP Act, that thing will be go on. Okay, so this is your 12th point. So class, this is the essential features that we have discussed. That is important. Done class. So this is important. Next, see the essential features we can say here. So LLP, separate legal entity, easy to establish, pass through the entity for taxation. They have a perpetual succession. Individual company can be partners. Right and duty is defined by LLP agreement. They have a limited liability. So you can see here that LLP is a form of partnership where partners share the limited liabilities toward a venture. C class. That is important. Done class? So this is the most important, we can say, the things. Now let's start with the things that is written in your Macmillan book. So LLP is a what? Body corporate with perpetual succession and existence separate from the partners of the firm. Exactly. Any individual and body corporate may be a partner in LLP provided they are competent to contract. Okay. Every LLP shall have at least 2 designated partners who are what? Individual. Done. Next, every designated partner of LLP shall obtain the DPIN number, that is designated partner identification number. The DP is responsible for doing all acts, okay, matter things required done by limited partnership. So this is very important. Let's talk about what is the basic work of what designated partners. That is important one. Then class, that is important. LLP is incorporated once it is registered with the registrar. Exactly. So LLP have to be registered with the registrar, and she gives a certificate that LLP is incorporated by the name which is specified. On registration, LLP may by its name capable of suing and being sued. Okay. So one registration, LLP may by its name capable of being suing and being sued, because now the LLP is a separate legal entity. That's why. C class. Done class. The mutual rights duties of partners of LLP and the mutual right duties of LLP partnership and its partner is governed by the LLP agreement. So class, this LLP agreement is the important, we can say the what? The document. Just like the partnership, we have a partnership deed. So in LLP, we have a LLP agreement where all mutual rights duties are written. Okay, that is important. Done. Now, the rules regarding different conversions. See class, always remember, suppose we have a partnership firm, we have a private company, and we have a public company. So partnership firm can be converted into LLP, private company convert into LLP, and public company can be converted into the LLP. Okay, so that provision is written in, this is written in the second schedule, this is written in the third schedule, and this is written in the what? Fourth schedule. Okay, so the rules regarding different conversion is provided. So you have to learn this chapter also, that is chapter 10, section 55 to 58 of LLP, which has been dealt in this unit beside rules pertaining to maintenance of books of account, other records, etc. So class, you have to learn this chapter also. Okay, then you can see the difference between the LLP and the partnership. So LLP, we have a LLP Act 2008, Indian Partnership Act, we have Act that is 1932. If we talk about the body corporate, so LLP is a body corporate, but partnership is not a body corporate. Separate legal entity, so LLP, it's a legal entity separate from its partner, and partnership, it is a group of person, no separate legal entity. Exactly, because all partners are partnership firm. Creation, it is created by legal process called registration under LLP Act, and it is created by agreement between the partners. Registration is mandatory, and that is for optional. Okay, perpetual succession. Suppose if any partner's death, insanity, retirement, insolvency does not affect the existence of LLP, and here the death, insanity, retirement, insolvency may affect the existence because it have no perpetual succession. Is that okay? Then name, the word suffix LLP has to be attached, and in this one the partner can be by any name. Exactly. Liability of each partner is limited, and here the liability is unlimited. Mutual agency, in LLP class, the mutual agency is between partner and LLP, but here each partner can bind the partnership firm, it means all the partner. Designated partner in LLP 2, here no provision. Common seal, yes, it have a common seal, but here no such concept is there. Legal compliance, only designated partners are responsible for all this. Here all partners are responsible in partnership firm. C class. Okay, that is important. Next class, the difference between LLP, okay, and the LLP company, limited liability company, that is a private company. Okay, so LLP Act, this is Company Act. Member, the person who contribute to LLP are known as partners in LLP, and here known as the member. Internal governance structure, that is governed by LLP agreement, and that is regulated by statute. Name, the word suffix is there, LLP, and here private limited is there. Done. Then number of members, minimum 2, maximum no such limit. Here in a private company, minimum is 2, maximum 200. In public company, minimum 7, maximum no such limit. Limited liability of members, here in LLP, that is limited, and here also the liability is limited. Management, that is the main work is managed by DP, and here main thing is managed by board of directors. Minimum number of director and designated, so minimum designated is 2, maximum is not written. Minimum in private company 2 director, maximum 15. Minimum in public company 3 director, maximum 15 directors. That's it. Okay, now class, let's do the question. Number 1 question. The advantage of which form of business organization is incorporated in the LLP Partnership Act 2008? हाँ जी class. So here class we have a C, that is the right answer. Okay, just tell me the true and false. LLP has a perpetual succession. That is absolutely true. Minimum is DP is this wrong. Under LLP Act, the term resident in India means a person who has stayed in India for the period not less than 180. This individual shall not become a designated in any LLP unless he has given a prior consent. Yes, LLP may appoint designated within 15 days. This is wrong. That is that if we talk about the Transfer of Property Act, so if we say SOGA Act, so SOGA Act basically deal with the movable property, okay, and the Transfer of Property Acts that deal with the immovable property. See, so this is your Transfer of Property Act, okay. So both acts are very old act, but for the examination point of view, that act is very much important because the topic which is given here in TP Act, what is sale, what is mortgage, okay, sale, what is mortgage, okay, sale, mortgage, and then we can say lease, and then we have a sale, mortgage, lease, and we have a this one, actionable claim. So these are the 4 topics that is attached in the Transfer of Property Act, okay. So out of these 4 topics, the most important topic is mortgage. Mortgage and the types of mortgage that we have to discuss here. Okay, the types of mortgage that we have to discuss. Important point. Is that okay? So now let's start with the session. So class, Transfer of Property Act is basically an act by which living person, okay, act by which living person conveys. So what is conveys? That is transfer. Conveys property in present or in future to one and more other living person and to himself and one and more other living person. It means we can transfer the property, okay, we can transfer the property, suppose from A to B. That is so simple, okay, from A to B. A is one person, B is another. A can also transfer the property to the A himself. So himself means the best example is trust. In trust, we just transfer property from one person to another. That's it, okay. And then A can also transfer the property to the company. Because why company? Because company is also a separate legal entity. Company, or we can say LLP. So the property can be transferred from one living person to another living person, one person to himself also, just like a trust, and one living person to the company and LLP. That's your first point. Okay, that's your first point. Done class? So this is important one. Done? Now class, the topic is sale. So what is sale? Suppose A person want to sell land. A person want to sell land to the B person, okay. So in this case, what will happen? So sale is basically the transfer of ownership in exchange for a price paid or promised or part paid and part promised. So this is the best example of sale. C class. Is that okay? So sale is basically the one person is transferring the ownership to the another person, and he is giving rupees to this one. So this is the sale clause. That is very simple. Next, see, if we see this example, so that's a sold sale example. Because why it is sold? Because the seller have given the ownership, okay, and the buyer have given the price. That's called the sale example. That is very important. Okay, it may be possible the buyer can give the particular things, so the price in installment or in EMI, whatever. Okay, so it's totally depend upon the agreement, and always there will be a sale deed between the person. Always there will be the sale deed between the person. That is important. Okay, now what is mortgage? So mortgage is basically the transfer of, what is mortgage? Mortgage is basically the transfer of interest in specific immovable property to secure the payment of money given by the way of loan, or to secure the performance of engagement which may give rise to the pecuniary liability. So pecuniary, that means related to money. Pecuniary means that is related to the money. That is important. Is that okay? I will give you more example. Suppose in mortgage, the person who give property as a security, that is called mortgager, and to whom we have given the property, that is called mortgagee. So mortgager and mortgagee is there. Okay, then what is actionable claim? The actionable claim is basically claim to the any debt. That's very simple. Claim to the any debt, okay, or beneficial interest in the movable property. So actionable claim not include other than debt secured by mortgage, hypothecation and pledge clause. See, a very simple definition. Done, class? Cool. So these are the important terms. Now see class, the mortgage. As I already told you, I am giving the immovable property. I am giving the immovable property as a security. As a security. So this is called mortgage. Okay. So there should be the mortgage deed. There should be the mortgage deed in any contract. Okay, that is important. Now see class, this is the type of mortgage that is important. Section 58 clause B, simple mortgage. First of all, mortgage definition is section 58 clause A, mortgage, simple mortgage. This is 58 clause C, conditional mortgage. Okay, then section 58 clause D, usufructuary mortgage. Section 58 clause E, English mortgage. Okay, then section 58 E F, this is this one, and section 58 clause G. This is your anomalous mortgage. C class. Okay. So this is your types of mortgage that is written. Now one by one I'm going to tell you that what exactly the things is there. In simple mortgage class, okay, the possession and ownership is with the mortgager, right? The mortgager is personally liable to pay the money, and if mortgager is not able to pay the money, so with the help of the court, the property can be sold. The property can be what? Sold with the help of the court. What is conditional mortgage? There is a condition that the mortgage deed will be automatically converted into the sale deed if mortgager is not able to pay the money. The mortgage property, that is possession and ownership, is with the mortgagee, okay, and the price is paid, the sale become void. Price paid, sale become void. That is important, okay. Done. Then what is usufructuary mortgage? So usufructuary mortgage is basically, I can just write one word, rent and profit. Suppose if mortgager is not able to pay the money now, so when usufructuary mortgage, okay, it's a mortgagee right to retain the property till the full payment is not done. So this is your this mortgage, okay. This is your usufructuary mortgage. Done. The borrower transfer the property to the lender. Exactly. This is also a key point. Then what is English mortgage? English mortgage is the combination of simple mortgage plus conditional mortgage. That is called English mortgage. Is that okay? So borrower have to repay the loan on a certain day, transfer the property to the lender as collateral. This is your English mortgage. Okay. And what is mortgage by deposit of title deed? So in this mortgage, that's a unique one. Why it's a unique one? Because this is the only mortgage. This is the only mortgage class, okay, where we can say this is the only mortgage in which no registration is required. No registration is required. No registration is required in the mortgage by deposit of title deed, okay. So in this type of mortgage, the borrower deposit the property document as collateral to the loan. So mortgage by deposit of title deed is basically this one. And basically in the metropolitan cities, this types of mortgage generally happen, okay, metropolitan cities. And what is anomalous mortgage? That's a combination of two and more types of mortgage. This is called anomalous mortgage, okay. So this is important for the examination point of view. Now class, the questions and answer that is given, you have to tell me the exact answer. Number one, transfer of property. Okay, just let me show you the types of mortgage because that is very much important. I'm just giving you 1 minute to just quickly revise. Cool. So I hope so that is clear to all of you. Now let's do the question. Transfer of property basically contain provision relating to transfer of movable property. No, this is absolutely false because it's deal with the immovable property. Mortgage is the transfer of interest in a specific immovable property to secure the payment of money given by the way of loan. Done, class? So this is absolutely the true statement. In a simple mortgage, okay, the definition is, because in every types of mortgage this question is there. English mortgage, deposit, title deed, lease. Okay, now, so in simple mortgage, the mortgager what does not deliver possession of mortgage property to the mortgagee. Mortgager does not deliver. Right now we have discussed. The answer is yes. That is true statement. In a mortgage by conditional sale, the condition of sale is that on default of payment of mortgage money on a certain date, the sale become absolute. Tell me, class. In a mortgage by conditional sale is that on the default of payment by the mortgage money on a certain date, the sale become absolute. So in the mortgage by conditional sale, the condition of sale is that on default of the payment of mortgage money on certain date, the sale become absolute. That is yes. Simple fact is given here. In usufructuary mortgage, okay, the mortgager delivered the possession of property to the mortgagee. Yes, that's why mortgagee retain it and take rent and profit. In English mortgage, the property is transferred absolutely by mortgager to the mortgagee with a condition of retransfer. That is the true statement. Mortgage by deposit title deed, the as given mortgage has to be situated in the notified town. But that is not given who will notify, state or central government. So that's why this is the false statements. Lease for year to year for any term exceeding 1 year can be made by transfer. No, it can be made only by the registered one. Okay. A debtor has to be given a notice of transfer of actionable claim. No need. No, that is not compulsory. That is not compulsory. Okay. Next. A lease for agriculture or manufacturing purpose can be determined by lessor or lessee by giving notice of what? That is notice of 6 months. And lease is basically we are giving the possession of immovable property. Memorandum recording mortgage by deposit of title deed does not require, as we already know, that's no required of registration. The essential of valid equitable are depth, deposit of title deed and intention as a security. That is important. In a case of accession, that is some profit or something that's come in from the property. In the case of accession to the mortgage property, where mortgagee is in possession of mortgage property, the mortgagee is dash to the accession. The mortgagee is not entitled to the possession. Okay. A mortgagor, while lawfully in possession of mortgaged property, shall have no power to make it lease. Okay. That's it. So this is your particular point. Okay. Now class, the mortgage of sale without intervention of the court has to be given. Without intervention of court, English mortgage. A lease for agriculture manufacturing purpose is to be deemed lease for year to year. That the special session of your BRBL subject in the English medium language. So today we are going to start the right to information. That is very much important. This act is basically, it's a human right. Okay, human right that we can demand from the government also. This is called right. And information, suppose if we are going any place, okay, suppose if we are going to any shop and we just want to purchase any mobile, so we just want to information of that mobile right now. But this act is a special act. Why? Because see, in our India we have our two body, the public body and the private body, right? The rules and regulations of the private body is totally different. We do not have to interfere. But if we talk about the public body, so those entity organizations who are working under the public authority, so in that thing, we can ask information. We can ask class information, that's it. So this is important. Okay. So right to information is basically that thing. So you can see here, right to information, my right, my might. Right to know, keeping government accountable. This is the only reason, keeping government accountable. That's it. Right to know. So this is very much important. So this act is basically for the citizen of India. Suppose if any person is coming from any other country, so they don't have a right to ask that why this is so, because in our country this is that. No. So no need to ask. So that's why this act is very much important. Is that okay? Right to information. So we can ask information from the public authority. So what is public authority? The authority, okay, the authority who is just working under the government. That is called public authority. Okay, that's it. Done, class? Is that okay? So that is important one. So now let's start what is given exactly. Okay, now see what is given here. So, Right to Information Act 2005 secure access to information. Okay, under this act we can secure access to information under the control of public authority to the citizen. So what is citizen? Suppose we are the citizen of India, so we have a particular right. The act aim, so what is the basic aim of this act? The basic aim is to promote the transparency and accountability in the working of every public authority and containing the corruption. This is important. Okay. The act was brought into force in the stage on 15th June and 12th of October. Is that okay? The Chief Information Officer, that is important one. The Chief Public Information Officer and Central Assistant Public Information Officer is appointed by the what? Public authority. That is important. C class. Appointed by the public authority. That is important thing. Done? So this is important, right class? Now let's move toward this is very important. This can be asked in the form of question. Even every paragraph is important in your every paragraph is important. Cool. Next, the central government constitute the Central Information Commission and the state government constitutes State Information Commission. So this is basically the appellant body. This is SIC and this is Central Information Commission. Okay, central government appoint this one and the state government appoint this one. That is important. Okay, so now class, the next is RTI Act is applicable to the bank. Okay, this is also applicable to the bank and other institution. What is this? And other institution also owned and controlled by government. Okay, that is owned and controlled by the government. RTI provides from exemption. It means exemption means that you cannot ask. Exemptions from disclosure of information in respect of certain information including the commercial confidence trade secret. So this thing also we cannot ask. Okay, the exemption is also available to the bank. It means we cannot ask RTI to the bank if the disclosure of information likely to harm the competitive position of the bank itself. That is important. Okay, so this is important. Okay, that is important. Done? Now the next one. Right to information and obligation of public authority. The RTI gives right to every citizen. It gives right to every citizen to seek information from any public authority under the Act. So this is basically for the citizen. He need not give reason for requesting the information. Okay, he need not give reason for requesting the information. No need to ask the reason that why I'm asking the information. Every public authority is required to display specified information. See class, if the public authority to whom we are asking the information, if they will display the specified information about the organization, its employee and continue to update the information periodically, so no need to ask the what? No need to ask the question. Okay, that is important. Okay, so this is important. Now the next one. Every public authority is required to designate one and more officer as a central public information officer. It means who have authority to appoint. So this is very much important because so many candidates tick mark that central government appoint the central public information officer. This is not the right answer. So who have authority? Public authority is required to designate one and more officer as a central public information officer and at the branch central assistant public information officer. That is important. Is that okay? Done class? So central public information officer, central assistant public information officer. That is important one. The Central Assistant Public Information Officers are required to receive the request for information and forward the same to the CPIO within 5 days. So this point is important. Okay, the Central Assistant Public Information Officer are required to receive, okay, the request for information and forward the same to the Central Public Information Officer within 5 days with its receipt. So class, each point is important for the examination point of view. Each point is important. Fees has been prescribed both for, okay, the fees has been prescribed for both the application and the cost for furnishing information. Information have to be given within 30 days. This is important. Within 30 days, information have to be given. Done. Next. Where the request involved disclosure of information furnished by third party, the CPIO intend to disclose it, he shall within 5 days of receipt of request communicate in writing to third party his intention to disclose, and third party has right to make the representation. So third party is basically, suppose X person want to ask RTI from Y, but actual authority is Z. So X will send RTI within 5 days. So Z is a third party here in this case. Okay, that is important. Next class, the Act provide right to appeal to the officer senior in rank to that of the Central Public Information Officer CPIO against the non-disclosure and the decision to disclose the third party information. Further appeal lies to the CIC. Okay, so CIC is basically officer senior in rank. This is the first appeal. This is the first appeal and this is the second appeal. Okay, this is the second appeal. Okay, lies to the CIC. Second appeal where we can file within 90 days. Within 30 days, from this to this, 90 days, we have to file the case. See class. Done? Okay. Next. Now the question, Right to Information Act contained, okay, enacted to contain the corruption. That is true and false. Enacted to contain the corruption. That is absolutely the true. Right to Information come into force in 12 October 2005. That is true statement. Right to Information repeal the Freedom of Information Act 2002. Okay, so this is absolutely true. Right to Information apply to all organization. It's a private, public. So this is class absolutely true. CPIO is appointed by central government. So right now I have discussed this point. So CPIO is appointed by central government. The answer is false. that is appointed by the public authority. That is a true statement. Is that clear? Done, class? Next. What is public authority, class? Tell me. What is public authority? What is public authority? Done. So class, public authority is basically this. D is the right answer. Any authority, body, institutions of self-government established and constituted by, under the Constitution, by any other law made by Parliament, by any other law made by state legislature, by notification issued and order made by this. What is right to information? What it includes, class? Tell me. RTI means right to inspection of work, documents record, taking notes, extract, certified copy of documents record, taking certified sample of material, and all the above containing information in the form of disk, floppy, what? So, seventh one, the exact answer will be this. D is the right answer, okay? Now, every citizen is entitled to seek information under right to information from the public authority. Tell me, class. Every citizen is entitled to seek information from public authority. So class, here we have, the answer is right. Every public authority is required to display information about organizations, employee, etc. and update them periodically. That is absolutely what? True. Central government appoint central public information officer in every public authority. Central government appoint central public information officer in every public authority. So, central government appoints central public information officer in every public authority. That is the wrong. Okay. This is the wrong statement. Okay. Now, a person, okay, seeking information has to disclose the reason for seeking information. A person seeking information has to disclose the reason for seeking information. The answer is no. Okay. Central Assistant Public Information Officer, okay, has to forward the request for information to the concerned public authority within 5 days of the receipt of request if it does not relate to its organization. Tell me, class. So, Central Public Information Officer has to forward the request for information to this. The answer is absolutely true statement. Okay, the request for information has to be disposed ordinarily within the 30 days. So, here class, the request for information has to be disposed only within 30 days. That is a true statement. No third party information can be sought from public authority. No third party information can be sought from public authority. That is the false statement we can ask. If information request is not provided within, treated as a deemed refusal. Absolutely yes. There is no redressal if central public information refused to provide the information. We have a second appellant body. So that's why there's a no redressal if CPIO refuses to provide information. The answer is false. We have a CIC. CIC can recommend taking disciplinary action against CPIO if letter failed to furnish information within the specified time. That is the what? True statement. The session. So this act is basically was enacted consequent to the adoption of model law on the electronic commerce adopted by United Nations. This is very important. United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. United Nations Commission on International Trade Law in 1997 provides the legal infrastructure for e-commerce in India. Okay, e-commerce. So today, if we want to do any shopping, any online shopping, okay, right now you people are just studying online. So what is this? This is the e-commerce. So provide the legal infrastructure for e-commerce in India, which involve the use of alternative to the paper-based methods of communication and the storage of information, and facilitate electronic filing of documents of government agencies class. See. Done class? So this is important part. So you have to learn this full form, that is UNCITL. Okay. So this is UNICITRAL. That is important. Okay. Now class, you can see here the section of this act is thus very important in the electronic age, where documents are transmitted through the electronic means to everyone, including the banker. So guys, for banking also this act is important. The first schedule of the act providing details of document transaction to which act does not apply is very essential. It means this IT act, this is the first schedule. See, in every act there is a sections where the point wise things are written, sections. Okay, and if we talk about the section, apart from sections we have a schedule. We have a what? Schedule. If we say schedule, okay, so it means basically in the first schedule that is written what? That is written in the first schedule of this act. Act not apply. So if I say this IT Act will not apply to whom? So this IT Act will not apply to the supposed trust, because we have an Indian Trust Act. This act will not apply to will, because we have an Indian Succession Act. Okay. So this act will not apply to the negotiable instrument except check. So these are the example in which this act will not apply. Okay. Otherwise, in this act we have a proper section also. So in the sections the various provisions are written. Is that okay? So this is important. So in not only in every act, but in some act the sections are also written and the schedules are also written. Okay. So I hope so. This is clear to all of you, right? Done, class? Now, the IT Act was introduced in the initiative of what? Tell me, class. The IT Act was introduced on the initiative of what? IT industry in India, Indian Parliament, Reserve Bank of India, none of the above, or E-point. Okay. So class, the right answer will be this one. Okay. Next. Which one of the following is the appellant tribunal under IT Act? Appellant means where we can appeal. Suppose if we are not satisfied, we can appeal to the highest authority. Okay. So the first option is Telecom Dispute Settlement Appellant Tribunal, Cyber Regulation Appellant Tribunal, Security Appellant Tribunal, or Information Technology Tribunal. Tell me, which of the following is the right answer? So class, for this one, the right answer will be, that is this. What is this? It's a TD SAT. Okay, this is the right answer. Cool, this is the right answer. Next, any person, suppose X is the person, aggrieved by the order made by controller. Controller, okay, or adjudicating officer. Okay, so any person is aggrieved. So this is the person, X is the person. So any person aggrieved by the order made by controller or adjudicating officer under IT Act may prefer appeal to the what? TD SAT. So within how many days? 30 days, 60 days, 45 days, 10 days. Tell me, class, within how many days he can apply? Within 30 days, 60 days, 45 days. So class, the right answer will be within 45 days. C is the right answer for this question. Cool. Next, the investigator has to take following precautions while collecting the evidence. So which of the following is, class, that is incorrect? Which of the following is the incorrect? First, video tapping of the screen to the document, the system, the configuration, the initial condition of the site before this. Second is photograph equipment with its serial number model. Seek magistrate permission before investigating a cognizable offense. Guys, cognizable offense is basically the offense which is heinous in nature. Okay, which is heinous in nature. This is called cognizable offense. And labeling the evidence. Tell me, class. So investigator has to take the following precaution while collecting the evidence. Which of the option is incorrect? So the right answer is this one. Otherwise all options are correct. All options are what? That is the correct one. Okay. So this is the right answer. Done, class? Cool. Next. Section 70. Access or attempt to access by any unauthorized person a protected computer system as notified by government in the official gazette, where punishment may extend up to 10 years, and the fine is what? 10 year, up to 10 year. By just seeing the punishment, you can easily identify which type of offense is there. So class C, if we talk about the bailable offense, where punishment is up to 2 years. Okay. If we talk about the bailable and non-bailable, so non-bailable offense, the punishment is above 2 years. Okay. If we talk about the cognizable, so cognizable is basically non-bailable. So these two are similar, and bailable plus non-cognizable is similar. Okay. So tell me. Section 70. Tell me, access or attempt to access? Up to this. So first of all, up to this is the non-billable, okay, and cognizable. So C is the right answer for this question. Okay, C is the right answer for this question. Then next, Section 74, publication of digital signature certificate or fraudulent purpose where imprisonment may extend up to 2 years and fine which may extend to 1 lakh and both is what? Cognizable, non-billable, non-cognizable, non-billable, cognizable, billable, non-cognizable, billable. Up to 2 years, that is billable, okay, and non-cognizance. This is the right answer. Okay. Now, when to start the investigation? Suppose for any case, when we have to start the investigation, class? Tell me. When we have to start the investigation? When to start investigation? After receiving permission from cyber cell, after receiving authority, okay, from senior inspector of police. In the case of cognizable offence, after lodging the FIR under section 154, or as soon as non-cognizable offence brought into the notice of police. When to start the investigation? C is the right answer. Okay, because we know that whenever we have to start the investigation, so first of all we have to file the FIR, okay, in the police station, okay, then the police will start the investigation. So that's why C will be the right answer for this question. Cool. Next, what is hacking, class? What is hacking? So class, for this one, the hacking is basically it's the fifth one, that is the A, unauthorized attempt to bypass the security mechanism and information system and network. Okay, data theft means, what is data theft? Data theft, that is to steal something. So data theft is basically without the permission of person who is in charge of computer to download, copy, extract this. D is the right answer. Okay, next. In the following case, Honorable Supreme Court struck down Section 68 of the IT, 66A of the IT Act. So class 66A is basically, see, first of all, Constitution of India is known as the father of law. In Constitution of India, every point-wise thing is written in the articles. So Article 19 is basically, let's talk about what? Article 19, freedom of speech. So freedom of speech means, suppose if any violate our freedom of speech, we can easily file the case in the Supreme Court because it's our fundamental right. This contradict with 66A. This contradict with 66A. Okay, so that's why this section has been removed. That is given in the Shreya Singhal versus Union of India. So this is the right answer. Okay class, next. The following law sections were amended passed to combat the pornography of aggregated form. So this is amended and passed. So here we have in the B sec this one. Okay, this is the right answer. Now, prosecution has given copies of what? Tell me. So here class we have only those copy extract which are obtained. This be the right answer. The following section draw a presumption that sure electronic record has not been altered. Okay, since point of time to which secure state is related to section 5B, section 3, 192 and section 200 of CRPC. Tell me class, which of the following is the right one? So here class we have a presumption, that is in this one. Okay, Prevention of Corruption Act. So but before start, let's discuss the difference between the civil case and the criminal case. Okay, so civil case is basically civil case and this is your what? Criminal case. Okay, so civil case is basically known as private case. Okay, private case. Why? Because the person versus person is there. In criminal case, this is known as the public case. Known as the public case. Okay, civil case, the party's name X versus Y. That's the party name. And in criminal case, the party name is state versus X person. That's a party name. Okay. Then in civil case, if we see, in civil case, the punishment the punishment will be, that is compensation or settlement between the party. But here the punishment will be jail and compensation. Jail and compensation. That is important. Okay. Then in criminal case, okay, in civil case, the lower, this one judge, the lower court is known as district court. Okay, and in criminal we have a session court. We have a session court. Okay, so in district court we have a district judge. And in session court we have a what? Session judge. Why I have just introduced this thing? Because this session judge, it's play a basic role and the important role in this act. So that's why I have just explained you. Suppose if any civil case is running on, okay, if any civil cases is running on, then civil procedure code will be followed. That is CPC. And in criminal, that is CRPC. So its name is Criminal Procedure Code. Criminal Procedure Code. So in criminal case, the advocate have to follow and judges have to follow the Criminal Procedure Code. But in this, they have to follow Civil Procedure Code. So this is the main thing that I have to highlight. Please read these points. Done, class? So I think this is clear to all of you, civil and criminal. Okay, now see the basic difference that I have highlighted about the criminal case. So this is murder, robbery, criminal conspiracy, example of this. And in civil case, breach of contract, matrimonial cases. So this is the example of civil case. Is that okay? Okay. The remedy in criminal case will be awarding the punishment. And in civil cases, that is compensation and injunction. So injunction is a kind of order which is given by the court. Criminal cases can be settled out, cannot be settled out of the court, as they involve the state also, and civil cases may be settled out of the court also. See class, criminal case and civil case, that's the basic difference. Done? So that's the basic difference between civil and criminal case, that is important. Done? Okay, now see, let's start with a summary then we will do the questions. Okay, so this act was legislated in 1988. So in 1988 this act was legislated with an aim. So what's the aim? Aim is to combat the corruption and other misconduct, mainly in the government and public enterprise, including the public sector bank. So it means in public sector bank also this act will apply. Is it okay? The act defined cases which may be tried under and require such trials should be presided by the special judge, and special judge that is appointed by the government, and government appoint this special judge through the session court. That is important. See class, that is important. Okay. The minimum qualification of these judges also stipulated. The statute also enumerate the maximum punishment fine which may be prescribed for different types of penalty. Different types of penalties as also prescribe the designation level of police officer who are authorized to investigate these misconduct and arrest the alleged culprit after obtaining the prior approval that's required with any, judges. Done class? So this is important. Now next one, the standard operating instruction. What is this? Standard operating instruction have now been issued by Government of India with a view to achieving uniform and effective implementation for prior approval process under section 17A. That's not so much important. Under the statute power, okay, have been given to investigating police officers. So class, in this particular paragraph, we can easily say that we have a proper investigating police officer. Okay, we have a proper investigation police officer. Okay, suppose for Delhi, in Delhi, if corruptions happen in the public sector, we have a different designated police officer in metropolitan cities and in elsewhere. So we have a different investigation officer above the specific level to inspect any banker's book that's relate to the account of the person suspected to have committed that offense, or any other person suspected to be holding money on the behalf of such person and obtain certified copy. Okay, then High Court. So we have a High Court that is empowered to consider appeal and revise judgment decreed by the special judge. Done. So this is important part. Now, the Prevention of Corruption Act requires the offence should be tried by Supreme Court judge, District Court judge, Special judge and High Court judge. The Prevention of Corruption Act required that the offence should be tried by Supreme Court judge, District Court judge, Special judge and High Court judge. Tell me class. The Prevention of Corruption Act required that the offence should be tried by the Supreme Court judge, District Court and this. So the right answer will be that is the Special judge. So this is the right answer. Okay. Cool. Next. What is the latest period by which a trial under Prevention of Corruption Act has to be concluded in the respect? It's a 4-year, 2-year, 6-year and 3-year. What is the latest period by which the trial under Prevention of Corruption Act has to be concluded in all respect? 4-year, 2-year, 6-year and 3-year. So the right answer will be concluded. That is 4-year, because minimum is 2-year, extend 6 month plus 6 month up to 4-year. So 4-year is the maximum that the matter should be concluded. That is important. Cool. Transfer of suit under Prevention of Corruption Act may not at all be transferred from one court to another. This is true and false. Transfer of suit under the Prevention of Corruption Act may not at all be transferred from one court to another. This is true and false. The transfer of suit under the Prevention of Corruption Act may not at all be transferred from one court to another. This is true. From special judge, it can be transferred to special judge, not to the High Court. Okay. So this is important. Okay, this is the important part. Done. Next. What is the maximum period of punishment by imprisonment which may be meted out for abatement of offence under the Prevention of Corruption Act? So class, maximum is this. If we see the minimum punishment, that is 3 years and the maximum is 7 years. That's the okay. Now in metropolitan areas, right, except Delhi, Delhi is not there. We have Mumbai, we have Kolkata, we have Madras, we have Ahmedabad. That is written in the book. Okay. So in metropolitan areas notified as such under subsection 1 of section 8 of CRPC, no police officer below which the rank is authorized to investigate offences under the Prevention of Corruption Act. So this is Inspector of Police, Deputy Inspector General of Police, Assistant Commissioner of Police or Commissioner of Police. What is the right answer? here we have a assistant commissioner of police. So guys, these questions are very much important for the integrated, what is this, ombudsman scheme 2021. So C class, before starting this act, we know class, in India we have a proper court, but what is a negative points if you talk about the court? So court is basically where you have to, damn sure you have to hire the advocates. Advocates will take and charge the money, right? In court, the advocates are bound to follow CPC if they will refer the case in civil court, and CRPC in the criminal court. Okay, that's it. Then class, in the court, so much technicalities are there that you people have to follow. So court is there, right? Then we have a proper court is there. Then we have a proper, we can say, that is ADR system in India. So what is ADR? ADR is basically alternative dispute resolution. Alternative dispute resolution are there in India. So ADR includes, so first of all, tell me the example of ADR. So it's include Lok Adalat, it includes ombudsman, then Lok Adalat, ombudsman, then it's arbitration, then conciliation, okay, mediation, then facilitation, then we have a negotiation, then we have a tribunal. So you can see class, there are so many examples of ADR in India, and whatever the decision of ADR, okay, so all decisions are, bound by, or we can say bind on the parties. That is important. Cool. So you can say here, this is the court. Okay. So ombudsman, as we can see here, ombudsman is basically where customer can put the case in front of the ombudsman. Now in this act, it's a integrated. So what is integrated? Integrate means to merge. So this is the integrated ombudsman scheme 2021. Banking ombudsman scheme 2006, ombudsman scheme for NBFC 2018, ombudsman scheme for digital transaction 2019. So these are the three acts, okay, which has been now merged, and single act is there. Okay, so if a dispute is of your bank, if dispute is of your NBFC, and if the dispute is of your digital transaction, so all the 3 points, all the 3 disputes will cover, or customer can file the case to this one. So this is important. So this is your salient feature that is important for the examination point of view also. So at least you have to learn the scheme name. Suppose if banking ombudsman scheme is there, so we have a clause 35A of Banking Regulation Act. From this clause, this scheme is inbuilt. Okay, for NBFC we have RBA Act, and for digital transaction we have a Payment and Settlement System Act. That's it. Okay, so this is important one. Okay, then class, the scheme cover the following regulated entity. So who are regulated entity to whom we can file the case? So we have a bank, commercial bank, RRB bank, scheduled primary urban cooperative bank, non-scheduled primary urban cooperative bank, with the deposit size is what? The deposit size is rupees 50 crore and above. Okay, then class we have NBFC. Okay, so NBFC is basically that exclude, okay, NBFC that exclude the housing finance company. Okay, then the third one is all system participant, okay, as defined under the scheme. That is important. So for NBFC, you can see here the asset size should be 100 crore and above, which are authorized to accept the deposit and whose asset size is 100 crore and above. Okay, as on the date of audited balance sheet of the previous financial year. So this is important. C class. So you have to learn this one. This important point. Done? Done, class? So this point is very much important. Okay. Now the summary of this act. Okay. Now the summary of this act. Then existing separate ombudsman scheme mean for bank, NBFC, digital transactions were repealed with effect from 12/11/2021 with a new comprehensive scheme, RBI Integrated Ombudsman Scheme 2021, that is introduced by the RBI. Cool. This scheme was very wide coverage, would cover almost all banks, financial institution and the system participant. That is important. If I just say you the one thing, that is one ombudsman, one scheme. What is this? One ombudsman, one scheme. Okay. Or we can say, no, this is not the exact one. As we know that the quotation one nation, one law, and next is one nation, one ombudsman. Class, anyone who will explain me what is this? Can anyone explain me what is this? One nation, one law. Yes, class, one nation, one law. See, class, in India, we have a different religious law in India, right? But if we see Goa, except Goa and Uttarakhand, that is the only state where everything is there. That is the only state where everything, or we can say one nation, one law apply in Goa and Uttarakhand. But in all state, this is not apply because that is not practically possible. Just think, class, in India, we have a different religious law, Muslim law, Hindu law, Sikh law, Parsi law, Christian law, etc. Right? So, if we can see the example, so one nation, one law, that is practically not possible because if we just make a one law for marriage for all the religion, I think the dispute will be there. So that's why that is not possible. But except in Goa, the Christian law apply, and in Uttarakhand also the one nation, one law apply. So similarly, for this act, our aim is to one nation, one ombudsman. But practically, only three kinds of disputes will come here. That is the banking disputes, banking customer if not satisfied of banking, NBFC, and this one. Okay, so this is important. Okay, beside providing the definition of the terms most often used in the scheme at various places, the scheme deals with the location of offices of the ombudsman appointed under the scheme, their power, and the customer grievances dispute they would require to take cognizance and resolve to the satisfaction of the party. The scheme also speak about the CRPC. What is CRPC? Centralized Receipt Processing Center. So what is centralized receipt processing center? That is CRPC, centralized receipt processing center. Okay, so here we have what is centralized receipt processing center? So this is basically a place where all the dispute will be solved, and that is in Chandigarh. Okay, so this is basically for processing of customer complaint relevant to the scheme, and that staffing of the office, and CRPC will be responsibility and at the cost of RBI. So whatever the staff cost, processing cost, everything will be done by the Reserve Bank of India. That's it. Okay. Done, class? Now, the scheme also have a provision for party to the dispute complaint appealing against the decision given by ombudsman subject to certain condition and recognizes an appellate authority. The scheme allow RBI through the order to suspend such period as may be specified in order an operation of wall or any of the clause of the scheme either generally or in relation to the any specific regulated entity. That is important. 10 plus. Now, let's do the question and answer. Number one question. Under the scheme, what is the appellant authority would be? Who is the appellant authority under this act class? Tell me. So class, here we have what is the maximum period for which the ombudsman may be appointed, that is 3 years. Okay. All complaints may be sent on the scheme to the CRPC only. That is absolutely the right one. True. If complaint made by customer to RE is not reply. Okay. What is the minimum period after receipt by RBI customer make complaint to the ombudsman? Minimum. The maximum is if not replied, 1 year and 30. Minimum, that should be the 1 month. Okay. Now, an ombudsman would send a copy of complaint received from customer of regulated entity to RE. This is true and false. An ombudsman would send a copy of complaint received from customer to RE. The answer is true. So this is the right answer. Let's start with the example. So class, here you can see, so we have this act. Okay. So this is MSME, micro, small, medium enterprise in India. Is it okay? So class, see the example. So these are the examples, so in which the medium, micro, small enterprise basically just run. Okay. So this is your educational institution, dry cleaning and laundry services, furniture goods, core products, garage and auto repair services, consulting firm, food processing unit, beauty parlor and crèches, active pharmaceutical ingredients and Ayurvedic products, handicraft activities, and equipment rental. So, guys, these are the examples where you can just do the MSME things. See, that is important. Okay, so these are the examples of business that fall under the micro, small, medium enterprise in India. Is that okay? Cool class? Done? Now, the next one. So class, MSME, it is considered the backbone of Indian economic. So why it is considered the backbone of Indian economic? Because we know that India, that is totally depend, 60% Indians are depend upon the agriculture. Okay, 60% depend upon the agricultures, and because of that reason we can say that, okay, so this is the backbone of Indian economics. So because so many the services and manufacturing products are there that they just made and give economic to the India. So that's why it is called as the backbone of Indian economic, that has contributed substantially to economic development of the nation. It generates employment, opportunity, works in the development of backyard rural areas. India has approximately 6.3 crore, that is MSME. That's it. Say class. 6.3 crore, I think that is not too much large, but yeah, it is okay. Done? Done class, so this is important. In addition, due to the following features, they are considered the viable source of income for those looking to venture into the manufacturing industries. That's it. Okay, so this is important. Done class? Now, so export promotion and potential for Indian products. What is this? You can see here. Funding, finance and subsidies, government's promotion and support, growth in demand in the domestic market, less capital required, manpower training, project profile, raw material and machinery procurement. So these are the examples we can say in which they just start their business in this MSME area. Okay, that is important. MSME contribution to approximately 8% of India's GDP, employ over 60 million people, have an enormous share of 40% in the export market and 45% in the manufacturing sector. Hence, they are paramount importance for overall economic development in India class. So this is the basic thing that you people have to know class. Very much important. Okay, now, so class, now this slide is very much important. Okay, first of all, I would like to highlight the, this for micro enterprise, we have in the previous one, 1 crore of investment and 5 crore of turnover. For small enterprise, 10 crore of investment and 50 crore of turnover. And for medium enterprise, we have a 50 crore of investment and 250 crore of turnover. So guys, if you multiply this investment with 5 now, you can get the turnover. You can see. Okay. And now the latest one that you have to remember, as you can see here, this is, yeah, micro 10 crore. It's a 2.5 crore investment. Turnover is 10 crore. Small enterprise 25 crore, 100 crore, 125 crore, and this is 500 crore. So this is important. See, that is important. Okay, so I hope so that is clear to all of you. And you have to learn it anyhow. Done. So now let's do the summary that is given in the Macmillan book. That is important. Okay. Now see class. So the Micro Small Medium Enterprise Development Act become operational from 2nd October, that is 2006. The statute has different definition for micro, small, medium enterprise. Now with effect from 2020 based on both investment and turnover. That's cool. The Act provides for and has established a national board for micro, small, medium enterprise. Then we have advisory committee for MSME also, and we have a facilitation council also. We have a facilitation council also. Okay, so you can just see both have a different work. Advisory committee have a different work, and facilitation council have a different work. You can see here. That is important. Okay, that is important. Now class, as you can see, the buyer from MSME has to adhere to the agreed payment date, because buyer is purchasing the things, so he have to give promise to the seller that within the time he will give the money, which should not be more than 45 days from the acceptance or deemed date of acceptance as per the law. It means suppose 20 January is the date, so not more than 45 days from 20 January, that will be count, that will be the last date in which the buyer have to give money. Failing which, such buyer has to pay compound interest. It means suppose if buyer not able to pay the money within time, so he have to pay compound interest with monthly rest on that amount from the appointed day, as case may be, from the date immediately following the date agreed, and 3 times the bank rate notified by the Reserve Bank of India. So that should be the interest that the buyer have to give. That is important. Done class? Now, suppose class, if there's a dispute, so dispute between the parties where MSE is involved and where payment is not made in time by the buyer may refer to the micro small enterprise facilitation council for resolution, and this one. So it means conciliation resolution is the also method to solve the dispute. Okay, so dispute between parties where MSC is involved and where payment is not made in time by the buyer may refer to this conciliation. So why it is different? Because we have a code, but if we just go to the code, so code have so much technicalities that we have to follow, so it will take time in giving justice. But if we just go to the conciliation resolution, so within the short period of time they can just give the justice. Okay, any buyer who is required to get his annual account audited under any law for the time being in force is required to furnish additional information in his annual financial statement as regard the amount of principal and interest not paid by the buyer to this one. It means class, basically for any dispute you can just come here in this council. Okay, and penalty can be also imposed if you will do that thing. Penalty will be imposed. Okay, that is important. Now the first question is class, which of the following state you provide the current definition for MSME Act? Tell me class. Which of the following state you provide the current definition for MSME in India? It's, tell me. So class, for this one, the right answer will be, that is MSME Act 2006. Okay, then MSME is governed by which of the following ministry? Tell me class, which ministry will involve here? So class, MSME is governed by which of the following ministry? That is Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise. So D will be the right answer here. Okay, D will be the right answer here. Okay, cool. Next. Where application is made to the court by the buyer for setting aside any decree award made either by this council or by any institution or center providing ADR. What percentage of amount of decree award is deposited with the court by the buyer? Tell me. Okay, so the exact answer is class, that is 75%. So this is the right answer. Okay, so here we have two options. Option 1, this is very much important. This is option 1 and this is option 2. This is option 1, this is option 2. Okay, now option 1 is what? Option 1 is basically, as we can see here, suppose if borrower is not able to pay the money, right? So issue notice of 60 days upon declaration of NPA. Issue notice of 60 days upon declaration of NPA. It means the first option in which we can just take money from the borrower is by giving notice by the secure creditor. After that, the borrower have a 60 days of time period in which the borrower have to give money. And suppose if he is not able to pay the money, so take possession of pledge assets and then lease it and sell it off to recover the loan amount. This is important. Is it okay? This is important. Done, class? Is it okay? Now, cool. The second option is, first of all, see, we have introduced the ARC company, and one more thing is qualified buyer. One more thing is that qualified buyer. So in the second option, suppose if borrower is not able to pay the money, so in that case, what will happen? The ARC company is there. So the bank will, what bank will do? The bank will sell the NPA. The bank will what? Sell the NPA to the ARC company, because ARC company established under the Reserve Bank of India. under the RBI. So that's why we can easily trust on the ARC company. So sell NPA, okay. Then after, cash plus security receipt. Cash plus security receipt is there. That is important. Cash plus security receipt is there. Is it okay? So we have this ARC company. That is important. And then after, when ARC company take NPA, then ARC company will search the qualified buyer. The qualified buyer can be any company, whatever. Okay. Then the qualified buyer will what? The qualified buyer will invest, and the ARC company can raise money by giving security to the qualified buyer. So the qualified buyer will give this money, and then ARC company will give the security receipt. So this is very much important. So securitization and reconstruction of financial assets, recover the NPA through debt restructuring and sale of assets. Okay. So here class we have the SURFACI Act is applicable. We can see here on the secured creditor, minimum loan amount 1 lakh, more than 20% principal and interest is pending, and not applicable to the agricultural land. That is important. Done class? Now class, you can see here the summary that what is written here. So this act is enacted. The basic aim of this act is to, you can see here, to provide a, what is this? To provide a structured platform to the banking sector for managing its mounting NPA stock and allow bank and FI to take possession of security and sell them. Okay. So this act has been largely perceived as facilitating assets recovery and the reconstruction. Done class? Now, prior to the act, the legal framework relating to the commercial transactions lagged behind. Why? Because we know that the quote is there. So it's, the slow recovery of defaulted loans mounting the level of NPA to the bank in a very high words. The comfort available for the lender for his money to come back will given him a confidence for lending, because we know that so many borrowers take money from this bank and they are not able to pay the money. So that's the reason we have just taken this step. Okay, we have just introduced this act. Now my question is, first question is, as you can see here, bank obtains security while lending so that in the case of need, the money can be dash of securities. money can be dash of securities. The bank obtains security while lending so that in the case of need, the money can be sell of security. Money can be taken by the sell of security. SARFAESI Act is applicable to the housing finance company whose name are notified by the central government. That is true statement. Okay, that is the true statement. Whether movable security in possession of bank can be sold by the bank without intervention of the court. Now, a court order is required to sell security. Yes, bank can sell as provided in the Contract Act. Yes, SARFAESI Act has made the provision. No, until account is not declared as a NPA by bank. So class, here we can see the answer is yes, because SARFAESI Act has made provision to that effect. Okay, now, as per law existing today, the mortgage security cannot be sold without court intervention. So this is the correct statement or not? Yes, court intervention is required as per provision of TP Act. No, SARFAESI Act has now made enabling provision. Yes, since Contract Act has made no provision about any court intervention. No, due to the recent amendment in the Transfer of Property Act, no court intervention is required. This B is the right answer for this question. Okay. Provision of SARFAESI Act apply to which security? Provision of SARFAESI Act apply to the which security class? Any movable and immovable security charged to the bank and FI, to mortgage security only, where security interest is created for repayment of FI, a financial assistance given by bank and FI to the property owned by the default borrower so that it will be not charged to the bank. So class, here we can say the which apply to security. So here we have answer. This is the right answer, where security interest is created for the repayment of financial assistance given by a bank. Okay, now in Madia case, what did Supreme Court declare as an invalid? So C class, first of all, the Madia chemical case is the landmark case in the SARFAESI Act, because in Madia chemical case it was declared that this act is totally valid. Okay, so what declared as invalid? What declared as invalid in this case? So what declared as invalid? So condition to pay 75% of the amount as precondition while briefing appeal to DRT. This is invalid. So sixth one, D is the right answer for this question. Is that okay? D is the right answer. So in this unit, we have to see the various definition given by SARFAESI Act. The rationale behind this act is to regulate the securitization and reconstruction of financial assets, enforcement of security interests created in respect of the financial assets to enable the realization of such assets. The SARFAESI Act provides for the manner for enforcement of security interest by the secure creditor without intervention of the court and tribunal. Okay. SARFAESI Act, any person aggrieved by the order passed by DRT, so but obviously he can go to the DRAT, as we know the full form of DRAT. We have already done this term. This act provides the setting of ARC which acquire NPA from bank and FI by raising funds from qualified buyer by issuance of security receipt representing undivided interest in such financial assets. Cool? Now, it enabled ARC to take possession of secured assets of the borrower, including right to transfer and realize the secured assets. ARC by impaired asset from the bank and FI, thereby cleaning the balance sheet of bank and permitting them to focus on the normal banking business. Cool? So in the plain word, we can say it is takeover of loan and advance from the bank and FI for the purpose of recovery. That's cool. Okay. Now, the question. SARFAESI is applicable for the pledge security also. Pledge. We know that pledge, that's a secured one. SARFAESI Act is applied to this. This is false. SARFAESI Act is not applied to pledge security because pledge deal in the contract act. That's it. In bilingual, I have just done the wrong. It's okay. For the enforcement of mortgage security, court intervention is required for action under SARFAESI Act. No. For enforcement of mortgage security, court intervention is required. The answer is no. Bank and FI can issue notice for enforcement over security under SARFAESI Act only if this security is not in possession of creditor, only when the account is classified as a NPA. That is important, okay? If borrower does not pay within how many days? That is 60 days. After notice by secure creditor, then the creditor can dash off the security. Creditor can sell the security which is given by the borrower. That is important. Cool. Next. After receipt of notice from secure creditor for repayment of dues by borrower, the borrower is legally prevented from transferring his property in any way. The answer is absolutely right. When the management of company is taken by the secure creditor, the director of such company is entitled to compensation for the loss of office. Director, why the director is liable? No. When any bank, FI, institution obtain a charge against property, with which authority will the transaction have registered under SARFAESI? So the answer is with the central registry. This is the right answer. When can the provision of SURFACI Act invoked for proceeding against the charged property? When the bank feel that it is necessary for recovery any time, when RBI, when the default in the repayment by borrower, or when the default in repayment and the bank declare account as the NPA. This one, okay. Whether existing or future receivable are property. That is yes. Which of the following is the function of securitization company? Tell me, class. Which of the following is the function of securitization company? So the answer will be, that is this one, okay. So class, this is your third chapter of this act. So which say that we have dealt with the functioning of assets reconstruction company. Assets reconstruction company, okay. It includes the registration of these company, their functions, freedom, and RBI restriction thereon. So one thing that we can conclude here is your what? RBI, Reserve Bank of India, okay. So Reserve Bank of India basically just control and give the direction to the ARC company, and in ARC company, if they want to register, so RBI will give the some conditions, rules and regulations that they have to follow, then only this can be allowed. So this is important, okay. It includes what? The registration, okay. So there are some stipulation for capital requirement, and for raising the same, the existing company require registration, okay. Exactly, existing means the ARC company. There are various conditions based on which registration is considered by the RBI, exactly. So if they fulfill the condition, okay, so registration is considered by the RBI. We have seen when registration of company can be cancelled and the reason thereof. How financial assets are required is important, and it involves detailed procedure. C class. It involves detailed procedure also. Okay, that's cool. The effect of contract deeds, suits involving the security asset is also seen. There are conditions for raising the funds from the qualified investors, okay. Issuance of security receipt and conditions exemptions for the same is also seen here. The ARC company, as we can see here, can take the various measures for realization from the assets. The Act provides for dispute settlement between the bank, FI, ARC company and qualified buyer by the arbitration. So class, if we see what is arbitration. So arbitration is basically, if we can see here, arbitration, it's a ADR system, that is a alternative dispute resolution system through which the justice can be done. So arbitration, we have a arbitrator, okay. We have a arbitrator through which the dispute can be solved. So if any dispute is between the bank, FI, okay, and ARC company, and the qualified buyer, the arbitration is there where justice can be received. So RBI has power to issue the various guidelines under this act. That is important. Okay, so not only arbitration, but in India we have a arbitration, we have a conciliation, we have a mediation, we have a negotiation. Okay, arbitration, conciliation, mediation, negotiation. Okay, then we have a lok adalat, we have a tribunal. So there are so many areas that exist right now in India. That is important. Is that okay, class? Okay, so if any matter, just go to the court. So we know that the court takes so much time, so that's why we just refer the matter to the ADR system. That is arbitration here. Then the ARC company need registration from RBI for the commencement of the business. Tell me, class. So class, ARC company need registration. This is the true statement. Right of acquisition of financial assets by ARC subject to the prior agreement or contract of the assets is required. So class, this is the false statement. Okay. Acquisition of financial assets by ARC company with the liability also over such assets. Acquisition of financial assets by ARC is with liability also over such assets. That is the false statement. For each assets required and to be acquired by the ARC company, there should be a dash scheme. For each assets required or to be acquired by the ARC company, there should be dash scheme. So there should be the separate scheme. Okay. When ARC company issues security receipt, the holder thereof is entitled to dash in the financial assets. When ARC company issue security receipt, the holder is entitled dash of the financial assets. That is undivided interest. Interest in the financial assets. The security receipt issued by ARC require registration. Tell me class, the security receipt that is issued by ARC required the registration. The answer is false. Okay, this is the false statement. Done. Next, Any direction issued by RBI under SARFAESI has dash effect and is dash on the party. Tell me, class. So any direction issued by RBI under SARFAESI Act has a statutory effect. Okay, and is binding on the parties. So this is the right answer. After application of SARFAESI Act, what have existing company to do about the registration with RBI? They are automatically deemed to be registered. They are required to be stop functioning. Okay, the existing company do not require registration. They have to get registered within 6 months from the commencement of the act. So here class we have they have to get registered within 6 months from the commencement of this act. So D is the right answer. Okay, next. Which from amongst the following is a reason for cancellation of registration of ARC company without hearing opportunity? So class, RBI is not giving opportunity to the ARC because of one reason. So what is the reason? Because otherwise we know that for any justice we have to give first of all the opportunity to the both party to say something. But if one reason come, we don't no need to give opportunity to the ARC company to say. So what is the reason, class? So for this in class, the right answer will be the company ceases to carry business. So this will be the right answer for this question. So B is the right answer. Okay. Now class. So now it's a chapter 4. So in this chapter, we have seen the details about enforcement of security by the bank, NFI and the procedural requirement thereof. We have discussed how on default being committed by borrower, the creditor can enforce the security as per the provision of the Act. For this, no court intervention is required, as we know this point. No court intervention is required, class. Okay. Then class, the service of notice calling for payment and on failing to pay, the creditor can invoke the provision for take over the assets, because we know that the creditor, that is a bank FIJ, just need the money. After notice, okay, when the legal notice is given to the borrower, the transfer of property by the borrower is totally prohibited. As per section 13 clause 3a, the borrower may on receipt of the notice from the secure creditor make a representation or raise objection, in which the case the secure creditor has to consider representation or the objection if it is not enabled or acceptable. So the borrower, within 15 days of the receipt of such representation, he have to just raise the objection clause. Okay, that is important. Okay, cool. Then class, the creditor can also call for payment due to the borrower from a third party. Okay, third party can be any defendant, any person, any joint holder, whatever. Okay, for the remaining dues after the sale of asset, the remedy at civil court and DRT is open. So for civil court and DRT also, we can just take the help. For initiating various action under this act, there is a need of authorized person, and for taking possession of assets, various precautions are required to be taken. That is important. For taking possession, we can take the help of Chief Metropolitan Magistrate or District Magistrate or any other authorized officer. In such an event, the possession is taken by such authority and handed over the creditor. Against possession notice, okay, appeal can be made, but on payment of the amount prescribed. If possession is wrongfully taken, the creditor has to pay compensation to the borrower. For appeal to the tribunal, we know that 50% first of all we have to pay the amount, then only we can appeal to the appellant tribunal, as we have already discussed in the previous classes. Now ARC means dash by ARC company of any right interest the creditor in respect of any, first of all, any security, or we can say the borrower. Or ARC company means the acquisition. Okay, by any ARC company. SURFACE is applicable to the RRB. That is absolutely now right. Mortgage or assets backed debt instrument can be issued by ARC to the general public. For the general public class, this is not possible. A guarantor to the loan is within the meaning of word borrower under SURFACE. So it means guarantor, who can say the third party for the in this case can also be the borrower. The answer is yes. SURFACE is applicable when there is a security. So guys, when there is security, then only the SURFACE Act is applicable. This is absolutely the true one. Has SURFACE Act defined hypothecation and whether the act is applicable to hypothecation security? The answer is yes. The section is section 2 clause N that's talk about the hypothecation. Is that okay? On giving a default notice by creditor, the borrower gives a reply. What should the creditor do? Right now we have discussed. So here class, we already know this. This is the right answer. Okay. On sale of security asset, the sale proceed is appropriate firstly toward what? Toward the payment of cost, charges, expenses for preservation and protection of security and the insurance premium. This is the right answer. Okay. This is the right answer. We have to complete SURFACE Act today. Right now we have just completed the 4th chapter. So this is your 5th one. The 5th one is basically of your CERSAI. So what exactly the full form of CERSAI? It's a Central Registry of Securitization and Assets Reconstruction Security Interest of India. So what is the basic purpose of CERSAI? So the basic purpose of CERSAI is simply, if we can see the example, suppose if borrower take loan of 30 lakh from the bank and borrower have given the immovable property, that is land, as a security. So that land have to be registered under CERSAI. So the bank will refer this case to the CERSAI. CERSAI always established under the guidance of the RBI. Why a registration of security is required? So that the borrower cannot use it for the any other purpose. So that is the only reason. Okay. So here, first of all, you have to just learn the full form of CERSAI, because full form is also much required. Okay. So that is the only, reason that why we need a registration of under CERSAI. So this is set up. Okay. This is set up by the central government on March 31st, 2011. CERSAI shall be maintaining and operating the central registry for and on behalf of central government. At present, the particulars of transaction charges required to be filed with CERSAI by bank and FI. The charges will be effective from the date of registration of charge with CERSAI. Registration under other applicable law will continue. All transaction and creation of security interest need to be noted. Modification and satisfaction also need noting in prescribed form with payment of fees and within the stipulated time. That is important. Done? Then class, we will do the question. After coming into operation, the provision relating to central registry, the bank FI will have to register all security interest created in the assets. That is true and false. So here, this is absolutely the true statement. Okay. After coming into operation, the provision relating to central registry, the bank NFI will have to register all security interests. Absolutely yes. The period stipulated in the Act for recording the satisfaction of security interest is how many days from the date of such payment and satisfaction. So, is after is the blank is there. So, you have to tell me within how many days this thing have to be done. So, this is class 30 days. That is important. Within 30 days, that is important. Done? Okay. Duty to report satisfaction of charge to the central register is on creditor or on the borrower. That is so simple. So class, this is basically on the creditor. Beside the Surface Act, some other laws require some registration of charge created in the property. Is such double registration is avoidable? Tell me class. The answer is no, because registration under Surface as well as any other applicable law will have to be made, as the Surface Act is not substitution of any other law. So B will be the right answer. Okay, now class, contravention, attempt to contravene or its abatement is the offense under the Act which is punishable as per its provision. However, cognizance is required taken only on the receipt of complaint from appropriate authority, and only a metropolitan magistrate or judicial magistrate of first class, okay, has power to take cognizance and try the offense under Surface. The statute determines the adjudicating authority who may impose penalty for various contravention. Exactly. And we can also appeal to the appellant authority. The appellant authority usually designated as such by Central Board of RBI. So Central Board of RBI will designate or will appoint the appellant authority. By the order, stay the enforcement of the order passed by adjudicating authority. It means it's a discretionary power of the appellant authority whether he can dismiss the appeal, he can just stay the order, or whatever, it's a choice. Appellant authority appointed by what? Yes, class. So this is basically RBI is the right answer. Okay, RBI. Can honorary magistrate take cognizance of the offence under the SURFACI Act? Can honorary magistrate, okay, take cognizance of the offence under SURFACI? The answer is no. Okay, now the act is applicable to security not in possession of the creditor. We have seen the list of security to which this act is not applicable. Contravention of the provision of this act is provision. Contravention means if you not follow the rules and regulations, then that is punishable. That is punishable. So act has dealt with the situation for offences committed by individual, partnership and company. So borrower can be individual, partnership and the company. By debarring the civil court or any other authority for jurisdiction for giving injunction, etc., the implementation of the act is made effective by removing the legal hindrance which otherwise the borrower can bring. We have also seen how and when the act has the overriding effect. Overriding means basically, suppose with the same matter class, if we can see if there is a dispute between suppose TP Act and SURFACI, so which act will prevail? That is also a big question. So basically SURFACI Act always prevail. The act has also provided that the provision of the Limitation Act is applicable for the action under this act also. The central government has power to make rules, and always remember, whenever the central government is making the rule, it have to be passed by the parliament. It has to be passed by the parliament. Okay. Okay, yeah. It shall not apply to such class. It means it is totally in the hand of central government. It's a discretionary power that whether it shall apply to such class and class of bank or FI. Okay, that's it. That is cool. Now, the central registry has been set up, and the provision relating to registration required under section 21 to 27 is made applicable. The chapter also dealt with the power of central government to remove difficulty that may arise giving effect to the provision of the act and about the amendment. That is important. For challenging the action initiated by secure creditor against defaulting borrower under SURFACI, the borrower can go to the civil court for injunction. So class, the answer will be false. Okay. Can the bank take action under SURFACI Act against deposit under lien with it? Lien is basically the holding power, and lien is basically given in the Indian Contract Act, the specific lien section 170 and the general lien section 171 of the Indian Contract Act. So can the bank take action under SURFACI against the deposit under lien? So this is no. Because if there is a particular act, SURFACI Act will not apply. Are hire purchase lease contract covered under the SURFACI? Hire purchase and lease contract covered under the SURFACI? The answer will be no. Okay, now after the bank notice a defaulting party has paid within 60 days a substantial amount and the present due are 15 lakh, which is 15% of the claim amount. So can bank proceed to take possession of security? That is so simple. Because we know that the SURFACI Act will apply where the amount is more than 1 lakh and 20% of the principal amount and the interest. More than 20%. So I have just given you the hint. I have just given you the hint, class. So for this one, the answer is no, because I have already told you the exact reason. If some point the provision of TPN surface is different, so which act will prevail? It means which act is superior. So class, but obvious, surfacey act will prevail. Can the bank proceed to take possession of security after 4 years of the cause of action? It means suppose today the cause of action taken place and the bank have filed the case after 4 years. So is that possible? So here class, we have the answer is no, because after 3 years, within the 3 years, the bank have to file the case. Provision of surface is applicable to which of the following? Tell me class. Provision of surface E will apply to which of the following thing? So class, security charge to this. So because in pledge, in mortgage, in this, it will not apply. The surface E will not apply. So that's why this is the right answer. So when do the rules framed by the central government under the act get valid? When do the rules framed by the central government under the act get valid, class? Tell me. When both House of Parliament approve the rule frame. Okay, both House of Parliament means Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha. Then in last unit class, we know that this act has been amended in 2013-2016, which plugged the gap in the statute fell during implementation. These amendments include as an addition to section 26 deal with the various issues such as ratification of errors during registration. It means these are the things which is changes. Priority of the secure creditor, registration of security interest in central registry. Okay, so many things. So because we know that no act can be stable, it have to be amended. The question is, central government may extend the time for registration of transaction of security interest and securitization or assets reconstruction or modification or satisfaction of maximum period of 30 days only. So here class, this is the false statement. The income tax department considered attaching the property in Jammu Kashmir belonging to X for recovery of tax due. Is such attachment order required to be filed with the central registry? See class, in 2019, in 2019, the act has been amended. Okay, in 2019. Now class, every act will apply to the Jammu and Kashmir also. So that's why this is the yes statement. Because under Article 370 of Indian Constitution, we have given the special weightage to the Jammu and Kashmir, but after 2019 of certain amendment, we have just removed this point. Okay, now, where security interest upon any property in the favor of secure creditor is filed for the purpose of registration, the claim of such secure creditor holding attachment order shall have priority over any subsequent security created on such property. This is true and false. That is yes. Recovery of tax by government department will have a priority even after registration of security interest by secure creditor. That is false. That is wrong statement. In India, we have a court. What is court? Court means, first of all, suppose if you want to file the case, the proper fees you people have to pay. You have to hire the advocate so that the advocate can present the case in front of the court. Okay? You have to follow the procedural law in the court. Okay? So there are so much, we can say, the technical things. Okay? Technical things are there if you want to file the case in the court, right? So that's why court take so much time. There are so much adjournment. Okay, there are so much adjournment also in the court. So that is the only reason in India we established the ADR system. So what is ADR? It's a alternative dispute resolution. Okay. So in ADR, that is alternative of the court. So we have so many things in which you can present the case here and the justice will be given to you. If I just give you the example of ADR, so suppose in India, we have a ombudsman where we can put our case. Then we have a consumer forum. Okay. We have a consumer forum. We have a consumer forum. Okay. Ombudsman, we have a consumer forum. Then we have a tribunal. Okay. We have a Lok Adalat. Okay. We have arbitration. We have conciliation, we have a mediation. Okay, so you can see class, there are so many ADR in India. And what is the basic difference between court and ADR? So guys, in ADR, whatever the decision that is, given by the ADR system, any ADR system, that will be binding on the party. You cannot go against the order to the appellant authority, because that decision is the final and that will apply to the whole people. So that is the basic difference between ADR and the court. And in this unit, we are going to cover, this tribunal. Okay, so guys, in tribunal also, in India, we have a different types of, in different field, we have a tribunal. Example, we have NGT, that is National Green Tribunal, that will deal only the environment cases. Okay, then we have a NCLT, that is National Company Law Tribunal, that's deal only with the company matter. So similarly, in this act, we have to study the DRT, that is Debt Recovery Tribunal. So that tribunal will deal only the debt recovery matter. And if you want to appeal, so we have a DRAT where you can appeal against the order of DRAT. So that's a basic difference between ADR and the court class. Please see. So guys, in India, I think so many ADRs is right now open. Okay, so that's why that is important. If you have any doubt, you can please put in the comment box. Is that okay? I think that is clear to all of you. That is clear to all of you guys. Okay, so now let's start with the session that is given here. Okay, let's start with the session. Now class, see, there was need to have an effective law for recovery. Prior to this act, the recovery of law were found inadequate. So why this act come into picture? Because the law, there was no proper act was there. So that's why the acts were inadequate. So that's why we need a law. Huge assets of the bank were involved in recovery because huge pendency in the various court. Huge pendency with the various courts. So that is the reason we just put this law. Okay. Then this affected the financial sector. The act was introduced. The act was introduced in 1993. Initially, Delhi High Court decided because, the Delhi High Court Bar Association, who? Delhi High Court Bar Delhi High Court Bar Association, they just filed the case to the Delhi High Court that this act is totally invalid. So Delhi High Court say that yes, you are right, this act is constitutionally invalid, but Delhi High Court, the opposite party is not satisfied. So they just appeal to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court say that no, Delhi High Court, you are wrong, this act is totally valid. Why? Because we know that in government, okay, in government system, we have a legislature, executive and judiciary. So legislature who make the law. So in central government, we have a parliament. So parliament can make the law. So parliament can make the law that is related to the banking sector also. So that's the only reason Supreme Court say this act is totally valid one. Okay, now applicability to cooperative bank was decided recently by the Supreme Court. So in amendment 2013, the applicability was extended to the, it means this act applied to the multi-state cooperative bank. Preamble of the act state that this act is for expeditious adjudication and the recovery of debt. Okay, so this is applied to the cooperative bank also. See class. So here we are talking about the applicability. Okay, that's cool. Now class, this act is applicable to the debt, that is 20 lakh and over, which was notified in the Gazette on 6/9/2018. In 2019, the act of the name was changed. Now, the act name is, that is, the Recovery of Debt and Bankruptcy Act 1993. So previously, this act is known as Recovery of Debt from Bank and Financial Institution Act. Okay, previously this act is known as Recovery of Debt from Bank and FI. Okay, but right now the name is this one. Okay, it means the insolvency matter, the bankruptcy matter also come in this act. Okay, so this is important class. Okay, so this is important one. Now, so DRT is applicable where the debt recoverable is above what? How much rupees? So DRT Act is applicable only if the debt recoverable is above, that is 20 lakh. So above 20 lakh. So this is the right answer. Is it okay? Now, the debt recoverable through DRT may be secured or unsecured. May be secured or unsecured. The debt recoverable through DRT may be secured, unsecured. That is true and false. Because we have seen in the SARFAESI Act that SARFAESI Act will apply only to the secured creditor. So this thing I'm talking about here. So class here, this is absolutely true. It will apply to the secured and unsecured. Okay? Overdrawn amount in an account is not the debt recoverable under the DRT Act. Overdrawn amount in the account is not a debt recoverable under DRT Act. That is true and false. Please tell me. So class, overdrawn amount in the account is not a debt under the recoverable. That is the true. If a civil court has passed a decree, it has to be executed through the court only and cannot come to the recovery tribunal. So class, if civil court pass a decree, it has to be executed through the court only, cannot be come to the tribunal. This is false because we know that if the tribunal is made with the same jurisdiction, so we can transfer the matter to the DRT. So this is the right answer. Okay, so this is the false statement. Cool. Now, debt recovery tribunal were established by the central government. So now guys, we are talking about the debt recovery tribunal. Were established by the central government, and government also decide their jurisdiction. In India, we have a 39 DRT. The tribunal consists of one member as a presiding officer. So guys, in DRT, we have a Head. The head name is presiding officer. What's the head name? Head name is presiding officer. Okay, presiding officer. Appointed by central government. The presiding officer is appointed by the central government. The central government may also by notification establish such number of DRT and its benches as may be necessary to exercise the jurisdiction power authority. It means the jurisdiction, power, authority, everything will be decided by the central government. That is important. So basically DRT is the adjudicating authority under this act. Important. Okay, class. So one thing you have to understand that if I just talk about the recently, so the recent updation is 4 year up to 70 year. Okay, that is the presiding officer tenure. Okay, now if we talk about the presiding officer, the term is 5 year and 65. So this is the previous one. The latest one is 4 year, latest one, and 70 year, whichever is earlier. Okay, one and more recovery officer. So guys, the helper of presiding officer is basically the recovery officer that is provided to the tribunal by central government. Exactly. So for filing appeal, the central government appoints appellant recovery tribunal and a person heading called chairperson. So guys, chairperson is there for DRAT. So the qualification must be he should be the judge of high court, either presiding officer, minimum 3 years. So we can just bifurcate it. DRT and we have a DRAT, right? So DRT we have a presiding officer, DRAT we have a chairperson. Okay, tenure, latest one 4 year, 70 year, and this one also 4 year and 70 year. That is the this one tenure. So this thing you have to remember. The appointment is previously it was 5 year and 70 year, whichever is earlier, and shall be eligible for reappointment. Okay, they are eligible for the reappointment. The presiding officer and chairperson can resign from the office and they have to give guys 3-month notice period. 3-month notice period is required. The authority cannot be removed from the office except proven misbehavior and incapacity. So if central government thinks that they are doing misbehavior or incapacity, they can remove it. So there are 2 ways in which we can just remove the persons. Now, debt recovery tribunal is established by what? Just give me the answer of all the questions. Just give me the answer of all the questions. So here class, the debt recovery tribunal established by the central government. Debt recovery tribunal consists benches of 3%. This is false. Okay, this is false. So you have to tick mark on this. Jurisdiction of appellant tribunal is with the respective high court. Jurisdiction of, this is no, false. Because jurisdiction of appellant tribunal is with the central government, not high court. Okay. Can the order of central government in the appointment of presiding officer challenge in any court? The answer is no, because nobody wants to tear with the central government. So that's why the answer will be simply no. Okay. Now, so class, I think for today's session, that's all for today's session. Okay. So next thing we will do it tomorrow. Okay. We will just do it tomorrow. Of DRT. So right now we have just discussed about the DRT, DRAT, about chairperson and the presiding officer. So let's do the next session of this act. So class, the tribunal and appellant tribunal functions from the appointed day. What is functions from the appointed day, which is declared in the notification. So what is this? Suppose we know that in 1993 this act come into picture, right? In 1993. But as we can see here, the tribunal and the appellant tribunal. So the tribunal, suppose right now in India we have a 39 tribunal and we have a 5 DRAT. Okay. So in 1993, when this act come into picture, so it doesn't mean that the total DRAT and the total appellant tribunal we have made on that day. No. Suppose in 1995, one DRT is come into picture, that is DRT suppose Pune. So on that day, their jurisdiction, power, function will be executed. So this is your first line. Okay, their power, duties, jurisdiction are well declared and defined, and these tribunal also have a power to decide on application, part 3rd of the Insolvency and the Bankruptcy Act. That's cool. Okay, now class. Okay, a decree passed by foreign court can be executed by the tribunal. This is true and false. Tell me. A decree passed by the foreign court can be executed by tribunal. That is true and false. So class, we know that if any foreign court also passed the order, so it can be executed by tribunal. This is absolutely yes. For certain valid reason, okay, the chairperson of the appellant tribunal can transfer any case from one tribunal to other tribunal within his jurisdiction. That is true and false. For a certain valid reason, the chairperson of the appellant tribunal can transfer any case from the tribunal to the other tribunal within his jurisdiction. That is the true statement. Suppose DRAT Allahabad is there. So under DRAT Allahabad, we have a certain, suppose 6 DRT that is under DRAT Allahabad. So chairperson of DRAT Allahabad can transfer the case from one DRT to another DRT. For the matter for which the tribunal is empowered, the civil court have no jurisdiction. This is true, this is false. Tell me class. For the matter for which the tribunal is empowered, for civil court having the no jurisdiction. Tribunal is empowered, the civil court have no jurisdiction. Civil court have no jurisdiction. So the answer is no. That is true, because once the matter is transferred, so the civil court will not interfere. So this is absolutely the true statement. Okay, that's cool. Now, okay, yeah, let me give you the one diagram, then we will continue the session. So C class, suppose if suppose a bank is there.
bank will file the case to the DRT. Okay. Then from DRT, DRAT. Bank have a 3 year of limitation, and DRT to DRAT 30 days. We can this one. Okay. Suppose if we want to go from DRT to DRAT. Okay. So we have a what? 50%, that can be up to 25% amount we have to pay that the DRT is declared. Then only we can appeal to the DRAT. And DRAT within 6 months they have to disclose the matter. So this is bank 3 year, DRT 30 days, DRAT 6 months, 50 to 25. So this is very much important. First of all, please understand this diagram because this diagram is very much important. Okay, this diagram is very much important. Now see what exactly that is given here. Bank has to file application. Okay, what is this? Bank has to file application for recovery of loan dues under the DRT, okay, Act, which has not been paid by the borrower, taking into consideration the jurisdiction and the cause of action. Suppose other bank and FI have also the creditor, they have a case regarding particular buyer can join the application. So guys, this statement is very much important. Suppose B1 is the bank and B2 is the bank. Borrower X have taken loan from B1, okay, right now he has not paid. X also taken loan from the B2 bank also. B1 bank have just filed the case to the DRT, this DRT1, and B2 DRT2. So guys, if same borrower is there, okay, but the bank is different, so we can just join the case in the single DRT also because we have a same borrower and the same cause of action is there that the borrower is not able to pay the money. Cool. And for transfer from civil court to tribunal, no fresh fees is required to transfer his due to the effect law. The section has given elaborate provision for summon and the hearing. Okay, that's cool. Now, tribunal. Okay, what is this? Tribunal can pass, tribunal can pass interim order, that is the temporary order to prevent defendant from transferring his property. Okay, DRT is fully empowered. Okay, DRT is fully empowered to pass comprehensive order like the civil court. It means the civil court have a same power just like the DRT. This section also give the procedure for issuing the recovery certificate. So who have a right to issue the recovery certificate, that is a tribunal. So there are provision for appeal to the appellate tribunal. However, for preferring such appeal, 50% of amount written by tribunal is required to be deposited. Cool. The things that I have told you. The Limitation Act apply for DRT cases, which means bank has to normally file recovery application where 3 year the cause of action. So I think in diagram we have already done this point. C class. Okay, that's good. Now class, the DRT jurisdiction for a bank is where the head office of the bank is located. That is true and false. Head office of the bank is located. That is not true. This is a false statement. If a bank has filed recovery application, other bank can join application if the defendant is same, defendant that is the borrower is same. So if the borrower is same, so absolutely we can file. Yes, so this is the true statement. When the case gets transferred from civil court to tribunal, the fresh court fee is required to be paid. Tell me class. So class, here the answer is no. Okay. A counterclaim filed before DRT has same effect as a what? The counterclaim filed before DRT has a same effect as a plaint. Okay. This is the right answer, as a plaint. Okay. Since DRT is not a civil code, it cannot pass interim orders such as attachment, injunction, receiver. DRT is not a civil code. That is true statement. No, because DRT is also a, DRT is also a what? Code. It is not a civil code. This is the false statement. Okay. Now, a person who has filed appeal before DRT has to pay how much amount? That is 50% amount. 50% amount of debt by DRT. So this is 50% of debt ordered by DRT. 50%. This is 50% depth. Okay, 50% depth ordered by trial. This is the exact answer. Okay. While filing appeal before appellant tribunal, if any amount is required to be deposited. So what will be the right answer for the seventh one? If any amount is required to be deposited, okay, yes, 50% amount determined by tribunal is required to be deposited. So C will be the right answer for this question. Okay. Now, on receiving recovery certificate, what is this? On receiving the recovery certificate, the recovery officer has to proceed for the recovery by attachment and the sale of immovable property of defendant, arrest and detention in prison of defendant, and appointment of receiver or any other method. Exactly. Defendant is debarred from disputing the correctness of amount given in recovery certificate because only the presiding officer have a power. The presiding officer can correct the clerical and arithmetical matter. This is also come in the form of question. Okay, that is important. When amount belonging to the defendant is in with a third party and recovery officer issue notice calling for the money, the third party on failing to pay is deemed to be the defendant. If there is already a decree passed by civil court, the DRT can issue recovery certificate. Exactly. The chairperson, presiding officer, the staff are deemed to be the public servant. They are also protected from any action for their act done in the good faith. The act has an overriding effect even when there is an inconsistency with any other law. That's it. Now, the first question. Recovery officer appointed under Recovery of Debt and Bankruptcy Act can attach, sell movable, immovable property of person against whom the order is passed, even the property is not charged to the creditor. So that is true. Defendant can raise plea before DRT about correctness. This is the wrong, because for this we have to apply for the presiding officer. Recovery officer has a clerical alternative that can be done by the presiding officer. Recovery officer can adopt the same method as adopted for this. That is a true statement. Recovery officer can ask defendant to furnish affidavit for the particular of his assets. That is absolutely yes. Okay, for fifth one, that is a true statement. A company is undergoing, suppose, a winding up process. Okay, a company is going out the winding up process. Whether High Court permission is required, the answer is no, because DRT have a override. Basic difference between insolvency and bankruptcy. Then we get to know the exact, the definition. Okay, so class, insolvency. If we just say in one word, what is insolvency? So suppose if X person, okay, not able to pay, X not able to pay money, or we can say death, that is called insolvency. Okay, and Y, that is bankruptcy. So bankruptcy is basically the legal declaration. Okay, the legal declaration, okay, to declare any person that he is not and she is not able to pay the money. That is called bankruptcy. So this is the basic difference that you have to know between the insolvency and the bankruptcy. That is simple definition. Okay, now see what is given here. Insolvency, a state in which financial difficulties in a company, okay, the state in which financial difficulties in a company are such that it is unable to run its business as its current pace. This is called insolvency. Bankruptcy, when a person is legally declared incapable of paying their dues and obligation, that is called bankruptcy. And what is liquidation? The process of winding up a company, that is called liquidation. So this is the basic definition between insolvency, bankruptcy, and the liquidation. Okay, so that's it. Now class C, what exactly that is given in here? This one. Recognizing that the reform in the bankruptcy and insolvency regime are critical for improving the business environment. Exactly, because we know that generally the company, LLP, partnership firm, they just take loan from the bank and FI. Okay, so recognizing that reform in bankruptcy insolvency is critical for improving the business environment and alleviating distressed credit market. Okay, this insolvency and bankruptcy code bill. So guys, what is bill? The term bill is given here. So if we just see what exactly the bill means. Suppose if any law is to be made, okay, so that law always present in the form of bill. That's a document in front of Lok Sabha plus Rajya Sabha. So that bill have to be passed by Lok Sabha, then Rajya Sabha, then President will sign. When all the three things will be done now, then this bill become an act. Is that okay? So that's why this bill was passed by the government. So passed by the government means Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, President signed, and the same came into force in December 2016. So that is the the historical, we can say, the things about the IBC. When we just read about the DRT, so in DRT also we just read that in DRT that is the quasi-judicial body. Okay, DRT is a quasi-judicial body, and in the DRT, its full name is the Recovery of Debt and Bankruptcy Code. So bankruptcy matter, but obvious come in the DRT. But we have now a separate act that deals with the insolvency and the bankruptcy. So this is your act. Okay, so always remember bill, and we know that no law can be made in a 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. It takes so much time. Why? Because it may be possible Lok Sabha not pass the bill, Rajya Sabha pass the bill. Because and we know that when the majority will come, then only this thing will take place. Okay, so this is very much important for the examination point of view. Now class, the second paragraph you can see here, that's a 4-pillar. So what is 4-pillar? Just like government class. In India, we have a government. So we have a legislature, executive and judiciary. Legislature, executive, judiciary. Legislature to make the law, executive to execute the law, and judiciary to give the justice. That is the basic, difference between this one. Law, that is legislature, executive to execute the law, and judiciary to give justice. That's the basic difference. Okay. Similarly, this is all about your central government. So similarly, state government also have a 3-pillar. So this is called 3-pillar. We also say that 3 organ, 3 important part. Okay. So similarly, in IBC, we have a 4-pillar. The first is insolvency professionals, information utilities, adjudicating authority, and insolvency bankruptcy board of India, that is IBA. So I will just highlight the things that is important. Okay, the 4-pillar. What is insolvency professional? So guys, just like us, we are the professionals because you are the banking or professional in the banking. Okay, so similarly, we have an insolvency professional. So they are expert in solving the insolvency matter. Okay, so there is a mandatory exam that they have to do. Then only they can qualify as a insolvency professionals. Okay, so they are the expert, we can say. Then what is information utilities? So information utilities is basically, if we can say, that collect the information. What is this? Collect the information. This is called information utilities. Then suppose if any person is declared to be insolvent or bankrupt, so this is also a group of people, so whose main work is to collect the information. What is adjudicating authority? So we have a DRT and we have a DRAT. Okay, that is DRT and NCLT. We have DRT and we have NCLT. Okay, so this is the adjudicating authority who just give the justice. Appellate authorities from DRT, we can go to the DRAT, and from NCLT, we can go to the NCLET. That's so simple definition. Okay, now the last is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. So what is this? So Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India, that is the Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India is basically, we can say, that's the regulatory body. That's the regulatory body whose main work is to regulate the insolvency professional, information utilities, and insolvency professional agency. So these are the regulatory body for these 3 entities. C class. That is done class. So I hope so that is clear to all of you. If you have any doubt, you can please ask in our comment box. Okay, any doubt. This particular is important. Now class, if the default is, what is this? If the default is above 1 lakh, if the default is above 1 lakh, which is increased up to 1 crore by the government. Okay, if the default is above 1 lakh, which is increased up to 1 crore. Okay, so this thing is important. By notification with effect from 24/3/2020, the creditor, it means that's who want money, may initiate insolvency resolution process, which include the 2 stages. So there are 2 stages in which this process will be solved. The first is insolvency resolution process, and the second one is your liquidation. So first of all, we will just try the matter to the insolvency resolution professionals, and then the liquidation will be there. That is okay. Now see, where the corporate insolvency resolution process against the corporate debtor is initiated by, it means suppose if the financial creditor, we can say suppose bank, because bank is the creditor. So that's why when CIRP, so what is this? CIRP. So when CIRP against the corporate debtor or against the corporate debtor is initiated by the creditor, okay, so what they have to do, they have to file the application before the adjudicating authority. When a default has occurred, along with the record of default, the name of interim resolution professional proposed. So these things they have to do. So first of all, interim resolution professional, this is important. Record of defaults they have to submit and the name of this. So this thing, the corporate, the financial creditor, they have to do. That is important. Cool, that is important. Now, suppose if application that is filed by the creditor is admitted by the adjudicating authority on being satisfied with it, the result in the commencement of the resolution process will come into picture. Okay. Now, under the code, the entire resolution process is required to be completed within 180 days, which may extend the maximum up to 330. So this statement you have to learn that IBC have to complete the process within 180 days. Okay. And there's a one word, suppose in 180 days not satisfied. So 66% voting of COC is required, then only plus 90 days will be given. But the maximum is up to 330, in which the interim resolution professional initially they will come and later resolution professional will play a vital role. So under liquidation, the sale proceed would be distributed as per the order priority in the code using the waterfall mechanism. So guys, when liquidation process will be come into picture now, so we just follow the waterfall mechanism. So what is waterfall mechanism? You have to understand, because this concept is very much important. Okay, so now let's understand the waterfall mechanism. Okay, now see, waterfall mechanism, as you can see here under IBC, hierarchical system for distributing the proceed from sale of company's assets during the liquidation. Important point. Section 53 talks about this one. That is waterfall mechanism. So it is basically the hierarchical system. See the wordings. The hierarchical system for distributing the proceed from the sale of company's assets during the liquidation. So section 53 of IBC prioritize the claims, ensuring that certain creditors are paid before the other. So that is the reason why we are giving priority to the creditors. The order of priority is crucial for understanding how assets are distributed in the insolvency scenario. That is it. Now, I will just show you the chart in which you can easily understand that who will come in the first priority, then who will come in the second, third, fourth, etc. Okay. Now see. So first of all, please see, then I will explain the things. So class, let's see what is the priority. So this is the distribution of asset in the case of liquidation. So guys, you can see here that is waterfall mechanism. First of all, section 53 clause 1 of your IBC. Okay. So notwithstanding anything into the contrary contained in law, the proceed from the sale of liquidation asset shall be distributed in the following priority. The first is insolvency resolution process cost, and the liquidation cost will be there, that is paid in full. Workmen dues for 24 months preceding the liquidation commencement date. Debt owed to a secured creditor who has relinquished the security interest. Relinquish means to just give. Wages and any unpaid dues owed to the employees. Financial debt owed to the unsecured creditor. Any amount due to state and central government for 2 years preceding the liquidation commencement date. Balance due of secured creditor who released the security interest, or any remaining debt and due. Then preferential shareholder, then equity shareholder as case. So guys, this is the priority. Any contractual arrangement between party with equal ranking, if disrupting the order of priority, it shall be disregarded by the liquidator. The fees payable to the liquidator shall be deducted proportionally from the proceed payable to each class received on this. So class, this is important. So you have to learn, because in every time, in every session, I can say the question will definitely come. Okay, so that's why this is important. Now, the central government has also introduced the fast track insolvency resolution process and the pre-packaged insolvency resolution process. The pre-package is basically for MSME, that is micro, small, medium enterprise. Okay. The corporate person, what is this? Corporate person may also enter into the voluntary liquidation proceeding as per the provision of the statute. That is important. Okay. So now let's do the question and answer. Number one question. In respect of the real estate project of corporate debtor, what is the minimum number of allottees who have jointly filed for initiation of CAIIB? Tell us. The first option is 50 allottees and 10% of the total number of allottees, whichever is less. Second is 100 allottees or 10% of the total number of allottees, whichever is less. C is 100 allottees or 20% of the total number of allottees, whichever is less. And the D is none of the above. Tell me, class. Which of the following is the right answer? So these questions are very much important. Tell me, guys. So class, here we can say so class, the right answer will be, that is 100 allottees and 10% of the total number of allottees, which is less. Okay. Now, how much time is given by the adjudicating authority to rectify means to just amend a defect in the application of financial creditor for initiation of corporate insolvency resolution process against corporate debtor who have defaulted. It have to be corrected within how many days? Tell me, class. So class, for this one, the right answer will be 7 days is the right answer. Okay. Now, under IBC 2016, which one of the following person or entities is entitled to make an application to initiate the corporate insolvency resolution process? CIRP. Tell me, class. So the corporate debtor already undergoing corporate insolvency resolution process. Corporate debtor respect to whom liquidation order is already going on and pre-package is already going on. Pre-package, liquidation, or already CIRP process is going on. So if these things will be done, so the right answer will be D. Okay, third, D is the right answer. So guys, let's start with the next question, that what is the motive? Okay, what is the motive of enactment of this IBC code 2016? The first, to consolidate and amend the law that is relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution of corporate person, partnership firm and individual. Second, to maximize the value of assets of interested person and to increase the ability of the credit, and all of the above. So you have to tell me, guys, that what is the real motive of this act? That is easy one. Real motive of this act. So class, the real motive is simply to consolidate and amend the law relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution of corporate person. That is this one. Okay, so this is the right answer. Now, applicability of the provision of this code shall apply to what? The company incorporated under Company Act, LLP, and partnership, personal guarantor, or all of the above. It means, because these are the, because we know that this IBC apply to the following entities. So company, LLP, personal guarantor. So this is right and wrong. Which of the following is the right answer? So applicability of the provision of the code shall apply to the all of the above. So this is the right answer. Okay, next. Who are considered the corporate person under the provision of this code? Companies, LLP, companies, unlimited partnership firm, financial service provider, companies, LLP, trust. Tell me, class. So here class we have consider the corporate person under the provision of this code is company and the LLP. So A will be the right answer. Okay. Now, who are the person who may initiate CIRP, that is corporate insolvency resolution process? Only corporate debtor, financial creditor, operational creditor, financial creditor, operational creditor, and corporate debtor or financial creditor. So which of the following is the right answer, class? Who are the person who may initiate corporate insolvency resolution process? Tell me, class. So who are the person who just initiate this CRPC? So the answer will be C. This is the right answer. Okay, now what are the core services that is rendered by the information utility? So that is the one of the pillar of the IBC. To create and store financial information, accept electronic submission of financial information, get all information received from various person authenticated or all of the above. So tell me class the core service of this information utility. So here class we have a all of the above will be the right answer because this is the basic work of information utilities and that is one of the pillar. Okay. So class, first of all, we have to understand, okay, the meaning of proof and evidence. I'm just writing one sentence and you have to tell me in the comment box that please tell me your views that what is the basic difference between proof and evidence. Hanji class. What is the basic difference between proof and evidence? I'm just writing one thing that is, yeah, yeah. Evidence are the bricks. Evidence are the bricks to make the wall of proof. Evidence are the bricks to make the wall of proof. So, what is this? This is simply a sentence that I have written. Now, you have to tell me what exactly this means. Tell me, class. You have to tell me that what exactly this sentence means. Evidence are the bricks to make the wall of proof. That's a very simple sentence. Because if you understand this term, it means you can easily, get to know what exactly this means. Evidence are the bricks. It means, see, suppose I'm just giving you the one example so that you can easily understand this point. Suppose X and Y is there. Okay, X and Y is there, right? X versus Y is there. X murder, okay, and Y is just file the case on the X person. Okay, Y just file the case on the X person. Okay, so Y murder. So in the behalf of X, suppose advocate N presenting the case. In the behalf of Y, advocate O presenting the case. So X versus Y is there, right? So advocate N have to present the evidence in the favor of X in front of the court, and advocate O have to present the evidence in the favor of Y so that the case can be easily win. Okay, so both advocate have to, the present their case in front of the court. It means they have to present a solid evidence. Suppose this Y. Suppose this X, that is advocate N, is presenting that this is the murder weapon. This is the ticket that Y have used. This is the cloth that Y used to kill that person. So there are so many evidence that X present in front of the court. Okay. So what is this? These are evidence. So out of these evidence, this one, and this one, three evidence, court say this is admissible. Admissible means these evidence can be admissible, okay, because court had admit that evidence, and these evidence is known as the proof. So now advocate and prove that because of these evidence, why have murder? Is that okay? So this is so that's why evidence are the bricks to make the wall of proof. That's it. Okay, so proof, as you can see, when all the evidence confirm a theory and idea, that is called proof. And evidence, information and clues that support a theory or idea, that is called evidence. So that's a basic difference between evidence and the proof, and I hope so that is clear to all of you. Is that okay? So it's the proof and evidence. Done, class? And I hope so that is clear to all of you. Now let's start with the difference between the litigation and the ADR. That is important. Okay, litigation and the ADR. So if we talk about the litigation, so basically we can say it's a court. Okay, and in ADR there are so many examples of ADR. I'm just writing in this one new. Yeah, litigation that's generally happen in the court, that is litigation. And ADR, I'm just giving an example. Lok Adalat, okay, consumer forum, ombudsman, arbitration, conciliation, mediation, negotiation. So these are the examples of ADR. Is that okay? Now the first thing about the court, that in a court you have to hire the advocate if you want to present the case in front of the court, right? But in ADR system, so full form of ADR is alternative dispute resolution. Alternative dispute resolution. So this is your ADR. Okay. So these are the examples of ADR. So in ADR, you can present your case by yourself. You can present your case, that is yourself. So this is ADR. Okay. So in litigation, see that technical discovery rules are there. Technical rules means, suppose if the matter is civil, we have to follow CPC, that is Civil Procedure Code. If the matter is criminal in nature, so we have to follow the procedural law, that is the CRPC. It's a Criminal Procedure Code. That's a basic first difference. Then ADR, it's a open line of communication. What is ADR? Open line of communication, because party presenting their case by themselves. Is that okay? Then judicial constraint of precedent. So precedent is basically the past decision. That's called precedent. Okay. And in ADR, party can agree to virtually anything. See, virtually means face to face. Done, class? So this is your virtually means face to face. Remedies is limited. Why? Because certain offense have a certain act, and on that act the judge will give the justice. But in ADR, the creative remedies can be developed by the authority. So that's why it have a creative remedies. Done. Next is docket backlog. We know that in India there is 146 plus crore population is there. Only one Supreme Court is there, 25 High Court is there, and at least 3 to 4,000 lower court is there. So guys, suppose if 1 crore case is there now, so it is not possible that it will solve in a very quick way. So that's why the backlog and the pending of cases are so much. And in ADR, parties set timeline. Okay. In court class, it's a public proceeding because the one party is a state. Okay, as I already told you, and other party is a criminal, and this is the private one. Okay, it means no third party can interfere. This is controlled by the lawyers and this is controlled by the party. So class, this is the basic difference between ADR and the litigation. That is important. You can see here. Is that okay? Cool. So this is the basic difference between litigation and the ADR. That is important. Done, class? Cool. Now let's move toward so I think the litigation and ADR is clearly visible to and understand to all of you. So the basic thing that we have to understand is the litigation is basically the court, because court have a judicial proceeding but ADR don't have a judicial proceeding. Okay, now class, one by one we are going to understand this topic. Section 2, no need to learn the section. Okay, no need to learn the section. Section 2 of the Bankers Book Evidence Act 1891 define the main terms pertaining to the statute and have been covered in this unit. When the books of the bank are produced in the printout form, it have to be accompanied by the certificate as detailed in section 2A. Always remember class, the original copy bank do not have to present. Okay, bank do not have to present the original copy in front of the court. Only certified copy. What I'm saying, certified copy the bank have to be present. Certified copy, because it must be signed by some authority. So that's why certified copy is required. Cool. Similarly, any record of the bank required by a court has to be accompanied by the certificate as brought out of the statute. When the data is stored in a computer form, the certificate from person in charge of the computer system is required. This is important point. This last point is important, class. So, any doubt in this point? This paragraph is important. Okay, this paragraph is important. If you have a doubt, you can please ask in a comment box. Cool. That is cool. Okay. Now the next one. So always remember, bank do not have to present the certified original copy. Only certified copy have to be present. Okay. Now, in any proceeding where bank is not a party, okay, and certified copies are produced, okay, bank officer cannot be called as witness so as copy is admissible evidence. That is important. That is very simple. Suppose bank is not a party. Okay, if bank is not a party, always remember we cannot call any officer of the bank to present the case. That is given here. Only certified copy are produced and bank officer cannot be even called as a witness. Okay. Court can order the inspection of books of account. So who can give the order? The court can give the order for the inspection. The order for inspection of book must be given 3 clear days for the bank to arrange for inspection. Exactly. Court has discretion to award cost for any application under the Act. Discretion means the self-decision. So the court has discretion to award, that is, give justice for any application under this. So it's totally in the hand of the court class. Okay, so each point is important for the examination point of view. 3 clear days. That's also important. Cool. Now, that is clear to all of you class. Now that's it. So these are the content that is given here. So that's it. Now let's do the question. As per the Bankers Book Evidence Act, what is judge? Judge of District Court, Judge of First Class Magistrate, Judge of Supreme Court, or Judge of High Court? Tell me class. So here class, as per the Bankers Book Evidence Act, judge means the judge of High Court. So this is the right answer. Judge of the High Court. That's the right answer. Which of the following person, okay, are not authorized to issue a certificate under Section 2A of Banker Books Evidence Act 1891? Tell me class. Which of the following person is not authorized to issue the certificate under Section 2A of the Bankers Book Evidence Act 1891? Manager, principal accountant, person in charge of computer system, or none of the above? Tell me, which of the following person is not authorized to issue the certificate under Section 2A of the Bankers Book Evidence Act? That is so simple. So the person that is not authorized to issue the certificate under Section 2A, see, manager and principal manager. So there is an option between these two, or is given here. Principal in charge of computer system is required. So all are compulsory. So that's why none of the above will be the right answer. Okay, none of the above will be the right answer for this question. Cool. Now, next one. Okay, a court might order a bank to prepare and produce copies of entries relevant to the matter in issue, accompanied by the certificate that no other entries are to be found in the books, and such order has to be served dash clear days before the same is obeyed. That is important one class. Tell me. That is important. So here class, that is very simple one. Okay, the exact right answer will be, that is 3 clear days. Okay, so this is the right answer. Cool. Now next one. Any order that is made under the Act for payment of cost to and by a bank may be enforced as if the bank were a party to the proceeding. True and false? Tell me class. Any order made under the Act for payment of cost to and by a bank may be enforced as if the bank were a party to the proceeding. This is true and false. Tell me class. Again, a good question. So yes, class, any order that is made under the Act for the payment of cost and by the bank to be enforced as if bank were the party to the proceeding. Exactly. This is a true. Okay. If bank were a party, then we can give the order. Okay. That's good. Okay. What is the primary focus of the Bankers Book Evidence Act 1891? Regulation of banking practices, admissibility of bank document as evidence, prevention of fraud in banking, establishment of new bank. Tell me class. The primary focus of the Bankers Book Evidence Act 1891. Tell me class. What's the primary focus of the Bankers Book Evidence Act 1891? Primary focus. So class, the primary focus, okay, that is on the Bankers Book Evidence Act is basically admissibility of the bank's document as an evidence. So this is the right answer. Okay, admissibility of bank's document as evidence. This is the right answer. Cool. Next, in what form can the record included in a banker's book to be kept? Written form only, electronic form only, both written and electronic form. Only microfilm and magnetic tape is there. In which form the record included in a banker's book have to be kept? That is easy one. In what form can the record included the banker's book would be kept? Written form, electronic form, both written and electronic, only microfilm and magnetic tape. That's easy. Okay, so the right answer will be both written and electronic form. So C will be the right answer. Cool. Next. Who is authorized to provide a certificate regarding a printout in electronic form, okay, or a mechanical form? Who is authorized? Any bank employee, principal accountant or manager, any witness in a court, or external legal counsel. Who is authorized to provide the certificate regarding printout in the electronic form or the mechanical form? So the answer will be principal accountant and the manager. This is the right answer. Cool. Next one. Under what circumstance, okay, is an officer of a bank not compelled to produce banker's book according to section 5 of the Act? in any proceeding where bank is a party, any proceeding where bank is not a party, only in criminal proceeding, only in civil proceeding. Tell me, class. Under what circumstance is an office of the bank not compelled to produce banker's book according to section 5? So here, in any proceeding where bank is not a party in a case, then only. So for this one, second is the right answer. Cool? Okay. This is very important question. Okay. According to the Delhi High Court case, right, the ICICI Bank Limited versus Kapil Dev Sharma, when it is necessary for a bank to produce original document in a court. Tell me. When it is necessary for a bank to produce original documents in a court. Always regardless of the circumstance, only when requested by court, only if documents are disputed, yeah, only in the criminal proceeding. Tell me, class. When it is necessary for a bank to produce original documents in the court. So class, always remember this case. Only if the documents are in disputed, then only the bank to produce the original documents in the court. That is important. Okay.
Today is the 7th of February, right? Today is 7th of February, right? So right now, if we can see, we have a February month, we have a March month, we have April month, we have May month. And from 31st of May, your exam is going to be the 31st, and then 7th, then 13th, 14th, and then 21. So this is your exam date for CAIIB. Okay, so you have your BRBL paper is on 14th of June. So if you see, you have exact 1 month for BRBL. 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. Exact 4 month you have. So is that possible to crack this paper with 80 plus marks? My answer will be yes. Because class C, this paper, if you can see the first paper, second paper, third paper, fourth paper, fifth paper. So first, second, third. Suppose if you got 48 marks, 46 marks, then 49 marks. Suppose, I'm just thinking, suppose if you get these marks in your exam, okay, and so many of you will think that now we will not clear the CAIIB paper. But class, this fourth compulsory paper, you can easily score 70 plus marks and you can crack this paper with a very good marks. And this is the paper, because this is only the theoretical paper. Rest of all is your theoretical plus numerical. So if you focus on this paper now, you can easily get 70 plus marks. So how to get this 70 plus marks in this session, I'm going to tell you. Is that okay? So first of all, what you have to do, C class. Daily study structure for the working bankers. We know that you have, I think 9 to 10 hour. I'm just estimating 9 to 10 hour you have to work in the bank. Right now, some take 12 to 13 hour because they have to just go a very long, from distance. So that's why just take so much time. But for your exam, because only 4 months is left. So for your exam class, what you have to do, daily 1 hour and 30 minutes per day, you have to focus on your study. This thing you have to do anyhow if you want to crack this paper with a very good marks. Okay, so what activity you have to do? Reading concept at least 45 minutes per day. MCQ practice daily 30 minutes per day, and revision 15 minutes per day. This is the way to crack this paper in 4 months and prepare your BRBL in 4 months. Because these three things basically student ignore. They just enroll in the paid class, they just attend the live class. It's okay. Attending live class and doing this thing, there's a lots of difference. Some student only just come in the class, talk to the teacher, they just ask the doubt to the teacher, that's it. But this is not the way of learning for your CAIIB exam. For CAIIB exam, daily question practice and revision is must required. So that's why for the working bankers, this should be your schedule for at least 4 months if you really want to crack this paper with a very good marks. And this paper and your elective paper is totally a theoretical paper, so you can easily score a very good marks in these two papers. But you have to do the hard work in this paper also. So this is your daily study structure. Is that okay? Done. Next thing is high yield topic. Don't skip. See class, there's a difference between smart work. There's a difference between smart work and the hard work. Okay, there's a difference between smart work and the hard work. Smart work means the student will focus on the high yield topic, the topic in which consistently the questions are coming. So the banker will focus in these topics. These alone can fetch the 50 to 55 marks. This is the reality that mostly students don't know this reality. Mostly students don't know this reality. High yield topics, so don't skip. Is that okay? If I just focus on this one, because we know that you have in BRBL, we have a 4 module. A contain 2 acts, B contain total 4 acts, C contain total 10 acts, and D contain total 9 acts. So total 25 acts you have in your preparation. Is that okay? So out of 25 acts in the class, please focus on these 5 to 6 acts. So this is basically Banking Regulation Act, Negotiable Instrument Act, Contract Act, SURFACI Act, Company Act, Limitation Periods question. That's it. Because mostly questions come from, if I just ask you, ma'am, in these 6 parts, ma'am, which is very much important? So SURFACI Act, Contract Act, Company law, these and negotiable instrument, these 4 acts is important. So guys, do not skip these topic. Just focus on each and every concept of this topic. This is very much important. Is that okay? Then class, exam day strategy. Attempt the easy and direct question first. What will happen if you do the easy and direct question? The confidence level will boost up if you just attempt the easy and direct question first. Is that okay? So this is important. Otherwise, if you think that, no ma'am, I will do first of all the case studies question, then paragraph case question, and suppose if you're not able to solve these questions, that will really hamper you. So that's why attempt easy and direct question first. Avoid the blind guessing. This is very much important. Avoid. Read the case studies questions carefully. Accuracy is more important than attempt. Suppose if you do 60 questions correct, accurate, because accuracy is important. If I attempt 100 questions, that's not important. Accuracy is important. So just focus on what? Accuracy. That is important. Is that okay? Done class? And then casual, the preparation level, just think yourself. Casual study, you can score this much marks. 4-month planning, 70 to 75 plus. And strategy plus mock paper, you can get 80 plus marks. That is 100% reality. So this is from my side class. So as you know that the court take so much time, okay, in giving justice. If you people follow the code, if the dispute is in the court, so we know that for advocate, we have to, for advocacy, so much rules and regulations are there, right, for advocate. Then guys, we have to follow the procedure. We have to follow the procedure, okay? So advocacy, procedure, so many things are there that we have to follow, right?
and fees. Exactly. So that's why in India we have a ADR system. In India we have a ADR system. So ADR is basically alternative. What's the full form? It's a alternative dispute resolution. Okay, alternative dispute resolution. So ADR is basically, suppose Lok Adalat, we have Ombudsman, we have Consumer Forum, we have a tribunal, we have arbitration, conciliation, mediation, negotiation. So there are so many ADR system in India. So why they established? Because this is called as a quasi judicial body. What is this? This is the quasi judicial body, not like court. Quasi means half. So they are half judicial body. Then class, this act, this ADR system, no fees is required to be paid. Okay, no advocate is required to be presented the case, because we themselves present the case in front of the ADR system. Okay, and then no procedural law is to be followed in the ADR system. So that's why class, this ADR is very much important. And see, first of all, see the this diagram. Why this diagram is important? The logic is very simple. Okay, so why this ADR? This is, this diagram, as you can see that in court, we just need a proper courtroom. Right now, in court, we just need a proper courtroom. But if we can see the example of Lok Adalat, so Lok Adalat can be conducted in any place. So this is the example of bank. Suppose in bank, the second and fourth Saturday is holiday, Sunday is holiday. So Lok Adalat conduct basically in the quarterly second and fourth Saturday. So we just need a proper authority and we need a party. So party can present their case themselves. So no need a proper forum. We can just conduct the Lok Adalat anywhere. You can see here. So that's why this Lok Adalat concept is important, class. Okay, so that's the reason we just need a Lok Adalat. Okay, now class, come to the point that what exactly the written in the your Macmillan book, that Lok Adalat is organized under the Legal Service Authority Act. So many people are so much confused that, ma'am, Lok Adalat organized under the Lok Adalat Act. The answer is no, because Lok Adalat always organized under the Legal Service Authority Act 1987. See class. Okay, it organized under the Legal Service Authority Act 1987. Okay, that's the first question that can be come. First question. Second is, Lok Adalat is organized for area and usually consist. So who sit in the Lok Adalat? Serving or retired judge. Okay, serving or retired judicial officer and other person. So this is your second question that can become. Okay, this is your second question that can become, that who organized, that who sit in the Lok Adalat. So serving and the retired, serving or judicial officer and other person, and means that is compulsory. Done. Specified by, it means who specify. So that is state authority, district authority, Supreme Court Legal Service Committee, High Court Legal Service Committee, and the case may be
Taluk Legal Service Committee Limited. So this is also important. Okay, this one. This is also important. Is it okay? So the first question is basically yeah. Okay, class. So in this first paragraph, the three question is, you could simply see that the first is, you can see here, where Lok Adalat concept is there. Second question, who serves Lok Adalat and who organize Lok Adalat. C class. So this is important part. Done. Next, Lok Adalat are intended to bring about the compromise and the settlement. So this is also important, that the basic aim of Lok Adalat is to compromise and settlement of the dispute. C class. So this is also very much important. This one. Okay, if you just compare with the court class, so the court basically gives justice in the form of punishment. Okay, but in here Lok Adalat, we can see the basic aim is to settlement of the dispute or the compromise of the dispute. That is important. Okay, done class. So this is important, so please note down the question also. Lok Adalat derives jurisdiction by consent of the party. Suppose if we just want to put the case in the Lok Adalat, right? So in that way, the consent of the party is required. Okay, what? Consent of the party or application made to the court by one of the party. Okay, exactly. In respect of this, or any party may request the authority and committee organizing Lok Adalat to refer the dispute. So guys, there are three ways. This is the first, this is the second way, this is the third way in which the matter can become in the Lok Adalat class. See. Done class. So if suppose if both party is agree, then we can refer the matter in the Lok Adalat. Second, application made to the court. Suppose if any one party have made the application to the court, in that way we can also put that. Okay. Okay class, so this is here, we can say when dispute put in Lok Adalat. So this is the one way. Consent, when both party have given the consent. Next is application made to the court. Okay, application made to the court. Third, any party may request the authority or committee. Okay, any party. Just suppose if one party have made the application to the court and the court must have give opportunity, then only we can just refer the matter to the court. Okay, then in third one, you can see here, suppose if one person. Okay, suppose class, if one person have referred the this one request to the authority or committee, authority that is district and high court, or committee that is Supreme Court legal committee, this one. So if any one party have just request the authority and committee, so and they also have to give the opportunity to the other party, then only we can just refer the matter to the Lok Adalat. So these are the three ways in which the matter can become. And in fourth one also, suppose if in the court the matter is going on, if courts think that in mid of the case that this matter have to be referred in the Lok Adalat, so from court also the matter can become in the Lok Adalat. So this is very much important. Okay, this is very much important, class. Done, class? Okay, now Lok Adalat shall be guided by the principle of justice, equity, fair play. So class, this line is also much important, that the Lok Adalat is guided by the principle justice, equity, fair play and other legal principle. So what exactly? See, in the court, if we can see the example of the court. So suppose in the civil court have to follow the procedure of CPC. And if we talk about the CPC, then in criminal code, they just follow the CRPC, that is Criminal Procedure Code. So similarly, if we just see the example of Lok Adalat, so Lok Adalat shall be guided by the principle of justice. So what is principle of justice? Principle of justice is simply, we can say, hearing both sides. Okay, and the second is hearing both sides, and the second is simply no judge can be judge in his own case. No judge can be judge in his own case. So this is your last point. Okay, so see, in the court now, suppose civil court is there, criminal court is there, so they have a particular law that they have to follow, the advocate have to follow, then the justice will become. But in the ADR system, if you can see the example, in ADR system they have to follow the principle of justice, equity, fair play and other legal principles. So these are the principles. Because they don't have any procedure law, they can make their own procedure. So the first point is hearing both sides. So they have to listen both sides and then they have to give justice. And then no judge can be judge in his own case. It means suppose if this is judge. In front of the judge, if son versus daughter-in-law, son versus daughter-in-law, suppose case come in front of the judge. So in that case, what will happen? The judge but obvious will give the decision in the favor of the son. So that's why if a judge is there and his relative cases come in front of him, so he have to be removed from that case. So that's why no judge can be judged in his own case. So this is a natural principle that they have to follow. Okay. In the case of settlement, the award shall be binding. This is very important line, class. Whatever the decision that is given in the Lok Adalat, it is binding on the party. Okay. Binding on the party to dispute. No appeal. Okay. No appeal shall lie in any court against the award. This is again important. Okay. Award shall be binding on the party and no appeal shall lie in any court against the award. This is important. So each line, class, is important for the examination point of view. See, no appeal means you cannot appeal in the higher authority under this case. Done, class? Done, class? Okay, now the next one. If no settlement, what is this? If no settlement, the case shall be remitted back to the court which referred the matter to the Lok Adalat. So what exactly this sentence means? So this is simply, class, see what exactly that is given here. Suppose if a matter is going in the court, right? If the matter is going in the court. Okay, see, court. Now, in mid of the case, the court think that the matter should be referred to the Lok Adalat. So now the matter is handling in Lok Adalat. Now Lok Adalat, the final decision is not coming, or we can say the no settlement is there in the Lok Adalat. Then Lok Adalat can refer the matter again to the what? Court. So this is what your this line. Now see, if no settlement, the case shall be remitted back to the court which referred the matter to the Lok Adalat. Which referred the matter to the Lok Adalat. So this is the first, this is second stage, and this is third stage. Okay, so this is what that is given here. In the case of potential court case, if the matter is not settled, the Lok Adalat shall advise the party to seek remedy in the court. Exactly. So this is your second line would say, suppose in Lok Adalat, the matter is going on. If no settlement is there, no settlement and compromise is there, the matter can refer to the court for the justice. This is your this line. That is important. See what exactly that is given here. Yeah. In the case of potential court case, if the matter is not settled, the Lok Adalat shall advise the party to seek remedy in the court. See, class. That is important. Okay. Cool. Every lok adalat has a power to specify its own procedure. Okay, so class, this is also much important that they can specify its own procedure for the determination of any dispute coming before in addition the power described in section 20. No need to learn the section. Presently, the monetary ceiling of amount for settlement for lok adalat is that is up to 20 lakh. That is important. The main advantage for bank financial institution in using the forum of lok adalat is the settlement of their NPAs by the compromise method. That is important. Cool. Now class, Lok Adalat is organized under the Lok Adalat Act. Tell me class. Lok Adalat is organized under the Lok Adalat Act. That is true and false. So this is the what? This is the false statement. Okay, because Lok Adalat is organized under the Legal Service Authority Act. Okay, this is the right answer. Next. Lok Adalat are organized to settle only the existing dispute between the party. Existing dispute between the party. The answer is no. We can just solve the future dispute also. If one party intends to refer the dispute to Lok Adalat, the consent of other party is not required. The consent of other party is not required. So here class, the answer is false. This is the false statement. Lok Adalat shall strive at arriving a compromise and settlement between the party. This is true and false. So this is absolutely true statement. There shall be no appeal against the award of Lok Adalat. There shall be no appeal against the award of Lok Adalat. Tell me class. There shall be no appeal against the award of Lok Adalat. No appeal. So that is absolutely no appeal against the award of Lok Adalat. That is the true statement. Okay, that's the true statement. Lok Adalat basically means what? Tell me class. Lok Adalat basically means what? It's a women's court, men's court, people court or children court. So class, here the answer is People Court is the right answer. Award made by the Lok Adalat is deemed to be the decree of civil court, like arbitration award is deemed to be the decree of civil court, is effective as an arbitral award, is not binding on the party. So here class, the award made by Lok Adalat is deemed to be the decree of the civil court. So B is the right answer for this question. Cool. Next, which article of Constitution of India contains the various provision for settlement of dispute through the Lok Adalat? So first of all class, we have to understand what exactly the Constitution of India. So this is also known as, in Hindi we just say it's Samvidhan. So this act is known as the father of law. This act is known as the father of law. Why class? Because see, this act is of 1950. So whatever the law that is made, they have to follow the rules and regulations of the Constitution of India. This is the only act where every provision is just written in the form of article. Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, etc. Okay. So you can see here, there are 4 articles. So in which article the settlement of dispute through Lok Adalat is given? So I'm just writing the article. Article 14 is right to equality. 19 is freedom of speech. 21 is, Article 21 is basically right to life. And 39 is free legal aid. It's a free legal aid is there. So there are 4 articles. So which article of Constitution contain the various provision of settlement dispute through Lok Adalat? So this is 39A. So this is the right article. Okay, so class, this article is important because in BRBL some articles are written that is given in your syllabus also. So that's why this is important. Okay. Done class? So this is important. Now, what is the purpose of Legal Service Authority? To provide free legal service to eligible candidates, to organize Lok Adalat for slow resolution of cases, to burden of administration, and all of the above. Tell me class. What is the purpose of Legal Service Authority? To provide the free legal service to eligible candidates, to organize Lok Adalat for slow resolution of cases, to burden of administrative, and all of the above. So here class, we can say the purpose of Legal Service Authority is to this is the right answer. Okay. The Legal Service Authority Act and the related rules, if the court is satisfied that the case is an appropriate one to be taken cognizance by Lok Adalat, the court may refer to the Lok Adalat. Yes, class. Which of the following is the right answer? after giving the reasonable opportunity of being heard to the both parties. So this is the right answer. What is public utility service means? Tell me, class. Here we have a Lok Adalat, and here we have a Lok Adalat is there, and we have a permanent Lok Adalat. Permanent Lok Adalat. Okay. So public utility services means system of public conservancy and sanitation, service in hospital and dispensary, postal telegraph and telephone, and all of the above. So here, class, whenever the matter of public utility service is there, suppose telegraph, water, transport, so these are the public things. So whenever the disputes will come regarding this one, so we can refer the matter directly to the permanent Lok Adalat. This concept is made in 2002. Okay, and in Lok Adalat, every kind of matter will come. So that's why the public utility service is basically system of public conservancy and sanitation, services in the hospital and dispensary, postal telegraph and telegraph, and all of the above. So I think, class, all of the above will be the right answer for this question. See. So permanent Lok Adalat is important. Okay, cool. Next. What is the criteria for determining the experience and qualification of other person in Lok Adalat organized by Supreme Court Legal Service Committee? So if it is determined by Supreme Court Legal Service Committee, so we need a consultation of the Chief Justice of India. That is important. What is the current monetary ceiling for settling the civil dispute under the Lok Adalat? So the class, the current one is 20 lakh. Okay. In the absence of compromise settlement in Lok Adalat, where the party can seek remedy for their dispute. So class, the party can seek the remedy dispute in the court.
Let's start and understand that what exactly the consumer rights, because we are the consumer. So we have to know that what our rights are there, and always remember that suppose we are the consumer. So these are the rights of us, okay, consumer. You are bankers, you are also providing us the services now, so you are also consumer if you are purchasing any goods and you are availing any services. Is that okay? So now let's understand this topic. First of all, right to safety. What is right to safety? Suppose if you people purchase anything, right? If you people purchase anything, right? It should be safe for consumer. If it is in defect, if it's create damage, you can file the case. So that's why this is your right. And always remember, ignorance of law is no excuse. Ignorance of law is no excuse. This is important. Is that okay? So if you are purchasing anything, it should be safe for the consumer. If any defect will come, it means you can file the case. So this is your first right, that is right to safety. Second, right to consumer education. Education means, see, in every field you need a education, and because C class, ignorance of law is no excuse. You cannot say that I have not done the law degree, so that's why I don't know this law. No, class. Ignorance of law is no excuse. So that's why it is your right to educate about everything that is trending in the scenario. Okay, so this is your second right. Third right is right to choose. Suppose if you are going anywhere, if you are going a mall, if you are going to any shop, so this is your right to choose anything. It is of your choice. Nobody can bound you to purchase this and that. So that's why this is your third right. Then class, right to be heard. Right to be heard means, see, suppose if you purchase the goods or avail any services, the defect come. The proper forum should be there who will listen your complaint. So it's your right to be heard. Then right to be informed. Right to be informed means, suppose if you just want that goods, this good. So it is the duty of seller or manufacturing company to just inform about the things. So right to be informed is also your rights. Okay. Right to redressal. What is redressal? Right to redressal is basically, in this particular act, you just need a proper forum where you can file the case. So we will study the things that is given here. Okay, so this is your five, we can say, the consumer rights. So you are the bankers, so you also have a rights. Done, class? Cool. So this is your consumer rights. Okay, now let's do the jurisdiction. So class, if we just talk about the jurisdiction, okay, so we have 2000, no, let's write the first thing is district commission, state commission, and this is national commission. Okay, this is district, this is state, and this is national commission. Three commissions are there. Okay, now I will just write the date. It's 1986, 2019, and 2021. I'm just writing, you can see here. Okay, in 1986 it was, this is up to 20 lakh, state commission 20 lakh up to 1 crore, and this is above 1 crore. In 2019 it is up to 1 crore. This is 1 crore up to 10 cr. This is more than 10 cr. Okay, and then 2021, it is up to 50 lakh. This is 50 lakh up to 2 crore, and this is about 2 crore. C class. So this is the jurisdiction and which thing you have to learn. So you have to learn 2019 one, okay, and then 2021. This is the latest amendment because this is given in your syllabus and that is amended after your syllabus. So that's why these two jurisdiction you have to learn. I think that is clear to all of you, okay? Sorry. Now class, if we talk about the limitation period, okay? So in the limitation period, if we can see here, suppose this is, I'm just giving the one example. Suppose this is Advik. Advik sir is there, okay? Now, Advik sir want to file the case to the district commission. District commission, okay? Then we have a state commission. Then we have a national commission, and then we have a Supreme Court. Okay, then we have a Supreme Court. Okay, so class, suppose Advik sir want to file the case to the district commission. So we have, if we want to file the case in district commission, so he have a 2 years of limitation. If Advik sir want to file the case directly to the state commission, again he have a 2 years of limitation, and Advik sir want to file the case to the National Commission. Okay, so again he have a 2 year of limitations. Okay, then suppose if Advik sir want to file the case district commission have given the decision. If party is not satisfied, so within 45 days he can just claim to the state commission. From state to national 30 days, and from national to Supreme Court again 30 days is there. That is important. Okay, 45 days, 30 days, 30 days. This is 2 year, this is 2 year, this is 2 year. And again, one thing is left. Suppose if you want to file the appeal here, you have to pay 50% whatever the district commission have given the decision, and from state to national again 50% you have to give as a commission. This is very much important. Okay, so please remember this limitation days, that is important. Done, class. So I think that is clear to all of you. Okay, so now class, let's start with the things that is written here. Okay, yeah. So guys, as you can see here, the Consumer Protection Act 2019 was enacted on August 9, 2019, came into force from 20th July 2020, while certain provision of the act like establishing the central, what we have to establish, that is Central Consumer Protection Authority, came into effect in this. So we have to study about the authority also. Section 2 defined the major terms we found in this act. This unit also deal with establishment of the council, that is Central Consumer Protection Council. We also have a State Consumer Protection Council and the District Consumer Protection Council. So we have to study the council also. Okay, so this is the authority that's make law, and this council also the makes law. Okay, that is cool. Done. Next class, the Central Consumer Authority, okay, that is formed under Section 10 of the statute and is the main body slated with the job to protect and promote, enforce the rights of consumer as a class, prevention the violation of consumer rights under this act, inquiry and cause inquiry or investigation to be made into the violation of the consumer rights, unfair trade practices, file complaint before the commission. So class, this commission is also important that we have to study, where we can just put our case. So that is important. See. Okay, so cool. Now, so class, this thing we have already done. The district commission, that is up to 50 lakhs, state commission above 50 lakh and below 2 crore, and this is national commission that is beyond 2 crore. Okay, so this is the jurisdiction that we have already done. Now class, come to the question that is important. Questions. Number one question: which of the following is not a complainant under the provision of Consumer Protection Act 2019? Any voluntary consumer association registered under any law, mediator, central authority, legal heir, or legal representative of the consumer. Tell me, class. Not a complainant. Which of the following is not a complainant under the provision of Consumer Protection Act 2019? So class, here we have you can see, any voluntary consumer association registered under law, the mediator's central authority. So mediator cannot be the complainant because mediator is the authority who just give the justice. Okay, so mediator basically just come in the mediation. Okay, so this is the right answer. Done. Now, a consumer includes a person who buy a good service for commercial purpose. This is true and false. A consumer includes a person who buy a goods and services for the commercial purpose. So this definition come under the Consumer Protection Act or not? Tell me, class. So class, a consumer includes a person who buy a good services for the commercial purpose. This is not this is false, because see, if any consumer is reselling, the resale and for commercial purpose, this cannot be the right answer. Okay, now, which one of the following is the chairperson of Central Consumer Protection Council? Chairperson: Prime Minister, President of India, Finance Minister, Minister in charge of the Department of Consumer Affairs. Tell me, class, the chairperson of the council. So class, here we have an answer, and the answer is basically that is Minister in charge of the Consumer Affairs is the right answer. Now, this is your part: right to choose, right to safety, right to consumer education, right to be heard. So 4 points are there. So now tell me which of the following is the right answer. So here class, we can say here right to choose. First of all, this is education. So education. So third A, third A, third A, third A. So here we have, I just got the one, third A. So right to consumer education, provide consumer association, educational institution, policy maker can play the important role. Okay. Right to choose, provide the consumer must be assured whenever possible access to the variety of goods services at the competitive prices. Then right to be heard, provide consumer to approach the government and public bodies when decision policies are made which can hamper the consumer interest. So this is the right answer. Okay, B will be the right answer. Now, Yesh had a severe pain in the throat. Okay, so he called up the doctor and asked for the telephonic servant to get a sachet from the local chemist with a cash, ma'am. Okay, after consuming the sachet, he started feeling more ill. So he picked up the empty sachet and started reading the label. To his utter dismay, the sachet had already expired last month. Which of the following remedy is not available to him any longer as a consumer? Tell me, class. That is good question. So here, class, we can say which of the following remedy is not available to him any longer as a consumer? To withdraw the hazardous goods from the sale, he have a right. To replace the defective product with a new one, he have a right. To refund the price paid for the product. Okay. To pay a reasonable amount of compensation for any loss suffered by the consumer due to negligence of the opposite party. The question is very simple. Which of the following remedies is not available to him any longer as a consumer? Tell me, class. Which of the following remedies is not available to him any longer as a consumer? Tell me. Which of the following remedy is not available to him any longer as a consumer? Which of the following remedy is not available to him any longer as a consumer? That is this one. Okay. To replace the defective product with a new one, that is not available because as we know that the product is already not in a good condition, so no use to just take a new one. Okay, so this cannot be the answer. Now, in the case of aggrieved consumer is not satisfied with the decision of National Commission, he can make further appeal to the State Commission, District Forum, Supreme Court of India, and all of the above. In the case of aggrieved consumer is not satisfied with the decision of National Commission, he can just further appeal to the Supreme Court as we already done. Which of the following statement is not correct? A user of manufactured defective goods used with the approval of buyer can file the case against manufacturer of defective goods. Consumer can file a complaint against manufacturer of defective goods. Seller from whom the consumer had purchased the goods can file the case against manufacturing of the defective goods. The buyer of the goods for which full payment is not yet made but promised to pay in future can file a case against manufacturer of the defective goods. So tell me the right answer here. So class, for this one, the right answer will be that is this. A buyer of the good for which the full payment is not yet made but promised to pay in future can file the case against this. So this is the right answer. Okay, now when the seller manipulates the price, it is known as what? Caveat emptor, it means let the buyer be aware. Unfair trade practices, restricted trade practices, or none of the above. Tell me class. When seller manipulate the price, it is known as what? So when seller manipulate the price, it is known as restricted trade practices. Okay, now just tell me, just fill this, that is important. Right now we have just discussed. So class, as we have already done this part, from district to state commission we have a 45 days. From state to national we have 30 days. From national to Supreme Court we have 30 days in which we can appeal. For filing the case, this is a 2 year of limitation. Here 2 year of limitation, 2 year of limitation. And 50% we have to pay if we just want to appeal from district to state and state to national, because 50 is, you can just say, the appellant fees. Okay, cool. And this is the jurisdiction that we have already discussed: district up to 50, 50 to 2 crore, and this is about 2 crore. So this is the jurisdiction. Okay.
So class, in Limitation Act, as you can see that the prescribe, what is the objective of this act? To prescribe the time limit within which the legal proceeding must be initiated, that is to start. Ensure the certainty and finality in the legal matter and bars the remedy, not the right. This line is important. Bar the remedy, not the right. Bar the remedy means, suppose in a breach of contract, you just want 10 lakh from a person. Okay. Suppose if you not file the case within the time limit, okay, so it will bar the remedy. Okay, but not the right. You have a right to take your 10 lakh, so you can file the case. So the statement is very much important. So this act class apply to the whole of India. It means in every state this act apply, in every state. Okay, and this will apply to the suit, that is to the civil suit, to the appeal and to the application. So I'm just giving you one example of appeal, application and this one. First is suit. Okay. Second is application and then appeal. I will just give you 3 examples so that you can just easily understand why the limitation apply in these 3 things. Okay. So first of all, suit. Suit means a case. Suppose a consumer is there. So consumer want to file the case directly to the National Commission. National Commission. So consumer have a 2 year of limitation in which he can file the case to the National Commission. So 2 year is the limitation. It means that is a time limit in which customer or consumer have to file the case to the National Commission. A very simple. So in all the suit, suppose if consumer want to file the case directly to the district commission, or if bank want to file the case in the DRT, so bank have a 3 year of limitation. So these things are important. Done, class? Okay, class. So this is the example of suit. Now application, suppose if DRT have given the decision. If DRT have given the decision, okay, DRT have given the decision. So in that case, what will happen if DRT given the decision and opposite party want to review he just want to file the review application, okay, for that decision. So within 60 days, he have a right to file the review application within 60 days. Cool. And if we talk about the appeal now, so from DRT to DRAT. Okay, so we have a 30 days of limitation period. So appeal means if you just want to go in the higher authority, right? So we can go to the DRT to DRAT within 30 days. So it means this act will apply to any case, that is civil case, application, writ application, SLP application and appeal. C class. That is important. Here the one line is given, does not apply to the, what is given here, does not apply to the criminal proceeding. So there is a reason why the Limitation Act will not apply to the criminal proceedings. Suppose class, a rape victim is there, right? Suppose a rape victim is there, right? Now rape victim is the victim. She have to file the case, or the state have to file the case. But now she is not ready because physically she is suffering, Mentally also she is suffering now. It may be possible it will take 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year to just come back in the normal stage. So that is the reason in criminal case the limitation period is not there. That's it. Okay, so in this act, this is the object and the applicability. Then class, important definition. What is period of limitation? The time prescribed for filing a suit, appeal, application, that is called period of limitation. That is simple. Prescribed period, the period computed as per provision of the act. This is called prescribed period. This is called prescribed period. That is very much important. Okay, now see class, here we have a certain limitation period. You can see here. Generally, the limitation period is of 3 years. Generally, but in the case of mortgage, we have already done in the Limitation Act paid class in 30 year, that is in the foreclosure. Okay, 30 year, that is in the foreclosure, we can file the case. Otherwise, rest of all is 3 years. You can see money payable by written contract. Money payable by written contract. Okay, that is 3 years. And when 3 years will be count, it will be count from the date of default. So from 3 years is the limitation period in which the person can file the case. On the demand of promissory note, 3 years from the date of execution. Okay, loan repayable on demand, 3 years from the date of loan. Balance due on mutual open current account, 3 years from the close. Mortgage suit, 12 years from the date money becomes due. So this chart is very much important class. Please see this chart. Done class? So that is clear. Now, the law of limitation play the important role in filing a suit. Okay, filing a suit appeal application. The suit appeal application that is instituted, preferred and made. Okay, the suit appeal application instituted, preferred or made after the prescribed period shall be dismissed, although limitation has not been set up as a defense. Okay, then the act provide exclusion of certain period while computing the period of limitation. Okay, this act provide exclusion of certain period while computing the period of limited. It means, suppose if we are saying that 3 year is a limitation period, but there are certain days which will be excluded. Okay. Now see class, this is very much important. If we talk about the acknowledgement in writing and the part payment, there are two words: acknowledgement in writing and part payment. This is 1, this is 2, 1, 2. So in the case of acknowledgement and the part payment on account of debt give rise to the fresh period of limitation from the time when acknowledgement was signed and the part payment is made. So this is very, very much important. Is that okay? The schedule to the act provide limitation period and the time from which it is to be computed. So this is important. Okay, now the question is, in the Limitation Act, the definition suit does not include appeal application. It means suit is different, appeal is different, application is different. Is that right? So limitation period, the definition suit does not include appeal application. This is absolutely true statement. The defendant is required to set up the plea of limitation if he has to succeed in a suit instituted beyond the period of limitation. Tell me class. The defendant is required to set up the plea of limitation if he has to succeed in a suit beyond the period of limitation. That is absolutely false. Okay. Within the period of limitation, a suit is said to be instituted when the plaint is presented before the proper officer. So a suit is said to be instituted when the plaint is presented before the proper officer. That is true statement. Acknowledgement in writing give rise to the fresh period of limitation. Tell me class. So acknowledgement in writing give rise to the fresh period of limitation. That is true. Part payment of a debt within the period of limitation entails the plaintiff to compute fresh period of limitation from the date of payment. So the part payment of debt within the period of limitation entail the plaintiff to compute the fresh period of limitation. That is the true statement. Limitation for a mortgage suit is 3 years from the date when the mortgage money become due. Okay, so this is the wrong statement. Okay, this is the false statement. A suit on demand promissory note can be filed within 3 years from the date on which the demand was made. No, this is the false statement. This is the false statement, class. Okay, now this is your answer. Okay, now this one. Now class, I have just put some case studies question, and these case studies questions are really very much important. Okay, so let's start with the case study question. Okay, let's start with the case study question. ABC Bank, here is a bank, granted a demand loan on 15 January 2020. So the bank grant loan on 15th January 2020. Okay, right. Bank grant loan 15th January 2020. The borrower made a part payment. Now the borrower class made a part payment, okay, on 10 January 2023. 10 January means within 3 period. Okay, within 3 year. 21, 22, 20. Okay. And we know that whenever the part payment is made, the fresh period of limitation will be start. We know this rule. Okay, now on 14th January, borrower signed a balance confirmation letter. It means the borrower of acknowledgement on 14th January 2023. And we know that whenever the acknowledgement is there, okay, so in acknowledgement, again the fresh period of limitation will be start. Bank filed the case on 13th January. Bank filed the case on 13th January 2026. 13th January 24, 26. Okay, now the question is, the suit is, tell me class, the suit is within the period of limitation or not? Its limitation is 2023. Now the limitation is 2026. Limitation is 2026. This is filed, bank filed 13 January 2026. Always suppose if three year is limitation, so 14th January 2023, 9 January 2026, 13 January 2026. That is the limitation. So bank filed the case on 13 January 2036. So this is what? Within limitation or not? Please tell me. So here class, we know that this is the within the time period. So A will be the right answer for this question, because as I have already told you. Okay, now see, A is the answer. Original limitation 14, as I already told you, 14. Okay, before expiry. Part payment 10 January, so the fresh period will be 9 January 2026. 15th plus. When part payment made 10 January 2000, this is part payment. When affirmation made on 14th, limitation will be 13 January, and the latest valid extension will be 14 Jan, expire on itna. Because okay, so that's why the 13 January is within the limitation. A very important part. Okay, so I hope so. This question is clear to all of you. This is very much important. So always remember, in part payment and in acknowledgement, the fresh period of limitation will be always apply where? Always apply to the, a fresh period of limitation will be start. Now, loan disbursed on 1st March 2019. Limitation expire on 28 March, February 2022. 2020, okay. Borrower signed the acknowledgement on 5 March 2022. When acknowledgement is signed, then 4 March 2023, 24, 25, 2023, 24, 25, 2025, 4th March, the limitation will be end. Okay. Yeah. Bank filed a suit on 1st March 2024. Now tell me, suit is what? So here we have a concept, that is the acknowledgement. Tell me, class, what will be the right answer? Yes, class, tell me the right answer. So class, 1st March, so this is the valid. Okay, so the answer will be invalid. Acknowledgement was signed on 5 March. Exactly. Acknowledgement was signed after, that is expiry. So acknowledgement must be before expiry. So after expiry, no revival. So that's why class B is the right answer. If acknowledgement is signed within this one, then this will be the right answer. Okay, so here we have a right answer. Done, class? Exactly. Next. Then class, the next question is, a cash credit account show the last debit entry on 20 December 2021. The cash credit account, the last debit entry 20 December 2021. Account is mutual open current. Bank file a suit on 30 March 2021. Last debit 20 December. So the limitation will be count from 31st March 2022. 23, 24, 25. 30 March 2025. Tell me, class, what will be the right answer for this question? This is very good question. So here class we can see the bank file. So this is your within the limitation, because we know that that is the expiry date, okay, within 3 years. So this is within the limitation period. So this is the right answer. Cool. Next. Okay, next is mortgage money become due on 1st August 2012. Mortgage money become due on 1st August 2012. 12-year limitation expire on 31st July 2024. Okay. Okay. But 31st July is the court holiday. Suit file on 1st August 2024. So this is within time period or not? Yes, class. This is within time period or not? So this is class within time period. The answer will be B, within the time period. So B is the right answer, because we know that whenever the court is in holiday and last date, so whenever the court will reopen, we have a right to file the case. So this is the right answer. Cool. Next. Yeah, loan executed on 1st June 2020 by a minor through the guardian. Minor attend majority on 1st June 2023. Bank file a case on 30 May 2026. Tell me. And we know that minor is there. So minor, that is below 18. So class, loan is executed on 1st January 2020, okay, by a minor. Minor attained majority on 1st June 2023. Bank filed a suit on 30 May 2026. So here class, you can see the reason. Limitation run from the date of loan. Minority or debtor does not extend the limitation of creditor. Suit must be filed within 3. So 1st June to the 31st May 2023. Okay. 1st June to 31st May 2023. So that's why it is time barred. Okay. Because we can see here. See. 1st May, 31st May 2023. 31st May 31st May 2023. So that's why this is time barred. Okay. Minor attained majority, this doesn't matter. As you can see here, limitation run from the date of execution. Minority of debtor does not extend the limitation for the creditor. So this is the right answer. Done class, because so many students will take mark on the within this one, from they will just calculate from this, but this is not the right answer. Okay, that calculation will be from 1st June 2020. Okay, done. First is the basic of tax law. So we have two types of tax, direct tax and we have a indirect tax. What is? We have a direct tax and we have a indirect tax. What is direct tax? As the name suggests, the tax which is paid directly to the government. The tax which is paid directly to the government, that is called direct tax. Okay. See, suppose income tax. So, governed by Income Tax Act 1961, paid on income of individuals, firms, companies, etc. That is the direct tax. And if we compare with the indirect tax, so the tax is collected from customer and then paid to the government. So the best example of indirect tax is your GST. What is GST? Governed by Central Goods and Services Tax. Suppose guys, if in a hotel, right, we are eating. In a hotel, we are eating something, right? So we are paying, the hotel is giving the services, and for that services we are paying. So we are paying to the hotel management, then hotel management is paying to the government. So that's why this is called the indirect tax. So there are basically two types of tax that is given here. See, direct and indirect. Done, class? Cool. Now, important concept, that is income tax banking relevance. So we can see here there are assessment year. You can see there is a assessment year, there is a financial year, okay, and the last is there is a calendar year. There is a calendar year. So there are three types of year, okay. If we talk about the calendar year, so that is always start from 1st January and end 31st of December. Is that okay? 31st of December. Then class, assessment year, the year in which income is taxed. That is so simple. And what is financial year? Year in which income is earned. What is this? Year in which income is earned. Example, suppose income earned in financial year 2025 to 26, taxed in assessment year 2026 to 27. So this is the best example of financial year, class. See, that is important. Okay, income earned in financial year 2025 to 26, tax in assessment year. So I think this is clear to all of you, the difference between assessment, financial and the calendar year. Important point. If you have any doubt, you can please ask in our comment box. Please ask. Done? Done class? Next one. What is TDS? If you just see the full form, tax deducted at source. Bank deduct tax before paying the interest. Important. Bank deduct the tax before paying the interest. Relevant section is section 194A, 194N. A. TDS on interest other than security. Security may be movable or immovable property. And this TDS on cash withdrawal beyond the limit. If you see the banking importance, deduction on FD interest, Form 15G, 15H handling and compliance risk. Important class, this section. Done class? Now the next one. Attachment and recovery provision, section 28 IB. Provisional attachment, tax authority can attach property during the proceeding, because we know that, see, whenever, suppose if borrower is not able to pay the money, so we have a court. So court can do these activity, but in this act also, suppose if you people have not paid the tax, so the tax authority can attach your property during the proceeding. Okay. Now garnishing proceeding. What is garnishing proceeding? So garnishing proceeding is basically, if we can see, garnishee proceeding. Bank may receive notice to freeze account of SSC. Bank may receive to freeze account of SSC. Okay. So first of all, what is garnishing order? If you can see, garnishing order. Suppose if X person is working in a company, X have to pay Y 10 lakh rupees, but right now X is not able to pay the money. So in that case, suppose the matter comes in the court. So court will give order to the company of X to deduct the 20% of salary of X and give it to the Y person. So the order which is given by the court, that is called garnishing order. A very simple example. So garnishing proceeding, bank may receive notice to freeze account of SSC. Bank must comply immediately, not allow withdrawals, inform customer carefully. C class. That is important. Okay, that is important. Tax recovery officer, we know that appointment under second schedule. What is second schedule? So class, in not in every act, but in some act we have a section and we also have a schedule. So class, this TRO appointed under second schedule of Income Tax Act can attach the property, arrest and detain and appoint the receiver. So receiver will always appointed by the court or the authority. This is important. Okay, that's it. Done class? Now next one. Priority of government dues. So as we know that in the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Act, so we have done this authority waterfall mechanism. Okay, so waterfall mechanism that's applied in section 53. What is this? Section 53 of the IBC, this one. So what is waterfall mechanism? Waterfall mechanism is to whom we will just give the priority when the winding up process will be there. Okay. So for important BRBL, government dues do not automatically get first charge. First of all, we know that the secure creditor gets the priority. Then after, the government dues will be there. Is that okay? That is important. Okay, so this is the priority of the government use. Now, GST banking relevance, supply of services. So we just know that what is GST. So this is applicable to the goods and services. Okay, applicable to the goods and services. So this is supply of services, banking services taxable under the GST. And ITC, input tax credit, bank have a limited ITC. Okay, reserve charge mechanism applicable in the certain cases only. So these are the concept that you people have to understand. Okay, then guys, PAN and KYC related tax compliance. So PAN is mandatory. So PAN is mandatory for cash deposit above limit and high value transaction. Okay, link with the income tax reporting, important. Okay, so this is your PAN and KYC. Now, Benami transactions. Suppose if we want to purchase the property, the X person name is there, but in existence, if we talk about the existence, so there is no existence of X. That is called Benami transaction, governed by Prohibition of Benami Property Transaction Act 1988. Bank must conduct proper KYC, avoid lending against suspicious property. Important. Okay, important thing. Now, limitation period, recovery proceeding governed by Income Tax Act, second schedule, and limitation principles. That's it. So these are the basic things that you people have to know in this act. Okay, now let's start with the summary that is given in the Macmillan book also. As a business entity, banks are required to comply with essentially two main tax law. Okay, the first is income tax and the second is your GST. In its simplest form, income tax is calculated in respect of the individual by computing income under the separate head, and thus gross total income is calculated. Tax is deductible at source at the specified rate on making certain types of payment. Calculating corporate tax liability, okay, calculating corporate tax liability is more complicated. So there are also separate compliance requirement in respect of the TDS. So these are the summary that you people have to understand it. Okay, then class, the GST. So this is your crux of GST, is a single tax on supply of goods services right from manufacturer to the customer. We know that thing. Credits of input taxes paid at each stage will be available in the subsequent stage of value addition, which make GST essentially a tax only on value addition at each stage. The GST replaces various tax. GST replaces various tax including service tax, exactly, because before the service tax was also charged. Now with the GST on goods and services, the government is looking at improving the economic by eliminating the cascading system of tax, streamlining the business process in India. We know that thing. Now, C class, this is your slab income tax slab, that is the right one. New tax regime. Okay, this is new tax regime. Okay, up to 4 lakh nil, 4 to 8 lakh, it's a 5%. Okay, then 12 to 16, 15, 16 to 20, this about 24 lakh, that's the 30%. So this is the new tax regime. You can just note it down. You can just class note it down, that is important. Okay, now let's start. Liability to pay income tax arise on the account of residential status and the place of source of income. That is true and false. So here class, the liability to pay income tax arises on the account of residential status in the place of source of income. This is absolutely the true statement. Assessment year represent the period of 12 months beginning from 1st April each year following the relevant financial year. Tell me class. Liability to pay income tax arises on the account of residential status, place of source of income. Assessment year represent the period of 12 months beginning from 1st April, okay, each following the relevant financial year. So this is absolutely the true statement. Previous year is the financial year immediately. What is this? Previous year is the financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. Tell me. Previous year is the financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. That is true and false. Previous year immediately preceding the financial year, that is absolutely the true statement. Income is taxed only on the salary. That is true. Income is taxed only on the salary. That is true. So here class, this is absolutely the wrong answer, okay. Income exempt from tax is to be deducted out of taxable income before computation of tax. Computation means that is calculation of the tax. income exempt from tax is to be deducted out of taxable income before computation of the tax. Computation, that is accounted. That is not the right answer. And these questions are very much important. Assessment here is the two type. Summary assessment is the scrutiny assessment. Assessment here is a two type, summary and scrutiny assessment. So assessment is of 2 years, summary and scrutiny, that is absolutely the true statement. Partnership firm, if has no income, need not file a tax return. That's good question. Partnership firm. So class, partnership firm, if have no income, need not tax file. This is false statement because everyone have to file the tax. Tax assessed by a signing officer shall be paid within how many days? So tax assessed by AO shall be paid within the what? 30 days. Entire advance tax is to be paid by 15th March. That is true and false. Entire advance tax is to be paid by 15th March. This is true and false. So entire advance tax is to be paid by 15th March. That is true. Okay. Tax deduction is to be made before making interest payment to the non-resident in NRO account. That is true and false. Tax deduction is to be made before making interest payment to this. Exactly. So tax deduction is to be made before making interest payment to this. This is absolutely the true statement. Yes. Tax deducted at source is to be deposited within 1 week from the end of the month which is to be deducted. That is true and false. Tax deducted at source is to be deposited within 1 week from the end of the month in which it is to be deducted. That is true and false. That is the true statement. Person deducting tax at source is required to file quarterly return of TDS. Person deducting source is required to file quarterly return of TDS. That is absolutely the true statement. GST is one direct tax for the whole nation. Direct tax. see the meaning of money laundering. What exactly the money laundering is? The illegal process. What is this? The illegal process. Cool. So, illegal process of making large amount of money generated by, so it is generated by the criminal activities such as drug trafficking, example, or terrorist funding. Okay. So, these are the example of criminal activities through which the illegal money basically come. So, drug trafficking, terrorist funding appear to have come from the legitimate source. Okay. It seemed to be appear to have come from the legitimate source. So, this is the meaning of money laundering. A very simple definition. If somebody asks that in which act the money laundering definition is given, so many candidates will take mark on the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. But this is not the right answer, because guys, this word, that is money laundering word, this word is not defined in Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This is very much important. So, if this question comes that in which act the money laundering term is given, so you have to tick mark none of the above. This is the right answer. Okay, this is the right answer. So, this is exactly the definition. Okay, and you know class, this Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and if we say the Prevention of Corruption Act, this is of 1988 and this is of 2002. So, these two act little bit similar. Okay, these two acts are little bit similar because the punishment that is given in the Prevention of Money Laundering and Prevention of Corruption Act is minimum 3 year, maximum that is a 7-year punishment, plus fine also. Plus class fine also. So, this is the punishment which is given in the Prevention of Money Laundering and Prevention of Corruption Act. That is important. So, I hope so this definition is clear to all of you. So, whatever I am saying regarding this topic, each words are important. So, just focus on my wordings. Okay, now just move toward the process through which illegal money convert into the white money. It means that what is the step-by-step process through which the black money convert into the legal money. So, I have just shown you this diagram. This is a very beautiful diagram, okay, and I will tell you that what exactly the process. First of all, see this diagram. Then I will tell you the process. A very important step that I'm going to tell you, okay, and do not, apply in your practical life, okay. This is just an example I'm showing you, okay. Now, the first thing is collection of dirty money. Suppose this is X person, right? This is X person. He have a collection of dirty money. So, suppose he have a 20 crore. He have a 20 crore rupees in his hand. Now, he just want to convert into the what? Legal money. So, he just contact with the bank manager. Suppose this is BM is the bank manager. BM is the bank manager of this bank, and X have a very good relation with bank manager. So, this person is saying that Mr. Branch Manager, I will give you I will give you 1% commission. I will give you 1% commission if you will help me to convert this dirty money into the white money. So, guys, this manager have a very good relation. So, that's why this person placed. So, this person placed this money to the bank. So, when the person give money is called placement. When person give money okay, to the bank, this is called placement. A very simple definition. Is it okay? So, the money is placed to the bank. Now, the bank will apply might. what bank will do? See, it may be possible the bank will open the the fake account of any company. Okay, the bank can open the fake account, or the bank can open any scheme in which he can show the different account holder and just put the money in that. So there are so many ways in which the bank can show it. Okay, so here you can see the dirty money integrates into the financial system. So integration is the second step. Integration is the second step in this one. Integration, because integration, the distribution of money from one place to another. So here you can see the transfer on the bank account of company X. Wire transfer, this is bank offshore, loan to the company Y. So these are the things that the bank is showing so that nobody can understand that where the money come from. Okay, then payment by Y of false invoice to the company X. So in the company Y, company X, the money is what? Coming. The money is coming. Okay, now what they will do, suppose the money come. Now class, no, this is called layering. This is not integration. This is the layering process, layer wise. Okay, so this is the layering and this is called integration. This is integration and this is what? Layering. Okay, now class, layering, you can see here the money is coming here to there. Okay, and this is integration. Now suppose this money come 20 crore. Now they are ready to purchase this car. Suppose the car worth is 10 crore. Okay, this bike is 2 crore, this flat is 5 crore. Okay, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and this is suppose 20, 1 crore car. So they just purchase these things from this money. Now all these things are sold. Okay, and then the money came, that is 20 crore. So this is now white money. So guys, in this way the black money convert into the white money. Now class, this is the white money. So dirty money now converts into the white money. So this is the step that you people have to understand. A very important step class. So please understand this topic. This is very much important. Done class. So I hope so this is clear to all of you. Now let's move toward the session. So guys, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act was enacted, as we can see here, to prevent the money laundering. Okay, in 2012, okay, the amendment happened, that is the changes in the definition of money laundering was enlarged by including the activities. So in the definition class, they have just included the activities such as concealment, acquisition, possession and use of proceed of crime as a criminal activities. The act provide rigorous imprisonment. Okay, rigorous means very hard, that is 3 years is the minimum, up to 7 years is the what punishment. 3 to 7 years, that's a punishment that is given here. Is that okay? So this is the summary. Done class. Then certain obligation means the duty has been cast on the banking companies, financial institution and intermediaries to maintain the record of transaction identity of client. So class, for bank, for FI, this is very much important to just record the transaction, identify the client, so that this act will not come into picture. The director appointed, okay, the director appointed by central government has the right to call for records and impose penalty if she find that banking company has failed to comply with the requirement of the act. Important. Okay, then class, central government. What is this? Central government has, in consultation with RBI, in consultation with Reserve Bank of India, framed the rules called Prevention of Money Laundering, Maintenance of Record of the nature and the value of transaction, the procedure and the manner maintaining and the time for furnishing information, and verification and maintenance of the record of identity of the client of the banking company. Okay, so we have a certain rules that we have to apply. Is that okay? Then class, the rules, okay, prescribe what records are to be maintained, retention of records, verification of identity of the clients and furnishing information in respect of the transactions to the director. Though the statute imposes the stringent punishment to minimize the money laundering court cases, okay, as illustrated in the unit. That is important. C class. Okay. Okay, now the first question is, the prevention of money laundering was not applied to the banking transaction. Tell me class. The prevention of money laundering was not applied to the banking transaction. This is absolutely the wrong statement, because this act applied to the banking also. Okay, next. The term money laundering has been defined in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2000. This is true and false. Tell me. So guys, the term money laundering has been defined. That is false, because money laundering word is not defined anywhere. Okay. A director under the act is appointed by the Reserve Bank of India. Director. Tell me. Director under the act is appointed by the Reserve Bank of India. The answer is false, because this is appointed by the central government. Record of transactions specified under this act is to be maintained for 5 years. Record of transactions specified under the act is to be maintained for 5 years. Okay, so this is absolutely the right answer. RBI and SEBI can prescribe the nature of records to be maintained by the banking company. RBI and SBI can prescribe the nature of records to be maintained by the banking company. That is absolutely the true statement. Documents to be verified depend upon the types of client. Documents to be verified depend upon the types of client. Documents to be verified depend upon the types of client. So guys, documents to be verified depend upon the types of client. This is absolutely right, because client can be individual. Clients can be individual. Then it can be company, it can be partnership firm, LLP, etc. So client can vary one person to another. Bank is not required to inquire the financial status of the client. That is true. Bank is not required to inquire the financial status of the client. So bank is not required to inquire the financial status of the client. So this is the false. All cash transaction of the value more than 10 lakh or its equivalent in foreign currency are covered by the act. That is true and false. All cash transaction of the value more than 10 lakh or its equivalent in foreign currency is covered by the act. The answer is absolutely true. We need it. Okay, next. As per Rule 8, as per Rule 8, the principal officer is required to furnish information in respect of the transaction, that is clause A, B, BA, C, E of sub-rule 1 of 3 every month by 25th of the month. That is true and false. So always remember rule number 3 and rule number 8 that I have just taught you in the class. You have to remember. Okay, so rule 3, rule 8, both rules are important. Okay, both rules are important. So rule number 8, rule number 3, that is important. So this is not by this one, that is a false answer. As per the rules framed under the statute, the records to be maintained should also contain date on which an individual transaction was conducted. That is true and false. Tell me, class. Huh? ये तो बैंक, सुनो सुनो, ये तो तुम्हारा बैंक वर्टिकल का है ना, हम लोग का थोड़ा, हम लोग को इंक्रीमेंट पे करना होता है ना. हाँ हाँ हाँ. So here class contain the date on which that is true answer. Okay. Under section 3 of PMLA, money laundering is complete when a person what? So class section 3 money laundering completes when a person only conceal proceed of crime, only possess the proceed of crime, directly, indirectly attempt or knowingly assist any process. So class this is C is the right answer. Directly, indirectly attempt or knowingly assist this one. Okay, C is the right answer. That's it. Done. This is the right answer. Done class. So this is the right answer and this is also comes in the definition of this one. Okay, that's it. Next, proceed of crime include what? Only property derived in India, property derived indirectly from scheduled offence, only movable property, only property held by the accused. बताइए. So proceed of crime include only the property derived in India, property derived indirectly from scheduled offence, only movable property या only property held by the accused. So यहाँ पे class that is given in the scheduled offence. तो जो आपका offence given होता है वहाँ पे. So B will be the right answer. Next, the offence under PMLA is what? So first of all, what is bailable, what is non-bailable, okay, what is cognizable, what is non-cognizable. Okay, so here are the 4 words. Okay, so bailable offence, these are the offence. Okay, offence, and this is offence, first, second, third, fourth. What is bailable offence? So bailable offence are less heinous crime. Less heinous crime. Okay. हाँ हाँ मैं आ गई हूँ ऊपर. तो खाली रहेगी. बस कल मैं इसलिए आज ऑफिस आई, मैं कल नहीं आना पड़ेगा मुझे यहाँ पे, तो कल मैं जूम से कर लूँगी, फिर मैं नहीं आऊँगी. डन. ओके. Okay class, so bailable offense is the less heinous offenses, okay, in which the bail can be easily given. Non-bailable offense, that is the heinous crime is there, like murder, rape. Okay, this is non-bailable. Done class? What is cognizable offense? So cognizable offense is same, that is heinous crime is there. Okay, and non-cognizable, less heinous crime. So this is the, okay, particular points that you have to understand. Bailable, non-bailable, cognizable, non-cognizable offenses. Okay, see, bailable, non-bailable, cognizable and non-cognizable offense. That's it. Okay, so this is important point. Done class? This is important. So offense under Prevention of Money Laundering Act is cognizable and the non-bailable, because that's come under the heinous crime. Okay, so this is the right answer. Done class? Next, which of the following is not the stage of money laundering? That we have already done. Tell me. So which of the following is not the stage of this? So we have already done the placement, layering, integration. So confiscation is not the right answer. Okay. Now, reporting entity under Prevention of Money Laundering must report the suspicious transaction. So to whom they have to inform the suspicious transaction class? So class, here for the suspicious transaction they have to give to this one. Okay. Now, Mr. A, okay, was accused of schedule offense under IPC. So IPC is basically, that is Indian Penal Code. Okay. So Mr. A was accused of the schedule offense under IPC. The Enforcement Directorate, this act is basically where the offense definition is defined and the punishment is there. This is called IPC. In Hindi we just say Bharatiya Danda Sanhita. So Mr. A was accused of the schedule offense under IPC. The Enforcement Directorate provisionally attached his property on 1st January 2026 under this act. Complaint was filed before adjudicating authority, because we know that this one solved the matter within the prescribed time. Authority did not pass any order within 180 days. So what will be the legal position class? That is a good question. So here class, what is the legal position? Attachment lapse after 180 days if not confirmed. So B will be the right answer for this question. Cool, this is the right answer. Mr. C is acquitted. Acquitted means to just leave. So Mr. C is acquitted in the schedule offense by the criminal court. However, PMLA proceedings are ongoing. So what happened if PMLA to this? Acquitted, that it means he is not liable. Okay, acquitted means he is not liable. So Mr. C is acquitted in the schedule offense by criminal court. However, PMLA proceeding is ongoing. What happened to this proceeding? Automatically continue, automatically terminate, continue, or what? That is a good question. So what happened to this proceeding? The answer is very simple. So here we have automatically terminate, because once we have given the punishment, no need to give punishment, same with the other act. So this is the right answer.
So first of all, I would teach you a simple, the definition, and then we will start the session. Now see what exactly the promissory note. I'm just giving one example, then we can just do it. Suppose Vinita is a debtor. Vinita is a debtor, okay, and Aman is the creditor. I'm just giving you the example. Okay, debtor and creditor, two persons are there, right? Now class, Vinita, okay, she have to give, suppose 10 lakh rupees after 3 months to the Aman, okay? So Aman is creditor, he want money because he have just sent the goods to the Vinita, right? In that case, the one document, that is a promissory note, is made by Vinita. Okay, so this is your promissory note which is made by Vinita. So in this promissory note, as you can see here, in this promissory note, we can see in this promissory note, guys, the goods that is there. So stamp is there, stamp, okay, and Vinita will sign here, and this stamp will be, this document will be properly stamped according to the Indian Stamp Act. So the contract that is between Vinita and Aman, because in legal language, debtor is, you can say, maker is also known as drawer, because he just draw, the debtor is drawing this promissory note, okay, and in the promissory note it is given that Vanita promised to pay 10 lakh to Aman after 3 months. So that is written, property stamp. Then this document will be the authentic document. So this is called promissory note. So you can see the definition. A promissory note is a instrument that contains the written and signed promise by the maker to pay certain amount to the creditor at specific date or on demand. C class. So this is what a promissory note. A very simple definition. Is that okay? This is promissory note. Okay, so you can see here. So, and C class, the definition is written in a very simple language. Okay, definition is written in a very simple language so that you can understand. And always remember the currency note. What is this? Currency note. Okay, not treated as promissory note. Okay, currency note not treated as a promissory note. So this is the example of promissory note. A very simple definition. I hope so. This definition is clear to all of you. What exactly the promissory note. So if anyone asks that how many parties are there in the promissory note, so we can easily say 2 parties are there. Okay, drawer, maker, and the payee. That's it. Currency note, the note that we are using, this cannot be treated as a promissory note. So that is simple definition that I have told you. Okay, let's move toward the next one. What is bill of exchange? One example I'm giving you. Suppose A person is there and this is B person. Okay, A person is giving goods to the B person. B person have to give 5 lakh rupees to the A person. Okay, now in that case what will happen? B have to give 5 lakh, but right now he don't have. So now in this case, A is the creditor and B is the debtor. Right. So creditor will now make a bill of exchange. Creditor. In this bill of exchange, you can see here, A will sign here and then after it will just give to B. He will give to the B and then B will, after signing of the B, he will give it to the C person. So here in this case, we can say A is called maker or drawer. B is called debtor or creditor. No. B is called, that is the drawee. Okay. B is called drawee. Okay. Drawee. B is called drawee. And C is called payee. So class, in bill of exchange, there are 3 parties: maker, drawee, and payee. That's it. Okay. Now see here what exactly that is. Drawer. Okay. Drawer that issues a bill of exchange for cargo ship. Suppose this is the example. Now just see the example so that you can understand what exactly that is written here. Okay. Drawer. Okay. Issue a what? Bill of exchange for cargo ship. That's a drawer. Okay. First of all, understand this example so that you can easily understand this example. Okay. So drawer, that is a drawee. Drawer, that is a creditor. Drawer, we can say that is the creditor. So creditor is drawing this bill of exchange. Bank participate as payee or endorsee of the bill of exchange. Suppose bank is a payee. Done. Drawee receive the cargo and bill of exchange. Exactly. Banks make payment to the seller as per bill of exchange. Done, because banker is the payee. Bank wait for bill of exchange to mature and to collect the money. Suppose 3 months is there. After 3 months, it will be mature. Once bill of exchange mature, the buyer pays the bank with interest. Exactly. So this is the best example to understand the definition of bill of exchange class. Done, class? Okay. So I hope so. This definition is clear to all of you. Okay. So this is your bill of exchange. Cool. Now next. See, this is check. So in bill of exchange, if anyone asks that how many parties are there, so we can easily say there are 3 parties, and bill of exchange also stamped. Bill of exchange also what? Stamped. Cool. Now check. A is there, okay, and this is B person. AB is there, okay. Suppose A have given goods to the B person, okay. Now B have to give 5 lakh rupees. Now in that case, B is giving check to the A person. Now A have given check to the bank. Cool. Now in this case, as we can see here, that A is called what? He just want pay. A is pay. B is called what? B is called drawer because he just draw the check. Or we can say the maker, and bank is always the drawing who just give money. Okay, so there are 3 parties again in the case of bank. So in the case of bank, drawee will be always the bank. That is very much important. So see, this is the format of the check. Okay, this is the format of the check. That's it. Okay, if you just see the comparison, because everybody know the check. Okay, but if you see the comparison between bill of exchange and the promissory note, then you can exactly get to know that what exactly the basic difference. So you can see, class, the bill of exchange, unconditional order to pay, and promissory note contain only a promise to pay a certain sum of money only. Exactly. 3 parties are involved in bill of exchange. Okay, drawer, drawee, and pay. In promissory note 2, maker, pay. Maker is also known as drawer. Maker is also known as drawer. Bill of exchange need acceptance. Promissory note does not need acceptance. Exactly. Bill of exchange is drawn by creditor. Exactly. This is drawn by the debtor. Bill of exchange, notice of dishonor must be given. Notice of dishonor not required in the case of promissory note. C class. That is very, very much important. Done, class? If you have a doubt, you can please ask in the comment box, okay? Done? Now, let's start with the next one. Now, class, the Negotiable Instrument Act. First of all, this word negotiable instrument, okay, that is defined in section 13. That is defined in section 13, but the exact definition is not given. Section 13 say that negotiable instrument includes promissory note, bill of exchange, this one, okay, but name the different types of such instrument recognized by the statute which are also defined in it, okay. Though negotiable instruments are financial instruments as such have their general characteristic, each instrument is different from the other and have a definite characteristic also. Exactly. It is mandatory for a bank, okay, it is mandatory for a bank to pay a check drawn by a customer. Exactly, if the customer is paying a check to the bank, so it's a bank duty. Subject to the compliance by the customer as well as the bank of certain rules and regulations, largely being spelled out in the NI and interpreted in a decisive manner by the court. Thus, the duty to pay is there only when there is a sufficient balance in the account. Proper application of the fund is possible when specifically required by the customer to do so. Exactly. So this is when we just pay the check. Okay, when we just pay the check, then only this is required. Done. Protection is provided to the paying banker. So first of all, you have to understand what is paying banker and what is collecting banker. Okay, suppose X is there, Y is there. X pay a check of 10 lakh rupees to the Y person. Okay, X pay a check of 10 lakh rupees to the Y person. Now in that case, what will happen? Suppose X have a Axis Bank and Y have a HDFC Bank. Now he will just collect the check and he will give check to the HDFC Bank. Now HDFC Bank will collect the back money from the Axis Bank. So Axis Bank is what? The paying banker, and HDFC is called as the collecting banker. See, okay, this is your dispute. So protection is provided to the paying banker under the statute. However, the payment has to be payment in due course defined in Act, and protection is given, that is given in section 85. So section 85, that is for the paying banker, and for collecting banker we have a section 131. That is important. Okay, that is important. So there is also protection available to the banker where checks are fraudulently. Protection is also available to the banker where the checks are fraudulently altered but are done so well that the alteration is not discernible to the naked eye subject to certain conditions. Exactly. Sometimes the bank cannot recognize that whether the check is true and false, but actually that is false, but still in the prima facie we cannot say that this is the fraud act. Okay. So like in the case of paying banker, a collecting banker is also protected under 131 of NI certain conditions, so that the check should be gross collection on the behalf of customer only, there being no negligence on the part of the bank. Exactly. So this is basically for the safer side of the bank, that when bank will be not liable. C class. When bank will be not liable. That is important. Cool. Done. Now the question is, which of the following is not the holder of a check? So here we have not the holder, a bearer check found laying on the road. So this is not the holder of the check, because bearer is means name is not defined. Okay, name is not defined. So first B is the right answer for this question. Cool. Next. Which is not one of the criteria to be fulfilled for a person to be the holder in due course of the check? Which is not one of the criteria to be fulfilled for a person to be the holder in due course of the check? The check should be grossed. It should have been acquired for consideration. It should have been acquired before its maturity, and all of the above. Tell me, class. Which is not one of the criteria to be fulfilled for a person to be the holder in due course of a check? That is good question. So here, class, the holder in due course, the check should be gross. This is not the criteria. Okay. So for this, this is the right answer. Okay. It should not be gross. This is not included in the definition. So A is the right answer. Otherwise, holder in due course, C for course, C for consideration, just to remember. Okay, just to remember. That's it. Next. Which of the following circumstances indicate material alteration? Tell me, class. So, class, when the operation of the instrument and the liabilities of the parties are altered, when the business effect is altered when it's used for the business purpose, when change impact the instrument in such a way that it starts speaking a different language. So all these are comes under the definition in the this one. Okay. So for third, D is the right answer. Cool. Now, which one of the following is not the example of material alteration necessitating for refusal of the payment of check? Tell me the fourth one. Not the example of material alteration. So here class, it is not a material alteration. This is the right answer because bearer means the name is not defined, but the name is defined. That is a different thing. Okay, so this is the right answer. Done. Next, when a bank is paying a check presented for payment for debit from saving bank account of the customer, what is the relationship between banker and customer? Tell me, class, the fifth one. When a bank is paying a check presented for payment for debit from the saving bank account of the customer, so what is the relationship between banker and the customer? Principal agent, leasee lease, debtor creditor, or none of the above? The correct answer will be that is banker. So banker is debtor and customer is creditor. So you could now tick mark on the principal and the agent. Okay, this is the right answer. C will be the right answer for this question. Cool. Now, in an appeal filed by the drawer under section 148, what percentage of fine or total compensation awarded by trial court must the appellant deposit? That is 148. tell me the answer, then I will just give you the exact, things. So class, this particular statement, if I just show you that what exactly section 148, suppose drawer is there and complainant is there, okay? So the trial court have given the decision, okay, against drawer. So trial court has given the decision against the drawer. In that case, drawer, if want to appeal in the higher court. So if drawer want to file the case in the higher court, so in that case, what will happen? The drawer have to pay 20, suppose trial court have given the compensation that you have to pay 20 lakh rupees, Mr. Drawer, okay? So you have to pay 20% of 20 lakh, then you can appeal to the higher. And this amount you have to pay in 60 days plus 30 days extra will be given. That is our first statement. Okay. Now suppose if drawer is acquitted. So guys, if drawer is acquitted now, if drawer is acquitted, so now in that case, what will happen? In that case, the court will order the complainant to pay 20% that he have paid plus bank interest to the drawer. So this is very much important that 20% he have to pay 60 plus 30 days extra will be given. So this is exactly section 140. So let's talk about the appeal days. Cool. Let's talk about the appeal days. That is important. Done class? Is this okay? Now, next one. So I think this is clear to all of you. That is 20% he have to pay. Okay, that is important part. Next one. What power does appellant court have concerning the amount deposit under section 148 during the pendency of the appeal? What power does the appellant court have concerning the amount deposit under section 148 during the pendency? So class, what power does appellant court having concerning the amount deposited in 148? That is, the court can release the amount in the favor of the complainant. Okay, this is the right terms. Now, Section 143 is applicable retrospectively or prospectively. Retrospective means suppose the act is made in 2000. So in the prior act also, when this act apply, that is called retrospectively, and prospectively, that is apply in the future. So this is called prospectively. This is called prospectively. Okay, retrospectively, prospectively, etc. So 143 is basically prospectively. Okay, cool. What is the primary characteristic that allow a negotiable instrument to be easily transferred? Tell me. What is primary characteristic that allow a negotiable instrument to be easily transferred? The presence of issuer signature, the requirement of beneficiary, being payable to order or bearer, or it is specific tenor or maturity date. The primary characteristic that allow a negotiable instrument to be easily transferred. This. According to the Act, when should an accepted bill of exchange can be accepted in relation to date and maturity? According to the Act, when should an accepted bill of exchange be accepted in relation to its date and maturity? So it is accepted, and see, in bill of exchange, the TROI should be always accepted within 48 hours. That is important, okay?
So what is the basic objective of this act? So the basic objective is to facilitate the external trade and the payment. Exactly. Suppose if Nikkita Mam purchased a property in London. Nikkita Mam purchased the property in London. Okay, so there are certain rules and regulations that Nikkita Mam have to follow. Okay, so this is the basic objective of the FEMA. So facilitate the external trade and payment. To promote orderly development of forex market in India. Okay, replace the FERA. So this FEMA Act, replaced FERA. Why FERA? Because I think in 1973 the government is different, and in 1975 the government is different. That's the only reason. Okay, so FEMA, right now we have to study FEMA. So FEMA is basically a civil law, but FERA is a criminal law. So guys, what is the basic difference between civil and criminal? I'm going to teach you. Okay, so if I talk about the civil one, so civil is what? That is a private case. Private case means in which the party is X versus Y. This is the party name. So that's why it is called civil law. In criminal law, it's a public law. It's a public law. Okay, and the person will be state of, suppose, Andhra Pradesh versus X person. See, that's, we can say, the party's name, X versus Y, and this is state of AP versus X. That's the party name. So in criminal law, basically, we just give the punishment like imprisonment, like fine. We just impose fine in the criminal law. But in civil law, we just give the compensation. We just give the, we can say, the settlement of the cases there in the civil law. So that's the basic difference between civil and the criminal law. See, class. Is that okay? So this is the basic objective of this one. Done, guys? Okay, so this is the objective. So civil and criminal, the party's name will be always X versus Y, whatever the party name. But in criminal, one party is a state, one party is X. So why the party X? Why the party, this state is there? Because in criminal law, suppose any state want to protect any state. Suppose UP is there, UP. So the government of UP will protect the UP people. But if any crime will happen, so the state will file the case. So that's why in criminal case, one party is a state and another party is the accused person. So in criminal, state versus X person will be there. Done, class? So this is the basic difference or objective of this act. Now guys, the important definition that we have to study, that what is authorized person. Authorized person are those person that is regulated by the RBI. Okay, you can see here the person authorized by Reserve Bank of India to deal in the foreign exchange includes AD category, first, second bank, FMC. Person resident in India. It means the person stay in India more than 182 days in preceding financial year. Preceding means before. Okay. Exception, employment and business abroad is the exception of this part. Cool. Okay, class. Next one is, what is current account transaction and what is capital account transaction? So these two words are very much important. If we talk about the current account transaction, so current account is basically current account transaction. Suppose if you people are traveling, okay, medical expenses in US, okay, education. So in all the example you can see the money is going, that is not returning. Okay, so this is called current account transaction. And what is capital? The best example of capital is to loan. If you are giving loan, if you are investing in another country, so this is example of capital account transaction. So here in this case we can see here in this, the money is going, never come back, or money is coming, never go. In this, money is going, money is coming. So the best example is loan and investment. Suppose in loan or in investment, the profit and interest will also come. Interest or profit will also come. So interest and profit is called current account transaction. So this is the best example to understand capital and the current account transaction. See class the definition. So current account transaction other than capital account. Example, import export payment, travel, education, medical, interest payment. And in capital, see, assets liability outside India, assets liability in India for non-resident. See the examples. So this definition is very much important, class. This definition is very much important. Okay, so this is your current and capital account transaction. Is that okay? Cool. Now, next one. What is a role of RBI under the FEMA Act? So, RBI basically regulate the capital account transaction, issue directions to authorized dealer, compounding the offenses, manage the forex reserve. So, this is basically the role of RBI under the FEMA Act. Export of goods and services, it means realize and repatriate. What is repatriate? Repatriate means, suppose if I'm just taking $1,000 in US, I'm an Indian, I'm just taking $1,000 in USA, and in USA I've just spent only $800 and $200, I'm just taking back it to the India. So this is called repatriate to India. Okay, so exporter of goods must repatriate forex within the prescribed time and furnish declaration to the RBI. That is important. So exports of goods and services. Cool. Next, penalties under the FEMA. What should be the penalty? If contravention is up to 3 times. Contravention means you are not following the rules and regulations, sir. You are not following rules and regulations of FEMA Act. So if you are not following rules and regulations of FEMA Act, so the penalty will be 3 times the sum involved if amount is quantifiable, okay, and if amount is not quantifiable, 2 lakh, okay, and continue offense 5,000 per day. This line is very, very much important. Very much important, this line. This is very, very much important. Okay, cool. Now class, the next one is, this is a penalty, so you have to learn this thing, okay. Now class, adjudication and appeal structure. So adjudicating authority is there, okay, special director for appeal, appellant tribunal is there, high court for the writ jurisdiction. Suppose if we are not satisfied with the decision of appellant tribunal, so we can go to the high court for the writ, okay. So this is important. Now class, the next is compounding of offense. Compounding, that's a we can say who just take care of this segment. So this is done by RBI, application within 180 days, and avoid the litigation. That is important. Avoid the litigation. Enforcement Directorate ED is just like a police. ED is just like a police. Investigates the contravention. Work under the Ministry of Finance. Work under the Ministry of Finance. So this is the basic work of ED department in India. Okay. Then this is LRS, Liberalized Remittance Scheme. Resident individual can remit up to prescribed USD limit as per financial year. for travel, education, investment abroad. Cool. Then class, the basic difference between FERA and the FEMA. The basic difference is, if we talk about the nature, criminal, this is civil nature. Objective, control, this is management. Presumption, guilty, innocent. Penalty, imprisonment, this is monetary. That is very, very much important. The key difference between the FERA and the FEMA. Okay, the key difference between FERA versus FEMA, important part. Done class? So this is the basic difference between FERA and the FEMA. Okay, now. So the provision of FEMA extend to the all over India. So guys, this apply to the all over India, okay, and also apply to the all branches, offices, agency outside India owned, controlled by a person resident in India. So this is the first part, this is the second part. And also any contravention committed outside India by such person to whom this act applies. So this is your third part. So these are the, we can say this act apply to these authority. See, this act apply to these authority. That is important. Under FEMA, any violation of the provision of said act will attract the penal provision, including the right of arrest detention. Important point. Done. So in this act we can say here, this also include right to arrest and detention. Okay, right of arrest and detention also. Done. Now class, the main definition of importance to banker as well as the important provision in the statute as regard regulation and management of foreign exchange is the power available to RBI, penalties, punishment that may be meted out on the contravention of the act, and right to appeal available, the role of ED. So these are the provisions that is given in the act that we have to study. Okay, that is important. State whether following statement is true and false. The authorized person is the individual authorized by RBI to deal in foreign exchange. Authorized person is the individual authorized by RBI to deal in the foreign exchange. So authorized person is an individual, that is absolutely true. Authorized person include the dealers, bankers, etc. Current account transaction altered the assets and liability outside India of person resident in India. Okay, so current account transaction alter the assets or liabilities outside India of the person resident in India. Tell me, class. So current account transaction alter the assets and liabilities outside India of person resident in India. So this is absolutely the wrong because we know what exactly the current account transaction. A capital account transaction includes payment due in connection with a foreign trade in the ordinary course of business. Capital account transaction include payment due in connection with a foreign trade in the ordinary course of business. So here we have this is the wrong, absolutely the wrong one because we have just done this definition. Foreign exchange include traveler check. So foreign exchange include the traveler check. So foreign included, this is absolutely right. RBI can revoke any authorization given to the authorized person. Tell me. RBI can revoke any authorization given to the authorized person. RBI can revoke any authorization given to the authorized person. This is absolutely yes. Civil court has jurisdiction to entertain any suit or proceeding in respect of any matter under the FEMA Act. So here class, this is not the right answer, okay? Any person aggrieved by the order passed by a competent authority in respect of the assets held abroad, okay, and seized may prefer appeal to the High Court. So from the competent authority we have exact, you know what? We have exact this one, appellant tribunal. So this is the wrong answer. Miss Kavya left India on 1st July 2025, okay, for employment in Canada, employment guys, and she stayed in India for 200 days in financial year 2024-25. Okay, in January 2026, she purchased property in India. Now tell me, this is her residential address at the time purchase is what? This is a good question. So guys, as we know that if we talk about the person resident in India, so more than 182 days, okay, and she purchased property in India. Her residential status at the time of purchase is resident, non-resident. So guys, it is more than 200, but she is just doing the employment, that is exception. So that's why she is non-resident, because she is doing employment, that is the exception, that's come under this one. Okay. Cool. A company receive $1 million but fail to repatriate export proceed within prescribed time. Adjudicating authority found contravention involving 50 lakh. So 50 lakh means the amount is quantifiable. Maximum penalty under FEMA can be what? Tell me. Maximum penalty. 50 lakh, 1 crore, 1.5, 2 crore. So triple the amount that we have already done. Triple the amount. If amount is quantifiable. So triple of 50 lakh is 50 lakh, 50 lakh, it's 100 lakh and 150 lakh. So 150 lakh, that is 1.5 crores. So C is the right answer. C will be the right answer for this question. So this is the right answer.
So guys, if we talk about the objective of the act, okay, so objective is basically to regulate and supervise the payment system in India. See, for a regulation, we have a RBI Act. What banks follow the rules and regulations, we have a Banking Regulation Act. So similarly, how to regulate and supervise the payment system in India, so we have this act. So the basic objective is to regulate and supervise the payment system in India. To designate RBI as a authority for payment system. So who is the authority? Reserve Bank of India is the authority for the payment system, RBI. Okay. To ensure safety, security, and efficiency in electronic transaction. To ensure the safety, security, efficiency, because we know that the best example that right now, the case that is IDFC fraud case. I think all people have just listened this IDFC fraud case. So what was the case? C class, between banker and the customer. So we have a fiduciary relationship, isn't it? We have a fiduciary relationship. So in fiduciary relationship, okay, we know that in the fiduciary relationship, we know that the customer easily trust on the bank. The customer easily trust on the bank. And if bank is doing the fraud, nobody can know. But if the investigation will start now, so but obvious bank, the work will hamper. In this bank, the government have paid the money in this bank because we know bank is a trustworthy body. But bank misuses the money. And 590 crore, the bank misuses the money. Bank means the person who is working under this. The person who is working. Is that okay? So the person who is working under this, they are doing the fraud. Is that okay? So I think 4 person has been held who have done the wrongful act under this case. Okay, investigation is already done and I think 560 crore has been recovered in this fraud case. So what these 4 people have done, they have just, they have just done the layering. What is layering? Layering is basically to just distribute money in that way so that nobody can identify that where the money has gone. in ICICI Bank also, when Mrs. Chanda Kochar was the head, so she had misused the position and and just give benefit to his to her this one husband. So why? So we need a security. So that's why RBI is the regulator of all the banks. So it is the RBI authority to do that things. That is important. Okay, so this is the objective of the act. That is important. Done. So the recent case also you have to done. Now next one. This act is applicable to the whole of India. Is that okay? This act is applicable to the whole of India. It come into force in 2008. That is important. Whole of India, before 2019, okay, before 2019, the act was not applicable in the Jammu and Kashmir, but right now this act is applicable to the everywhere. Regulatory authority, the act empower Reserve Bank of India, okay, to authorize the payment system operator, issue the directions and guidelines, conduct the inspection, and can revoke the authorization. Please see. Done, class. So I think this is clear to all of you. Now, the meaning of payment system. If we talk about the meaning of payment system, so a system that enable payment between payer beneficiary, includes clearing, payment, settlement services. Example, through RTGS, we just pay the money through NEFT, IMPS, UPI, card network, and the clearinghouse. C class. This is important. Okay, that is clear to all of you. So these are the payment system. Okay, C class, if we talk about the RTGS, okay, RTGS, okay, so just listen one by one so that you can easily understand that what exactly this means. So RTGS is basically that is a real time gross settlement. Okay, so minimum amount is 2 lakh and maximum no upper limit. It means you can transfer the money. So the minimum is 2 lakh, maximum no upper limit. Okay, and 24 into 7, including in holiday also, through this forum you can send money from one person to another. Okay, so the charges are mostly free, and this is best for the high value transaction. Okay, this is best for the high value transaction, and this is used for the high value urgent payment. Okay, now class, if we talk about the NEFT, okay, what is this NEFT? So guys, if we talk about the NEFT right now, so in NEFT we can say here, this is basically a national electronic fund transfer. It is the national electronic fund transfer. Meaning is basically, within half an hour, suppose if you are sending money, so within half an hour, the money will be sent to the another person. Minimum, no minimum limit, maximum, no maximum limit. Okay, the availability, if we talk about 24 into 7, okay, and this is best for the small to medium value transaction. Small to medium value transaction. Okay, and the charges are also generally free. Is that okay? Now class, it's a IMPS. So first of all, full form, it's a immediate payment system. What is IMPS? That is a immediate payment services. Okay, so this is basically the minimum amount is no, maximum up to 5 lakh you can just transfer. So this is best for the instant retail transfer. Okay, and this is for the small and medium payment. So that is your IMPS. Is it okay? So I think if we just do a quick revision, so minimum amount for RTGS is 2 lakh. For NEFT, IMPS, no minimum limit. Maximum limit for RTGS, no limit. NEFT, no limit. But for IMPS, it's up to 5 lakh rupees. Okay. If we talk about the speed, so for RTGS and for IMPS, it is immediately the money is transferred from one person to another. And if we talk about the this one NEFT, so it will take 30 minutes to transfer the money. So that's the basic difference between UPI. Right now, there are so many UPI method in which the money can be transferred. So this is the meaning of the payment system. Okay, now authorization. So authorization, no person can operate a payment system without RBI authorization. This is one of the best, thing. What is this? No person can operate a payment system without RBI authorization. Application must be made to RBI. RBI may grant or refuse the authorization. Exactly. Cool. Netting and settlement. So settlement is final and irrevocable. Even in the case of insolvency, settlement cannot be reversed. Protect the systematic stability. Let me explain you the exact thing. Netting and settlement. Okay, that's a netting and settlement in the bank. Okay, so netting is basically adjusting mutual obligation and paying only the balance amount. Suppose I'm just giving example. Suppose A owes B 10,000, B owes A 7,000. So A have to pay 10,000, B have to pay 7,000. But net the amount 10,000 minus 7. So this is but obvious only 3,000. The final payment A pays to B will be only 3,000. That's important. Okay. So this is the best example. Netting. $10K. B owes A 7K. Okay. Then as we know that A have to pay 10,000 and B have to pay 7,000, right? So in that case, 7,000 will be deducted, only 3,000. So A pay only 3,000 to B. So this 3,000 is called, this is called netting. A very best example to understand. Plus, what is netting? See? Is that okay? So this is called netting. And if we talk about the settlement, okay? When A actually pay 3,000 to B, settlement is complete. This is called settlement. Okay. So after netting, the remaining amount is paid. This is called settlement. A very simple example. This is called what? Settlement. That's it. Okay. So I hope so. This is clear to all of you. Okay. Now the next one. RBI power. So RBI power under this act. So issue policy directions, call for returns and information, inspect payment system provider, and impose the what penalty? Impose the what penalty? It's a RBI power under this act. Penalty, operating without authorization, it's a fine plus imprisonment. And non-compliance with RBI direction, it's a monetary penalty will be there. Okay, monetary penalty will be there. C class. A simple definition. Cool. Now the next one. Okay, now it's a summary of the Macmillan that is given in your book. Summary of the Macmillan. Now see, this act came into effect on 12th August 2008, extend to the whole of India. Exactly. This act 2007 provides for the regulation and supervision of payment system in India and designate the Reserve Bank of India as the authority for that purpose and all related matter. So RBI is the real authority. RBI authorization is also mandatory before commencement of operation and further continuation of the payment system. Cool. RBI has power to authorize a company or corporation to operate, regulate the existing clearinghouse, new clearinghouse of the bank in order to have a common retail clearinghouse. So we can see here the basic work under this act is of your Reserve Bank of India. That is important. Okay. Done. So clearinghouse is basically it's a centralized financial institution that act as a third party intermediary between buyer and seller. That's it. Okay, cool. Now RBI is what? Authorized to refuse authorization for any payment system or may even revoke an authorization at any time on the happening of certain event that is given in 8. Suppose if you are not satisfied with the decision of RBI, we can just apply this to the Reserve Bank of India, to the central government within 30 days. Okay, and central government have to decide in 3 months the exact decision, and the decision will be binding on the parties. The decision will be binding on the party. See, the decision of central government on the appeal is final. No bank or system provider is allowed to impose charges, whether directly or indirectly, upon a person making or receiving a payment, any changes in the payment system. That is important. Done? Okay. RBI has power to call for returns, access information, carry out inspection in organization connected to the payment system. It also have a right to give directions and make regulation connected with the payment settlement system. So now class C, what exactly the role of RBI in this case? Done? Cool. Now the next one. Okay. A financial instrument whose value is derived from change in interest rate, foreign exchange rate, credit rating or credit index, price of securities, or any other underlying or a combination of more than one of the aforesaid is called what? Repos, reverse repos, derivative, or none of the above. Tell me, class. It's a repos, reverse repo, derivative, and none of the above. So that's a simple question. So guys, the correct answer will be derivatives. Okay, next. Under the Payment and Settlement System Act 2007, which entity is authorized to approve commencement or operation of payment system? Tell me. SEBI, RBI, Ministry of Finance, or SBI? So class, we know that we have a Reserve Bank of India. Next. For RBI to consider authorizing a company or corporation to operate or regulate the existing clearing houses or new clearing houses of bank in order to have a common retail clearing house system for the bank, what percent of the equity of such company would be held by the public sector bank? Not less than 51%, not less than 60%, not less than 80%, or not less than 10%. What will be the exact answer? So guys, it is but obvious that is not less than 51%. Okay, now prior approval is required from RBI before a system provider causes any change to take place in the system which would affect the structure or operation of payment system. However, how many days notice should be given to the system participant after approval by the RBI? 31 days, 28 days, 20 days, or 30 days? Tell me, class. So we have a 30 days of approval. Okay. Now, under the Act, the designated authority for regulation of payment system is what? Central government, SEBI, RBI, or Ministry of Finance? So guys, the designated is RBI. Next. No person can operate a payment system in India without whose authorization may required. So guys, we need the authorization of the RBI. Okay, next. ABC Fintech Private Limited launches a digital wallet facilitating fund transfer between customer without obtaining authorization from RBI. After 6 months, RBI discover the operation and issue the notice. So which statement is correct? Company can operate temporary until license decision. Prior RBI authorization is mandatory before operation. Post facto approval is sufficient and only bank require authorization. Tell me, class. So here, class, which statement is correct? So prior RBI authorization mandatory before operation. So this is the right answer. Okay, B is the right answer. Next, insolvency and settlement penalty. XYZ Bank participate in a clearing system. At 11 a.m., net settlement is completed. At 2 p.m., bank is declared insolvent by NCLT. So 11 a.m. settlement status is what? Void, suspended, final, or irrevocable. So the settlement status is final and irrevocable. Okay, next. RBI granted authorization to Quick Pay Limited. Later on, RBI finds repeated violation of security guidelines affecting the systematic stability. Only impose penalty, revoke authorization in public interest, file civil suit only, or take no action without the court order. So class, here we have a B is the right answer. Okay, now RBI directs all prepaid payment instrument, that is PPI, operator to enhance KYC compliance within 30 days. One operator ignores the direction, so non-compliance may result in no action, advisory warning only, monetary penalty, or action by CAIIB. Tell me, class. So here class, the non-compliance will monetary penalty and possible. So first of all, mortgage. So what exactly the term mortgage is? So mortgage is basically, suppose a person is there, a person just take money from the B. Okay, here you can see the example. A takes money from B, suppose 10 lakh rupees, and B is giving immovable property as a security to the B person. So this is called mortgage. So here A is called mortgager and B is called mortgagee. That's the meaning of this one. In every mortgage, there is a mortgage deed where rules, regulations, rights are written. So this is your mortgage deed. Okay, and registration is also important. So that's the thing is written, and mortgage definition is written section 58 clause A of Transfer of Property Act. Okay, it's 1882. Is that okay? So what are the law that is related to it? We have to study. So now class, mortgage according to section 58, it is a transfer of interest in immovable property to secure an advance loan or an existing debt or a future debt or the performance of an obligation. So there are 6 type of mortgage that we have to study, because these 6 types of mortgage, so many candidates very confused that ma'am how we can learn this 6 type of mortgage. So class, example will be same but rules regulations will be different. So let's understand this. So first of all, simple mortgage, that is section 58 clause B, section 58 clause C, section 58 clause D, section 58 clause E, section 58 clause F, and section 58 clause G. Okay, so this is the types of mortgage you can see here. So how to remember this? C for conditional and 58C, that is easy to remember, and this E is important. So English mortgage is given section 58 clause C. Please see class the the meaning. That's important. Okay, so I hope so that is clear to all of you. Now one by one we are going to understand the types of mortgage that is written. So first of all, the ingredients, that there should be what? The transfer of interest in the property by mortgager, that is owner lessor. Transfer should be to secure the money paid or to be paid by the way of loan. Mortgage kinds: simple, conditional, usufructuary, English, this, etc. Okay, now, so one by one, we are going to discuss the types of mortgage. So you have to just understand, the important key points that is written here. Important key points. Okay, now see what exactly the simple mortgage. So I will highlight the important key points. Okay, without delivering possession of immovable property, that's the first key point. Mortgager bind himself personally to pay the mortgage money, that's the second point. And failing to pay according to his contract, mortgagee shall have right to cause the mortgage property to be sold with the help of the court. So this is your third point. Okay, so only these terms you have to understand. So in simple mortgage, only these 3 points are there that you have to remember. Again, I'm telling you, in this type of mortgage, the mortgager is not delivering the possession, because there's a difference between possession and ownership. Ownership means the complete, the custody on the particular item, that is called ownership. And if we talk about the possession, it's a custody. So okay. So simple mortgage means without delivering the possession of mortgage property. Second point is mortgager bind himself personally to pay the money. Okay, and the third, suppose if mortgager is not able to pay the money, the mortgagee can file the case in the court. That's it for the sale of this one. Okay, so these are the key points that is given. Okay, so now that is a simple mortgage. Now see what exactly written in the essential point. An essential point always taken from the this one. Done, class? Okay, now see, the mortgagee has no power to sell the property without intervention of the court. Okay, mortgagee has no right to get any payment out of these rent and produce of the mortgage property. Mortgagee is not in possession of the property. Registration is mandatory if amount of the property, principal amount is 100 and above. That is important. Okay, so this is the important essential features. Okay, important essential features. Done, class? So I think that is clear to all of you. Done, class? So this is the essential features of this one. Okay, now conditional mortgage. So what is conditional mortgage? Suppose X, Y is there. X is mortgager, Y is mortgagee. Okay, so in conditional mortgage, there is a condition that mortgage deed will be automatically convert into the sale deed if mortgager is not able to pay the money. That's it, and nothing else. Is that okay? So see, mortgager ostensibly means not actual, sell the mortgage property on the condition that on default of payment on a certain date, the sale become absolute, and suppose if payment is done, the sale become void. Payment is made, the buyer shall transfer the property to the seller. So here the mortgager is a seller and that is the buyer. Important point, class. Please see. This is important. Okay. So this is mortgage by conditional sale. That is important, and everything should be done in the same document. Okay, everything should be done in the same document. That is the key point of this one. Okay, that's it. Done. Next, essential features. Sale is ostensible, not real. If money is not repaid on the agreed date, ostensible sale become absolute, okay, upon mortgagee applying to court and getting the decree in the favor. In this case, the mortgagee can sue only for foreclosure but not for the sale of the property. This point is very much important. Okay, this is very much important in this paragraph. Okay, so this is the essential features. Okay, done. Now, so I think that is clear. And now if you just understand this point, what is foreclosure? It means loss of the right possessed by the mortgager to redeem the mortgage property. This is called foreclosure. So in this case, the mortgagee can file the case for foreclosure, not for the this one, not for the sale. This is important point. Done, class? So I hope so. That is clear to all of you. Okay. Now, next one is your usufructuary. So in usufructuary, only one word you have to learn in usufructuary, that is use of the property. That is use of property, right? And rent and profit. It means in usufructuary, suppose if mortgager is not able to pay the money, the mortgagee can take money from the rent and profit that is coming from the property. That's it. You can see here what exactly given. The mortgager deliver possession expressly or by implication and bind himself to deliver possession of mortgage property to the mortgagee, plus authorize the mortgagee to retain such possession until the payment of mortgage money and to receive rent and profit occurring from the property or any part of the rent and profit and to appropriate the same in lieu of interest or in the payment of mortgage money or partially in lieu of interest, partially in the payment of mortgage money. So basically you have to understand that mortgagee can take rent and profit that is coming from the property. That's it. This is called usufructuary mortgage. Please see all the sentence. This is important. Done, class? So this is usufructuary mortgage, and now essential feature. The mortgagee is put in possession of mortgage property. Exactly. Hereby possession means the legal possession and not the physical possession. Exactly. Example, the mortgager may continue to enjoy the physical possession as lessee of the mortgagee or mortgager by maybe the caretaker of the property, directing the tenant to pay the rent to the mortgagee. However, the deed must contain a clause providing delivery of property to the mortgagee and authorizing him to retain such possession. The mortgagee has right to receive the rent and profit occurring from the property. Such rent profit part may be appropriated in lieu of interest or payment of the mortgage money and partly for both. That is very much important, class. See. Done? I think that is clear to all of you. Okay, now class. Okay, so this is your essential point of use of usufructuary. Unless there is a personal covenant for the repayment of mortgage money, no personal liability for the mortgager. Exactly. Therefore, mortgagee, okay, cannot sue the mortgager for repayment of mortgage debt, nor he can sue mortgager for the sale or foreclosure of the what mortgage property. That's it. No time limit specified, and the mortgagee remain in possession of property until the debt is repaid. Exactly. So mortgagee is in to remain in possession of mortgage property and pay out of rent and profit. So again and again, just try to understand the one word so that you can easily this one. Okay. And everything should be done in the same document. Okay. And generally bankers do not prefer this types of mortgage. Okay. Now, what is English mortgage? E for English. This is English mortgage. Mortgager bind himself to repay the mortgage money on a certain date and transfer the property absolutely to the mortgagee. This is the key point. So the key point to remember, the English mortgage is certain date and property absolutely transferred to the mortgagee. That's a key point you have to remember. Okay. English mortgage. So certain date and property absolutely transfer to the mortgagee. Essential feature, you can just read it out. Equitable mortgage, that's a unique mortgage. Equitable mortgage is also known as mortgage by deposit of title deed. Okay. So Kolkata, Chennai, Mumbai, and the town where state government notify. So in this area, this type of mortgage generally happen. Okay. Deliver. So in this type of mortgage, they just deliver to the creditor or his agent document of title to immovable property with intent to create a security thereon, and the transaction is called mortgage by deposit of title deed. That's a very simple definition. Done, class? So that is okay. This is the only mortgage where no registration is required. This is the only mortgage where no registration is required. This is important one. Okay. So document of title or title deed in the case of mortgage by deposit title deed shall be the document or instrument which evidence ownership, because if we are giving the title deed, it means we are just giving the ownership. Okay, the title is the ownership, and this type of mortgage generally happen in the bank. Okay, so if a person has a right to peaceful possession and enjoyment of immovable property, then such document instrument is called title deed. Exactly. Okay, so this is the features you can understand. Anomalous mortgage, that's not a simple mortgage, not a mortgage by a conditional sale, not a usufructuary, not a English mortgage, not a mortgage by deposit of title deed, etc. So in this type of mortgage, it is a negatively defined, okay, and usually a combination of two mortgage. It is usually the combination of two mortgage. That's important one. Okay, so I hope so. The definition is clear to all of you. Okay, now we can see here. If we talk about the limitation period, so 12 year is the limitation for filing a suit for sale of mortgage property from the date when money sued for become due, 12 year. And 30 year, the limitation period for filing the suit for foreclosure is 30 year from the date when the money secured by mortgage become due. So this is your 30 year. That is important. So one word to remember for foreclosure, it is 30 year, and for sale, that is 12 year. That's of mortgage. Important. Please see this definition. Okay, so this is the limitation period. Okay, that is important. Done. So now class, just a quick revision. Okay, the simple mortgage. Okay, what is this? Simple mortgage, mortgage by deposit of title deed, English mortgage. So these three mortgage, the possession of mortgage property is not given to the mortgagee. Okay, usufructuary mortgage by conditional sale, the possession of mortgage property is normally given to the mortgagee. Simple and mortgage by deposit of title deed, the mortgagee has a right to proceed against the property mortgage and personally. And deposit of title deed not required to be created by the way of deed does not require registration. That is important. See class. Okay, so I hope so that is clear to all of you. Okay, so this is your 12-year limitation, 30-year. We have already done this point. Okay, now that is not important. Yeah, the mortgage is dashed in the immovable property. So mortgage is the transfer of interest. So B is the right answer. Transfer of interest. Okay. Simple mortgage is created an instrument in writing, oral agreement, oral assent, unwritten promise. So this is instrument in writing. Mortgage by the way of conditional sale, the property will be conditional. Sold with a recondition, sold unconditionally, oral consent. So this is your sold with a condition for reconvenience. So third, A is the right answer. Okay, next. Limitation for the filing suit for the sale of mortgage property is basically 12 years. This is the right answer. Done. Now, some important key points that is given in this one. What is appropriation? So guys, appropriation is basically, we can say this is a Clayton rule. What is appropriation? That's a Clayton rule. Appropriation is the Clayton rule. Okay. So appropriation is the setting aside of fund received from a debtor for a specific purpose for paying the debt. Section 59, 60, 61 of Indian contract deal with the rules regarding appropriation. So this is also known as Clayton rule and this is also known as FIFO. Both are same. So basically adjustment of the money according to the order of the time. So this is called appropriation. So that is given in the Indian Contract Act. What is assignment? The process by which a person called assigner prefer to transfer right or benefits to another person, that is called assignee. Cool. In India, actionable claims are assigned and section 130 of TP Act provide the rules for transfer of actionable claim. Exactly. Okay. So these words are important. Done, guys? Next. What is pledge? Pledge means bailment of good for the purpose of securing the payment of debt and the obligation. This is called pledge. Then class, so pledge is basically we are giving the movable property as a security. That is called pledge. Okay. Then pawnee has a special right in as regard the goods pledge. Exactly. Valid pledge can be created by the owner of goods and the mercantile agent. And constructive pledge, that's involve only the delivery of keys of the warehouse. So these are the key important points that is given here. Okay. Upon the contract of pledge, the pawnee can sell the good pledge after notice and retain. And what is hypothecation? We are giving the movable property as a security. The possession and the ownership is with the mortgager, is with the person. Okay. So this is called hypothecation. Okay. So class, tell me what exactly the pledge means. Dash of goods for the purpose of securing payment of debt and the performance of promise. What? So pledge is basically a bailment of goods, because in pledge we are delivering the movable property as a security. Same thing in the bailment also, we are giving the movable property as a security. Okay, now hypothecation is an implied pledge in the case where constructive possession of good is given, delivery of good is given, constructive possession of obligation is given, none of the above. So hypothecation, guys, is basically constructive possession of good is given. Okay, so this is called hypothecation, and this is given in section 2N of the SURF-IC Act. Okay, the term hypothecation is defined under which act? Tell me, class. Done, class. So hypothecation word is given in the SURF-IC Act. Okay, so here are the question. Number one question is, the lease of immovable property is what? A sale of property for a certain time period, transfer of property but not to use the property, the transfer of right to enjoy such property, and none. So first of all, we have to understand what exactly the lease is. So lease is the topic of the Transfer of Property Act, where suppose this is the immovable property. Okay, so this immovable property suppose belong to X. If X is giving this immovable property to the Y person, okay. So if X is giving this immovable property to the Y person, so this is called what? Lease. So X is not giving the ownership, but X is simply giving the possession of this property to the Y person. So this is called lease. So lease is very simple. So this is the transfer of right to enjoy such property, that is called lease. A very simple definition. Okay. So whatever the definition that is given in the session, please understand it. And okay, and if you have any doubt, you can please ask. Okay, now let's do the next one. In the matter of immovable property, the sailor is bound to what? Sailor. Okay, to answer to the best of his information all relevant questions put to him by the buyer in respect to the property or the title thereto, to produce to the buyer on his request for examination all document of title relating to the property which are in the sailor possession or power, to disclose to the buyer any material defect in the property or in the sailor title thereto, to which sailor is, and the buyer is not aware, and which the buyer could not with ordinary care discover, and all of the above. So tell me, guys, in the matter of immovable property, the sailor is bound to what? This is very important, and that's easy one. So guys, in the matter, okay, in the matter of immovable property, the sailor is bound to answer the best of his information. The first is absolutely right. To produce to the buyer on his request for examination, exactly. To disclose to the buyer any material defect, exactly. So all the points are right. So that's why D will be the right answer for this question. Okay, D will be the right answer for this question. Cool. Next one. Attached to the earth. What exactly means? Okay, attach. It's embedded in the earth as in the case of wall and building, rooted in the earth as in the case of trees and shrubs, attached to what is so embedded for the permanent beneficial enjoyment of that to which it is attached, and all of the above. What is attached to the earth? Attached. Attached to the earth. And class, today is the last day, okay, of your registration with a normal fees. So right now, if you have not enrolled in any batch or if you have not registered, so it's a kindly request to please register yourself, okay, because this is very much important. So guys, attached to the earth is basically all the points are correct. Okay, it's attached to the earth because generally the immovable property is attached to the earth. Okay, that's cool. Next. The act relating to the transfer of immovable property is called what? Tell me. Class, the act relating to the immovable property, okay, is called, is given where? Transfer of Property, Immovable Property Act, Transfer of Property Act 1882. So that is very simple because sometime the act year also comes. So that's why the Transfer of Property Act 1882 is the right answer. Okay. Now, immovable property does not include growing crops, standing timber, growing grass, or all of the above. What is immovable? Does not include. Tell me, guys. Immovable property does not include. So guys, growing crops, it's a movable. Standing timber, it's a movable. Growing grass, it's also a movable. So that's why all of the above is the right answer because all are movable. So that's why these three are not included in the immovable property. So D will be the right answer. Cool. Next. Transfer of property is what? Okay, just read all the options one by one. The act by which a living person, okay, conveys means simply transfer property in present or in future to one or more other living person or to himself and one and more other living person, and to transfer property to perform such act. The act by which a living person conveys property to one and more other living person. Act by which a living person convey property to one and more other living person and to himself and one and more other living person, and to transfer property to perform such act. The act by which living person conveys property in present or in future to one and more other living person. Tell me, class, what is transfer of property? Because that's related to the immovable property. Tell me, guys. So class, property, transfer of property means the act by which a living person conveys property in present future, okay, to one and more other living person and to himself and to one and more other. Okay, suppose if X person is transferring property to Y, it means one person is transferring the property to the another person. So this statement is simply, you can say here, living person conveys property in present future to one and more other living person, and always remember the living person also include the company. Okay, in the second statement it say that to himself, okay, and one and more other living person. To himself, so how the person transfer the property to himself? The best example is a trust. Okay, the best example is trust class, because in trust we just transfer the property from one person to another. So that's why this A will be the right answer. Okay, because suppose if I have so much money, so but obvious I will open the trust, so I will transfer my property to the trust. So that's why for sixth one, A is the right answer. That is simple. Cool. Next, a suit to obtain a decree that a mortgager shall be absolutely debarred of his right to redeem the mortgage property. It's simply redeem means to back, to take back. Okay, so a suit to obtain a decree that mortgager shall be absolutely debarred of his right to redeem. It is called what? So tell me the exact, the thing. So class, this is called a suit for foreclosure. So this is exactly this definition. A suit to obtain a decree that mortgager shall be absolutely debarred of his right to redeem the mortgage property. It is called foreclosure. And always remember the limitation is for this is 30 years. Okay. And for recovery of dues, that is 12 years. So at least remember this limitation days, because that is important. Cool. Now, next one. What are the right and liabilities of a lessor? So we know that when a person is giving this immovable property as a rent to the B person, so A is called lessor and this is called leasing. So what are the right and liabilities of the lessor? So please read all the points and tell me the right answer. Lessor shall be deemed to contract with lessee that if latter pay the rent reserved by lease and perform the contracts binding on the lessee, he may be hold property during the time by without interruption. The lessor is bound to disclose to the lessee any material defect. Lessor is bound to the lessee request to put him possession of the property, and all of the above. Tell me, class. Yes, class. Right and liabilities of the lessor.
So here class, I think all the points are correct. So that's why this D is the right answer for this question. Okay, now a lease of immovable property from year to year or for any term exceeding 1 year can be made. Registration is not mandatory, only by instrument. Although registration is not mandatory, but it's registered, the parties may enjoy certain benefit or only by the registered instrument. Tell me the right answer. So class, for this one, this is only by registered instrument. This is the right answer, okay? Because if it is above 1 year, it's need registration, okay? Now, the next one. Hmm. The mortgager in Indian law is the owner who had parted with some right of ownership, and the right of redemption is a right which exercised by the virtue of his what? Residuary ownerships, pecuniary, conditional. Conditional means some conditions, pecuniary that is related to the money, and residuary that's your living. Tell me, class. So class, the mortgager in Indian law is the owner who have parted with some right of ownership and the right of redemption, which he exercised by the virtue of his. This is the parted with some rights of ownerships and the redemption to which. This is called conditional because here are some conditions which have to be fulfilled. So that's why C is the right answer. Now, the person who mortgaged the property is known as what? Who mortgaged his property? That's good question. Tell me, class.
So the person who mortgages the property is called mortgager. Okay. Now, Priya that leases out commercial property to Amar for the purpose of starting a hostel for working girls. So Priya leases the commercial property to Amar for the purpose of starting the hostel. The lease is for 10 years. In the 5th year of the lease, Amar further leased this property to Shivani. Okay, Shivani for 4 years. Okay, so it means for 10 years the possession was in the hand of Amar. So Amar possessioned this in the 5th year to the Shivani. After the expiry of 10 years, the Shivani remain in possession of property and continue to pay the rent to the Priya. It means Shivani is now paying rent to the Priya. So which of the following statement will apply? The lease will continue between Priya and Shivani from month to month. Shivani is in illegal possession. The lease has expired, but Shivani can continue enjoying the premises unless Priya evict him. The lease will continue between Priya and Shivani for year-to-year basis. So just apply your common sense and tell me the right answer. So guys, this is very simple. Priya leases the commercial property to Amar for the purpose of starting a hostel. That's so easy. Tell me the right answer. So see class, the logic behind this answer is very simple. Shivani is in continuing possession and Priya, the main thing is Priya is accepting the rent from Shivani. That's the main thing because
the main lease is finished, the sublease will be also finished. But in this case, the Priya is taking rent from the Shivani, right? So that's why for non-agriculture and non-manufacturing purpose, the tenancy become month to month. So that's why for this, the right answer will be this one. A is the right answer. So please note down the reason that for non-agriculture and non-manufacturing purpose, the tenancy become month to month. Okay, that's it. That is very simple one. Cool class? Next. What is not included in immovable property? Land, house, timber, crops, grass, all of the above. Tell me. What is not included in immovable property? So not included in immovable. This. Okay. Land, house included in this. Okay. This is not included now. Mortgage by deposit of title deed is also called what? This is called equitable mortgage. So one thing that you people have to just remember for the equitable mortgage is that equitable mortgage is the only mortgage where no registration is required. Okay. This is the mortgage where generally happen in the metropolitan cities and the state government notifies such area. On that area, it can be done. Okay. So that's why for 14, C is the right answer. Cool. That's cool. Possession under anomalous mortgage may be delivered, may not delivered in anomalous, may not be delivered, none of the above. So guys, first of all, what is anomalous mortgage? So anomalous mortgage is that mortgage which is not a simple, not a user fluxury, nothing. So possession under anomalous mortgage is simply, we can say, may, it's none of the above because it is, first of all, it is negatively defined. Okay. And anomalous mortgage is a combination of two and more mortgage. So that's why we cannot say anything about this. Or you can just say this B. That will be the right answer. Okay. Now the transferor is called what? Transferee is called what? The price is called what? And the money share service is to be rendered is called what? Tell me.
So the transferor is called lessor, the transferee is called lessee, the price is called rent, okay, and the dash C is the right answer for this question. C. Okay, next. Lease of immovable property for any other purpose shall be deemed to be the lease for month to month terminated on the part of either lessor lessee by dash notice 6 month, 1 month, 15 days, or 2 month. 15 days. Okay, now according to the Supreme Court ruling, renewal of lease is a new lease, cannot be made before expiry of old lease, none of the above, continuation of the old lease. Renewable. So renewal is basically a new lease because in renewal always the premium rent just increase. Okay, so essential elements of mortgage by deposit of title deed. Tell me, class. It is created in specific town by deposit of title deed, even though the property is situated outside those town. It is affected by deposit of material title deed. It is not necessary that all deed should be deposited. It is sufficient if material documents are deposited. Delivery of possession of property does not take place, and all of the above. So guys, all the points are necessary, and this is also known as equitable mortgage. Okay, this is the right answer. Cool. Next. When a mortgagee has a right to sue for mortgage money. Tell me. Mortgagee has right to sue for mortgage money. Tell me. So guys, that is so simple. When a mortgage has a right to sue for the mortgage money. So guys, all the points are correct. So D is the right answer. So that's all for today's, and I hope so you people enjoy the session. Okay, just for a quick revision, I just want to highlight the section of the types of mortgage. Okay, mortgage, that is A. It's a B. Anomalous mortgage, just let me this. Mortgage section 58 A clause. Simple mortgage 58 B clause. C. Just a way to remember, it's a A, B, C, D, E, it's a F, it's a G. That's it. So you have to remember this section of the types of mortgage. That is important, okay? So the mortgage definition is given here, and rest of all you can see here, okay? So guys, first of all, we have to understand that what exactly the registration of charge means and what is satisfaction of charge means, okay? Because these two concepts are important. Now, let's do the session. Registration. Now see what is given here. When a company takes a loan and give its assets as security, because we know that bank is a place where anyone who is the customer can come and take the loan. So suppose if company is coming and company is taking loan and give assets as a security, okay, like land, its example, building, machinery, stock, it's create a charge in the favor of lender, that is bank and FI. So who is lender? So lender is basically, we can say, the creditor to whom we just take money, that is called lender, okay? Assets, that is the property, okay? And security, that's a legal term. Security can be movable and immovable property, okay? So when a company takes loan, the company give assets as a security. It's create a charge in the favor of lender. The charge must be registered with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, that is MCA. That is important. Okay. The relevant law that's belong to this is Company Act, and Section 77 talks about this charge. Charge must be registered within 30 days of its creation. So guys, see the definition. That is important. Is that clear, class? So we can say charge is a right that is created on the assets as security for loan. That's it. So because we know that if company fail to repay the loan, the lender can take and sell the assets to recover the money. A very simple example I'm just giving you. Suppose a company is there, ABC company is there. ABC company suppose take the loan 50 lakh from a bank. To secure loan, the company keep its factory as a security. Now, the bank gets a legal right over that property until the loan is repaid. So, the legal right of the bank over the company's property is called charge. Is that okay? So, this is a very simple definition of the charge. So, charge in one word we can say security, that is security interest that is created on the company assets for the repayment of loan. Because we know that if suppose if company is not able to pay the money, so the lender have a right to still sell the property. That's it. Okay, so this is a simple definition. Okay, so loan plus company assets as security. What is one word? Loan plus company assets as security is equal to charge. See class, a very simple definition. Now, if delay occur, additionally 60 days allowed with extra fees. Further extension possible with a government approval. So maximum we can say 120 days that is required for the registration. After 120 days, it will be not registered. Okay. The form that is used is CHG1 for normal charge and CHG9 for the debentures. Cool. Suppose if charge is not registered. So guys, if charge become void against liquidator and creditor, okay, loans still remain payable. So this is what if charge is not registered. Again, I'm telling you, if charge is not registered, charge become void against liquidator and creditor. So creditor is a person who take money and liquidator is simply a person, okay, who just distribute the assets. Suppose if company is going to be wind up, so liquidator will come into picture and he will distribute the assets. So this is important. So this is all about the registration of charge. Is that clear? Done? Now, next one. What is satisfaction of charge? So right now we have done the registration. Now, what is satisfaction of the charge? That concept is also important. Okay? Satisfaction of charge. Now see what exactly that is written here. When a company fully repay the loan, the charge created on assets must be removed from the Ministry of this MCA, that is Minister of Corporate Affairs, from the corporate record. So this process is called satisfaction of charge. A very simple definition I'm telling you so that you can easily understand. Okay, so when a company fully repay the loan, the charge created on assets must be removed from the MCA record. This is called satisfaction of charge. The relevant law is 82. Time limit must inform. Company must inform ROC within 30 days after repayment. The form used will be CHG4. This paragraph is important. Cool? Next. Now C class, the comparison. It's a quick comparison you can understand. Registration, recording the security created for loan, and this is removal of charge after the loan repayment. Section 77, Section 82. Form, this is the form. Time limit within 30 days of creation, within 30 days of repayment of the loan. Purpose, protect the lender interest, update MCA record. So guys, first of all, please understand the difference between registration and satisfaction. Important. Okay, registration, that is important. Now let's do the summary, then we will do the questions. The term charge is defined section 2 clause 16 of the Company Act. So what exactly the meaning? It means an interest or lien created on the property or assets of a company or any of its undertaking or both as security includes mortgage. That's it. That's a simple definition. At least you have to learn the section. Section 77 of Company Act. Nearly all types of charges are required to be registered with the registrar of company. So this can become in the form of question to whom we have to be registered. Charges can be fixed and floating. Suppose if a company have given the fixed security, so on that thing, the charge will be fixed. Okay. If the security is changed, that's a floating. See, that is important. Okay, that is important. Okay, now cool. Next. Charge will have to be, what is this? Charge will have to be registered within 30 days. This is very, very much important. Within 30 days, charge have to be registered, okay, of the creation of charge, and some additional time is permitted on payment of certain fees. If charge created is not registered, okay, the same is invalid against liquidator. This point is important. Appointed under IBC and other creditor on winding up the company, as case may be. Section 77 to 87 of Company Act deal with the registration of charge. So this is exact the summary that is given here. Okay, please read that point. Okay, so cool. That is clear. Now the next one. Now the question, class. Under section 77, within how many days after creation of charge a company is required to register the charge created by a company shall be registered with whom? Registrar, registrar of firm, registrar of company, or all of the above? So class, this is very simple. Registrar of company is the right answer. Now, charge shall be registered by a company within how many days from the date of creation of charge? 60, 30, 15, at the discretion of the company. Charge shall be registered by a company within how many days from the date of creation of charge? So this is 30. Okay. Now, under section 82 of Company Act, company will give intimation to the registrar of the payment and satisfaction in full of any charge within the period of dash days from the date of such payment. It means, suppose if a company have paid the loan, so within how many days they have to inform? So this is but obvious, 30 days. Cool. Now, a company created a charge on the fixed assets in favor of bank on 1st January 2026. Cool. Company failed to register the charge within 30 days. It means it is not registered. The charge can still be registered within which maximum extended period? It means what should be the maximum time period through which we can just register the charge. That is important. The charge can still be registered with a maximum, that is 120 days. Minimum 30 up to 120 days. That is important. Okay, next. If a charge created by a company is not registered with the registrar of company, because we have to register with the registrar of company. Which of the following statement is correct? Loan become void, security become void only against the company, charge become void against the liquidator and other creditor. Company is not liable to repay the loan. That is very easy, very simple. So guys, if charge created by a company is not registered with registrar of company, the charge become void against liquidator and the other creditor. A company repaid the entire loan. It means satisfaction of charge is done. Secured by charge on 1st June 2026. Company must inform registrar regarding satisfaction of charge within how many days? 15 days, 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. So class, for satisfaction of charge, that is 30 days. Okay. Next, which of the following person can apply for registration of charge with registrar if company fails to do so? Company secretary, debenture trustee, the person in whose favor the charge is created, or auditor of the company? Tell me. Which of the following person can apply for registration of charge with the registrar if company failed to do so? So class, the exact answer is the person in whose favor the charge is created. Okay. XYZ Limited Company created a charge in the favor of bank but did not register it. Later on, the company went into liquidation. Which of the following consequence will arise? Bank will get priority over other creditor. Charge will remain fully enforceable. Bank will treat it as an unsecured creditor and the loan automatically cancel. That is very important question. This is easy question. So here in this case, the contract is still valid between bank and company. In the event of liquidation, the bank security is not recognized now. So that's why bank loses its priority and treated as an unsecured creditor. So that's why bank will be treated as the unsecured creditor. So this is the right answer. C is the right answer for this question. Cool. C is the right answer. Now, next. A company borrowed 10 crore from a bank, created a charge on its factory building machinery on 1st March 2025. As per agreement, the company was required to register with charge with the registrar of company. However, Company failed to register within 30. Bank also did not take step to register the charge. Later the company went into liquidation. The bank claimed that it was secure creditor because loan was backed by company assets. So this is the fact. Understand the fact. I'm giving you 2 minute time. Understand the fact, class. Okay, class. So this is the fact. Now, in the above situation, what will be the legal status of a bank claim? That's a fact. Company taken loan from bank, created a charge, that is a factory building machinery, on 1st March. Company was required to register with registrar of company, but company failed to register. Bank also did not take steps to register. Company went into liquidation. Bank claimed that it was a secure creditor because loan was backed by the company assets. So guys, the bank will be treated as secured creditor. The bank will get priority over all creditor. The charge becomes void against liquidator, and the loan itself become void. What will be the right answer? That is important question. So here, class, in this case, the charge become void against the liquidator and other creditor. This is the right answer. Cool. This company obtained a loan 20 crore from bank 1st January 2025. Created charge on the plant and machinery. It means plant and machinery was given as a security. The company failed to register the charge within 30. On 20 March 2025, company applied to register the charge within the register of company with additional fees. So tell me, class, can charge still be registered? Okay. So here, this is the right answer.
So main law governing banking in India. So we have a Banking Regulation Act 1949. Okay, see, suppose whenever we just go to school, so in school we have rules and regulations of a school we have to follow. If we not follow, the punishment will be there, right? In our house we have a certain rules and regulations. If we follow, then we have to we will just appreciate it, and if we not follow, the punishment is there. Similarly in college, so everywhere we have a certain rules and regulations. So in banking sector also we have a Banking Regulation Act 1949. Okay, so this act, most important act of the banking exams, purpose is regulate banking business in India. So that is the basic purpose of this act. Now, in this act, what we have to study, the definition of banking, license of banking, because see, we have a private bank, we have a public bank, nationalized bank, we have a cooperative bank, rural bank. So for every banking, we have a certain definition that is given in the section 5 clause B of the Banking Regulation Act. Is that okay? So we have to study the definition. Then license of the banking, minimum capital requirement, CRR, SLR control, RBI power, management and board control, and moratorium and the winding up. So guys, these are the key provisions of this act. So we can say these are the terms that we have to study. Okay, so these are the terms that we have to study. That is simple. Is that okay? Cool. 10 class. Now, the next thing. Reserve Bank of India. So in Reserve Bank of India, that is basically, suppose if we talk about the Reserve Bank of India, so we have a regulator of all the bank. So who is the regulator of all the banks? So we have a Reserve Bank of India. So under this act, what is the basic purpose of this act? The basic purpose is to establishment of RBI, and we can see the essential functions of Reserve Bank of India. Issue of currency, monetary policy, bankers to government, bankers bank, control of credit. So it's also, we can say, work along with the Banking Regulation Act. The students sometime, confused so much that, ma'am, what is the basic difference between RBI Act and the Banking Regulation Act? So RBI Act is basically where the power, duties, establishment, constitution of RBI is there. But in Banking Regulation Act, what bank have to follow while regulating the things? We have to study Banking Regulation Act. So Banking Regulation Act direct RBI to do that thing, because we know that RBI never directly interfere in the work of bank, but there are certain provision that is given in the RBI Act also, where RBI can directly deal with the other banks. Okay, so now see the difference class. Is that clear? Okay. Done class. So this is clear to all of you. Now let's move toward the other act that we have to study. State Bank of India Act. So guys, see, State Bank of India have their own act. You can see here, that is State Bank of India Act 1955. But still they have to follow the Banking Regulation Act. Okay, they have to follow the Banking Regulation Act. Okay, and Reserve Bank of India Act, because we can see here the basic purpose of this act is to promote SBI, formation of SBI, shareholding structure and the management. So this act governed the State Bank of India. So there are, suppose we have a RRB, so we have a RRB Act, we have a SBI, we have a SBI Act, but still we have to follow the rules, and the SBI have to follow the rules and regulations of the Banking Regulation Act. This thing you have to remember. Is that okay? Cool. Next. Banking Company Act. It's a 1970. Banking Company Act 1970. The purpose is basically nationalization of the bank and cover the public sector bank. So if we just talk about, so we have right now the 12 public sector bank. Okay. So the mainly exam that's conducted under the IBPS is basically of your this one, Banking Companies Act. So that's why this act is important one. Done class? Then we have a Company Act. So Company Act 2013. 2013 is the not a latest one. The actual act is of 1956, but we know that the act cannot be stable. Act have to change. Okay, so the purpose of this act is govern the banking company as a company. The key areas that we can see here is incorporation, director, charges and corporate governance. So these are the content of Company Act that we have to study for the banking system. See, important. Done class? Okay, now Prevention of Money Laundering Act. What's the basic purpose? Prevent the money laundering. We know that, suppose terrorists, criminals, okay, then politicians. Why I have taken the name of these persons? Because these are the person I can say that they have lots of money. They have their salary, but apart from the salary, they just take money from here and there. That's called money law. That's called black money. Okay. So now they just want to convert their black money into the white money. So how to convert black money into white money? So they have their different sources. The best example in right now in is IDFC Bank. That's fraud conduct. The government rupees has been taken by someone else. So what is this? That's a money laundering. So we have a separate act, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So the bank duty, suppose if anyone is coming for this, so it's a bank duty that's to do KYC compliance, reporting suspicious transaction, record the maintenance. That's it. Okay, so this is important. So that's the basic purpose of this act. So we have to study this Prevention of Money Laundering Act is there. If we just go to the money laundering, so we have a 3-layer: placement, layering, and then we have a integration. Placement, layering, and then we have a integration. Okay, now we have to study the Negotiable Instrument Act also. So we know that through document also we can transfer money, right, from one person to another. So that's why we have to study negotiable instrument. That's govern check, bill of exchange, promissory note. Important for check dishonor, endorsement, and negotiation. That's the negotiable instrument act class. Okay, cool. So how to transfer the money through documents? So whenever we study the negotiable instrument, we have done with the check, we have done with the bill of exchange, we have done with the promissory note. So these three are important one. Cool. Then guys, SURFACE Act. So first of all, SURFACE Act is that act through which, without intervention of the court, how the bank and FI can take money from the borrower, that's called SURFACE Act. So you have to understand the full form. That is Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interest Act. The purpose is basically recovery of NPA without court. Power of bank, take possession of secured asset and sell the property. That's the power of bank under the SURFACE Act. This SURFACE Act, again, I'm saying that's a very important act because at least 10 to 12 questions definitely come from this part. So that's why this act is important one. Okay, this act is important. Done. Then we have Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Purpose is time-bound resolution of insolvency. CAIRP, that's a process through which insolvency proceeding go on. And the role of NCLT. So NCLT, that's a tribunal that's deal always the matter of what company. So that is important. Cool. So these are the things that we have to study. Okay. Then class, we have a Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation Act 1961. The basic purpose is to deposit insurance coverage 5 lakh per depositor. So these are the acts that I have mentioned you that's directly or indirectly deal with the banking day-to-day business. Okay, so that is important. Cool. So these acts are also separate act that is given in the module B, module C, module D, but still in module A, I have shown you that these acts, we can say directly or indirectly, connected with the banking daily business structure. Okay, now see here. The role of RBI in the regulation. So the power of Reserve Bank of India, issue the license to bank, conduct inspection, give direction, control interest rate, approve management change, supersede board. C class. So it's the role of RBI in the regulation. That is important. Okay. So these are very important role that's RBI play in this part. Okay, cool. Next, types of banking regulation. Okay, it's a prudential regulation, capital adequacy, NPA classification, provision. Supervisory regulation, inspection by RBI, risk-based supervision we have. Then monetary regulations, we have repo rate, CRR, SLR, we have consumer protection, banking ombudsman scheme, and right now we have an integrated ombudsman scheme 2021. Is that clear, class? So these are the things that we have to study in this module A. But now we will do the summary of the act. Okay guys, we will do now the summary of the act. Okay, now let's do the summary. C class. Oh, summary is little bit important where you can see everything. Okay, now C class. Summary. What is banking? So here class, banking basically means acceptance of deposit of money from the public for lending or investment. That's the definition which is given in section 5 clause B of the Banking Regulation Act. Okay, such deposit may be repayable on demand or may be for a period of time as agreed to by the banker, and the customer may be repayable by check, draft and otherwise. That is the important. Apart from banking, banks are authorized to carry other business that is given in section 6. Authorized to carry other business that is given in section 6, and banking definition, that's a definition that is given here. Okay, banks are prohibited from taking, what is this? Banks are prohibited from undertaking any trading activities. Exactly guys, they are not allowed. Okay, bank may be company. Bank may be company registered under the Companies Act 1956 2013. Okay, statutory corporation constituted under special statute, cooperative society registered under the Central and State Cooperative Society Act. So here we can say bank may be company registered under the Company Act. Okay. The extent of applicability of the regulatory provisions under this act is to bank depend on the constitution of the bank. That is important. Done? Now, Reserve Bank of India is the central bank of the country and primary regulator for banking structure. The government has direct or indirect control over the bank. Exactly. So here we can see we have just discussed about the Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India, and then we have a government, the role of government in this part. So it can exercise indirect control through the Reserve Bank, also act directly in appeal arising from the decision of Reserve Bank. Is that clear? Okay class, now next one. Bank under the various provision of Banking Regulation Act. Bank work under various provision of the Banking Regulation Act in public sector bank like State Bank of India, Nationalized Bank and Regional Rural Bank. 50%, what is this? 50% or more of their shares is held by the central government. See class. Done? Central government has substantial control over the management of these banks. So central bank have a control. Only certain provision of this act are applicable to those banks as indicated by this act. Important. Done? Cooperative bank operating in one state only are registered under the State Cooperative Society Act and subject to control of the state government. In the case of non-banking business of the bank, they are subject to control by other regulatory agency. That is important. So class, this is just a crux that I have shown you. That is very, very much important. Very much important. So summary is basically that what we have to study. Okay. Summary are basically that what we have to study. Cool. Done with summary? Now, first question on the screen is that which of the following statement is true? Public sector bank is a body corporate created under special statute. Banking company is registered under the Banking Regulation Act. Cooperative banks are registered under the Multi-State Cooperative Society Act or State Cooperative Society Act. That's a good question. I'm giving you 1 minute time. Yes, class. So public sector is a body corporate created under the special statute. That is true. That is true, class. Banking company is registered with a banking regulation. No, we have a company act. Cooperative bank are registered under the multi-state cooperative. That is true. So A and C is true. A and C is true. So these questions are like the statement based questions. So you have to understand the statement and then you have to give the answer. Cool. Let's do the next one. Yeah. Under which act Reserve Bank was constituted? Banking Regulation Act, RBI Act, Company Act, or none of the above? So class, for this one we have a RBI Act. Okay, this is the right answer. Now, which of the following statement is false? Central government can give direction to the Reserve Bank. All kind of business of banks are regulated only by Reserve Bank. Central government is the primary regulator of bank. State government have no control over cooperative bank. So guys, central government can give direction to the Reserve Bank. That is a true statement because A is true. All kind of business are regulated only by RBI. This is wrong statement. Central government is the primary regulator of bank. That is wrong because RBI is the primary regulator. State government have no control over cooperative. This is wrong. So B, C, D, B, C, D. This is the now right. Because B, C, and D statements are false and we have to identify the false statement. So that's why this 4-1 is the right one. Cool. Cooperative banks operating in different states are registered under the following: State Cooperative Society Act, Multi-State Cooperative, RBI, or Banking Regulation Act. Tell me, class. Which of the following is the right answer? Okay, so we have this. Done, class? Back school. Now the next one. License of bank. That is section 22. As we already also learned this section because C class, sections are very much important. Okay. So whatever sections that I have just, told you in this unit, you have to learn all the section. Section 22, that's talk about the what? License of bank. Okay, the first, no bank can start business without RBI license. What is this? No bank can start business without RBI license. Because see, that's why whenever any bank start, we can easily trust on that bank. Why? Because that bank have taken the license from the Reserve Bank of India. That is important one. Okay, then RBI check what? The RBI will check capital adequacy, management quality, earning prospectus, and public interest. And C class, it is not necessary that suppose once RBI give the license, they cannot revoke it back. They can. So RBI can cancel the license if conditions violated. It means if the bank do not follow the rules and regulations, so RBI also have authority to cancel the license. That is important. See, that is important, guys. Is that okay? Cool, class? Okay. Now class, the next one is paid up capital and the reserve. Okay, paid up capital. So what is paid up capital? Suppose X is the, we can say the shareholder. X have given 10,000 in a company. Okay, so many other person have just given something. So the total amount that is collected is suppose 30 crore. This is called paid up capital and reserve. So here in this class, bank must maintain minimum capital depending on the place of business, type of bank, foreign bank, Indian bank. So what is the basic purpose of this thing? To ensure the financial strength. So this is the minimum paid up capital that they have to give to the RBI. Suppose the example, if I just talk about the foreign bank, okay? If I just talk about the foreign bank, okay, so foreign bank basically, if it is Mumbai or Kolkata, they have to give 20 lakh minimum, and for other place it is 15 lakh. That is important. So this is your paid up capital and the reserve. Is that okay? And for Indian bank, it's totally depend upon place to pay. Suppose if the place of business is only in one area, if it is in more area, so it's totally depend. So it may be 50,000, 1 lakh, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, etc. Okay, so this is important. So this is your paid up capital and reserve. The next is restriction on the business. What is this? Restriction on the business, that is given in section 6. So bank can do, guys, only the banking related activities. Bank can do only the banking related activities like accept deposit, lending, issue LCN, that is a letter of credit and the bank guarantee, then discount bills, deal in security. So this is the banking related activity that they can do. The basic thing is, first of all, accept the deposit. So whether it is a company, it is a partnership firm, individual, LLP, whatever, so they have, it's a first duty that they have to accept the deposit from them. First thing. Lending, exactly, everyone needs money, but see, bank will not give the money in a free of cost. The bank will, but obvious, will take the interest. If the bank is giving 50 lakh, so interest is depend upon bank to bank. So, okay, so the bank have the FD interest, RD interest, loan interest, that is totally different from bank to bank. Okay, it's totally depend upon that the working that they are doing. Then issue the letter of credit and the bank guarantee. So this is the surety that the bank is giving that if borrower is not able to pay the money, we will pay you. So letter of credit, it's same thing, and bank guarantee is also a surety that the bank is giving. Okay, discounting bill and the deed in the security. So these are the main work that the bank can do. Bank cannot do the what? Trading business, except that is allowed in some cases. C class. That is important. Okay, this is important. Done, class? Now the next one. Next one is prohibition of trading. Okay, that is given in section 8. Bank cannot directly buy, sell the goods. Okay, exception is always there, but for the security recovery and the realization of the pledge goods, they have to do. So first of all, what is pledge? Because pledge, that is given here. So pledge is basically when borrower put goods, that is movable property, as security. Okay, this is called this one. That is so simple. Okay, so bank cannot directly buy and sell the goods, but exceptions are always there. Suppose if borrower is not able to pay the money, so under the pledge, the bank have a right to sell the goods so that the money can become. If the price is more than the principal money, he have to give extra. If it is less, he can demand again money from the borrower. That is important. Okay, so this is the purpose, to prevent the business risk. That is important. Okay, now reserve requirement, CRR and SLR, that is important. What is CRR? It's a cash reserve ratio. The bank keep some percentage of deposit with RBI, that's maintain the liquidity. No interest is given. No interest is given. Okay, in this case, no interest is given. If I just give you the example, so now the rate is always 3 to 4%. Right now, the 4% interest is there that the bank have to give deposit with RBI. Is that okay? If we talk about this SLR, that is basically 18%. So this is bank keep funds in the form of cash, gold, government security. So this is called statutory liquidity ratio. So both are important and you have to understand this percentage. That is important. Okay, the basic purpose is to ensure the what? Ensure the solvency. That is important. Ensure the solvency. Cool. You can also note it down, and if you are just making the notes, you can make the notes. You can make the notes class. Okay, that is important. The next is a restriction on the loan and advance. Okay, so here class we have a section 20. Restriction on loan and advance. Bank cannot give loans to its director, firms where director interested, and companies where director has substantial interest. Why? Because to avoid the misuse, because we know that one director can become director at a time 20. For public, it is 10. Okay, so that's why guys, the bank should not give loan to its director. That is important. See, this is important. Is that okay? Then guys, next, control over management, section 10B. Control over management. So RBI can appoint chairman, MD, remove directors, and approve the appointment. Purpose is the proper governance. Okay, cool. Next, inspection of the bank, that is given in section 35. Okay, so RBI have a power guys, okay, under this act. It have a power, you can see, to inspect the bank books, check operation, verify the compliance. So RBI has a power. Bank must provide books, accounts, information. See, and it is very important that RBI have to inspect. Very important. Cool. Next one, RBI, the power of RBI to issue the directions, section 35A. RBI can issue directions in public interest, banking policy, prevent the mismanagement. That's why we just need a direction. Bank must follow RBI directions. If they will not follow, the license can be cancelled. Okay. That is important. Then class, maintenance of cash reserve, section 18. No, this is for the non-scheduled bank, because for scheduled bank, section 42 of the Reserve Bank of India, that's talk about the cash reserve. Okay. And for non-scheduled, it is in section 18 itself, or RBI, or with the scheduled bank. Section 24 and 27, bank must submit monthly return, liquidity position, assets liability, deposit data. The purpose is basically to just supervision. Okay. Moratorium, that is the relaxation period. The best example is, suppose in Corona, the persons are losing their job, so that's why in moratorium, this is the relaxation period. This is the relaxation period through which the customer do not have to pay this EMI. Okay. So here, if the bank weak, RBI may stop bank operation temporarily, prepare reconstruction scheme, merge with another bank. And the purpose is basically to protect the depositor. Cool. Winding up the bank, RBI may apply to court for winding up and liquidation. If bank is unable to pay the debt, violates the law, and if the license is cancelled. That is important. Cool. Now, this is just a quick revision. Please do this quick revision. Is that clear? So this is just a quick revision for you people. Now class, let's do the summary. Okay, let's do the summary. That is important. So here we have this act, that is Banking Regulation Act, empowered the Reserve Bank to issue directions to banking company in public interest, in the interest of banking policy, in the interest of depositor. So we have to see the public interest also, banking policy also, and the interest of depositor also. Okay. Section 21, as I already told you, provide the issue of directions to regulate loans and advance in the banking. So this is the section that you have to learn. Then this may be done by regulating the purpose of lending, margin in respect of secured loan, rate of interest, terms and condition of lending. Cool. Then guys, section 35A. First of all, let me highlight the this section so that it will be easy for you people. Section 21, this section 20, 21A, 21 we have done. Then section 42, 24, 18. Okay, yeah. So these are the sections that is important. So here we have done 21, that is the loan and advance. So 21, loan and advance by the banking company. Okay. 35A, general power to issue the directions. Reserve Bank issue directions from time to time under section 21. 21A, this is the under 21A, the rate of interest on loan advance contracted between bank and its customer is not liable to be reopened by the court of law. Exactly. So this is very much important. So that's why it's totally depend upon bank to bank that what rate of interest they are just putting. Okay, you cannot put this in the court of law. Section 20 impose restrictions on the loan and advance to the directors, companies, firm in which directors are interested. That is important. Then 42, maintain a certain percentage of the time liabilities as a cash reserve with Reserve Bank of India under section 22 of the Reserve Bank of India Act. Okay, so this is your CRR. Done. 18, for non-scheduled banking regulation act provide for cash reserve. So these are the important section. Okay, these are the important. And section 24, banking company also have to maintain certain percentage of their demand time liabilities in the liquid assets as stipulated in section 24. That is important. These assets may be maintained to the extent and the form manner notified by Reserve Bank. Apart from this, banking company are required to maintain such asset in India not less than 75% of the demand. This is important. 75% of the demand. Banking company also have to transfer to the reserve fund 25% of their annual. This is also important, this 25%. Okay, 25% of their annual profit, this one. So these are the important things that I'm just highlighting. Let's highlight this with the different color. A banking company have also to transfer to reserve fund 25% of their annual profit as disclosed in the profit loss account. Okay, and this one 25%. And here we have banking company are required to maintain such asset in India not less than 75% of demand time liabilities. This is important. This is important. Cool. Now, so Reserve Bank may issue directions to the banking company under section 21 of the Banking Regulation Act. So what is section 21? That is important. Section 21. Section 21, basically we have a loan and advance. We have already done this point. Which of the following is true class? Reserve Bank can issue directions on loan advance under section 21 of the Banking Regulation Act. Regulation of credit to different sector of economic is known as selective credit control. Bank are free to lend any amount to the directors. Bank have to file return to the Reserve Bank of unclaimed deposit under section 26. This is very important. Tell me the exact answer for this one. C is false. Okay, A is the right one. A is right, A is right, A is right, A is right. Okay, the regulation of credit to the different sector, that is also the right statement. B is right, B is right. Unclaimed deposits, this is right. So class 4 is the right answer. So first of all, we have to understand what, because 21 we have done, 26 we have not done. What is unclaimed deposit? So guys, if we talk about the unclaimed deposit, so deposit that is not asked by the customer, that is for at least 10 years. This is also known as deaf account. Okay, it's a depositor education and awareness fund. Okay, and this is for 10 years. So this is your unclaimed deposit. Okay, right now in the recent, I think previous year, I think 14,000 crore. I'm just, maybe it is less, but more amount were declared as an unclaimed deposit overall. Okay, that's good. Now, the minimum amount out of net profit which is transferable to reserve fund each year after adjustment toward bonus to the staff by the bank. What is the right answer? How much percentage? So class, here we have just learned that is 25%. Which of the following is the false? Tell me. Only scheduled bank have to maintain the cash reserve under section 42 of Reserve Bank of India Act. Every banking company has to maintain the liquid asset as required under section 24 of the Banking Regulation Act. The share capital reserve of banking company form part of its demand time liabilities. The cash reserve required under section 42 of RBI will be the minimum 3% of the demand and time liabilities. Tell me the exact answer. So class, here you can see first of all, A is the right one because we have just read this. A is right one, A is right one. Okay. Every banking has to maintain this liquid asset. This is also the right. B is right. B is right. Okay, A is right, B is wrong. Share capital and the reserve of banking company form the part that is given in section 42. That is wrong. C is wrong. C is wrong. B is the right one. So the part obvious, this is also the wrong one. This is the right answer. So this is the statement based question that you have to understand. That is important one. Cool. Which of the following statement is true, guys? Central government can acquire the undertaking of banking company under section AE of Banking Regulation Act in the interest of banking policy without any report from Reserve Bank. The undertaking of acquired bank may vest in the central government or in any company, corporation as directed by central government. On application by Reserve Bank, High Court may stay the commencement and continuance. Reserve Bank, State Bank, other persons specified by RBI can become the liquidator of a banking company. That's cool. True. D is right. D is right. D is right. Okay, this is the right statement. A is wrong. A is wrong. A is wrong. Yes. C is right one. Okay. B is the wrong one. So this is the right answer. The minimum period, okay, of preservation of records under this act for certain suspicious transaction is what? Suspicious transaction. Whether it is 5 year, 12 year, 15 and 10. The minimum period for preservation of record for certain suspicious is basically 10 years. This is so. First of all, as we can see here, we have just seen here the role of RBI. Okay, the role of Reserve Bank of India. We know that RBI is the primary regulator of all the banks. So everyone have a regulator. If we just talk about in our house, so the parents are the regulator, right? So that's why in every field there is a regulator who just regulate, and the person have to work under their guidance. So here the role of Reserve Bank of India, RBI is the main authority controlling bank in India. The power is derived from Banking Regulation Act and Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. Okay, so these two are the particular act that we have to define it. Okay, cool. Next one, license of the bank. Now class, the one question that always comes in the mind, that why we trust on the bank, why we trust on any bank? The answer is very simple. We just trust on any bank because every bank have to take license from the Reserve Bank of India. And if the Reserve Bank of India is giving the license, so we can easily trust on that bank. So under which section the bank can take the license? So here we have a section 22 of the Banking Regulation Act 1949. So we have this act, section 22, okay, under which the bank can take license from this one. So you can see here, no bank can start business without RBI license. RBI check capital adequacy, promoters background and business plan. That's it. Is that okay? So this is all about your license of the bank. So this is for private bank, public bank, RRB bank, cooperative bank. So for every bank, they have to follow this one. Cool? Next is, guys, branch expansion control. What is this? See, class, suppose if any bank is established, okay, if any bank is established, so it is not necessary that everyone will approach on that area. It is not possible. So that's why every bank, okay, so every bank have to open the branches so that the people can easily come in the bank. So that is given here in this 3. The bank must follow the RBI guidelines for opening the new branches, shifting, closing the branches, okay, and focus on the financial inclusion, that is rural and semi-urban areas. So this is all about your branch expansions, and that is given in section 23. That is given in section 23 of the Banking Regulation Act 1949. C class, that is important. So C class, in module A now, the sections are very much important. So that's why you have to focus on the section also. Done? Now class, the next one is, as we can see here, if we talk about the management and control, okay, if we talk about the management and control, okay, so here we can see for the management and control, RBI has a power, okay, RBI has a power to approve appointment of chairman, MD, CEO, remove the managerial person if required, ensure fit and proper management. Fit and proper management is there. Okay, so this is important. Done class. So here we can see that in every case the RBI play a major role. Here we have RBI, here we have RBI, then here we have RBI, then in first point also RBI is there. So in every point you can see here the RBI play a major role. So that's why this unit is all about your power that is given to the RBI. Okay, next, if we talk about the capital structure regulation, so RBI again, guys, regulate minimum capital requirement, shareholding pattern, ensure stability of banking system. So here again we can see the role of RBI, what they can do in this case. Okay, now class, if we talk about amalgamation and reconstruction, so here again, guys, RBI have a power to approve the merger of bank, prepare the scheme for reconstruction, and done to protect the depositor. So right now there are so many banks which has been merged, as you can see here. So why we just need to merge the bank or reconstruction of the bank, so that the work, the basic aim that they just establish, it should be fulfilled. So that's why we just amalgate and reconstruction it. That is important. Okay. Next class, suppression of the board. What is this? Suppression of the board. So what exactly this is? RBI can supersede board of director in the case of mismanagement, appoint administrator to run the bank class. Again, RBI play a major role here. Suppose class, suppose in this case, suppose I'm just talking the answer. Suppose RBI will remove CEO. Now CEO will go where? That's my question. Tell me the answer. So class, as we know that the right answer will be we have a central government. So central government decision will be the final decision. Okay. So within 30 days, we can just go to the central government. Okay. Now, inspection and supervision. So what we have to study in the inspection and the supervision. So guys, see regular inspection under section 35 of the Banking Regulation Act ensure the financial health and compliance with the law. So again guys, the RBI play a major role here. RBI have a power to inspect under the Banking Regulation Act. That's it. So this is important one. Cool. Next class. Control over what? Control over the shareholding and voting right. So limit on voting rights of shareholder, prevent concentration of the control. And the last one is winding of the bank. So guys, this act now, that is Banking Regulation Act, it's a 1949. So Banking Regulation Act 1949, here we can say that RBI, okay, can apply for liquidation of the bank, because suppose if bank is going to be insolvent. Okay, so what is liquidation? Liquidation means that we are just distributing the assets. Okay, if bank is not able to pay, that is called liquidation. So that's a winding up process of the bank. So to ensure orderly closure and the depositor protection. So this is the right answer. Cool. Done class. So this is very much important. Now guys, a quick memory trick to remember. License, branch, management, capital amalgamation, suppression, inspection, voting, winding. So that's for control over the organization of the bank class. Important. Cool. Okay. Now let's do the question and then we will also do the summary that is given here. Okay. Now, first, management issue. The bank is continuously violating norms and its board taking poor decision affecting the depositor. So tell me guys, what can RBI do? Ignore, impose any penalty, supersede the board and close bank immediately. So class, the mismanagement issue, the bank is continuously voting norms and a board taking poor decision affecting deposit, that will supersede the board. So that's the power of RBI that is given here. Okay, it's RBI power. Next, new bank setup. A group want to start a new private bank. What is first requirement? Open branch, apply RBI for license, register under Company Act or issue the shares. Tell me class. New bank setup. A new bank setup, a group of want to start a new private bank, the first requirement is basically apply for the RBI for license. Okay, now branch expansion. A bank opened the branch without following RBI norms. Which statement is correct? Allowed, RBI can penalize, only government action possible, or no issue. So here class for the branch expansions. Okay, RBI can penalize. So B is the right answer for this question. Okay, now weak bank situation. A small bank is financially weak but has many depositors. RBI may close immediately, merge with stronger bank, ignore or transfer to CB. Tell me class. Small bank is financially weak but has many depositors. RBI may close immediately, merge with stronger bank, ignore, transfer to the CB. Many depositors. So guys, it may be possible that merge with the stronger bank. So fourth, B is the right answer. Cool. Ownership concentration. One shareholder tries to gain excessive voting control. RBI will allow, restrict voting right, increase share, or ignore. So class, if one shareholder try to gain excessive voting control, so we can restrict the, RBI can restrict the voting right, okay? Inspection finding, during inspection, serious irregularities are found. RBI can what? RBI can take no action, issue directions, remove management. So guys, for 6(1)D will be the right answer for this question. Okay, this is the right answer. So I hope so. These questions are clear to all of you. Now let's do the summary of this particular part. Okay, summary is important. That's the answer. A company wanting to commence banking business require prior license. Okay, prior license from Reserve Bank of India. The Reserve Bank has discretion to reject the license or approve the license on such condition as it think fit. Okay. Before granting license, what is this? Before granting license, Reserve Bank has to satisfy by inspection, okay, or otherwise of the suitability of company for license. Exactly, because RBI have to inspect that whether the bank is, is ready for work or not. That's it. Okay. License once given may also be cancelled after giving the opportunity to be held. It means the principle of natural justice. Principle of natural justice. Principle of natural justice will be fine in this case. Okay. Principle of natural justice. Why? Because we are also giving opportunity to the bank to just say something. Okay. So that's why this is the correct one. Okay. Cool. Now class, the next one. Further, for opening new branches or shifting branches outside the city, town, village, permission of RBI is required. Exactly. Okay. So new branches is given in section that is 23 of the Banking Regulation Act. Banking company have to have minimum capital reserve as specified in the Banking Regulation Act. The shareholder of banking company are entitled to dividend only after all capitalized expenditures is written off. This is very important. This is very important. Commission brokerage 2.5% paid up value. So license section 22, that is important. Okay. Inspection section 35, branches section 20 through, I think each paragraph is important. Each paragraph. C class. Done class? Now, the board of director of a bank has to constitute it with a person having a special knowledge, experience in accountancy, banking, economic, law. Again important. So these are the important things. The director should not have a substantial interest because these are written in your Macmillan book questions. So that's why these are important. So directors should not have the substantial interest in other companies' firm. The maximum period of office is limited to 8 years continuously. C class. Important. Done? So these questions are very much important. So now class, the Reserve Bank of India is empowered to reconstitute the board if board is not properly constituted. Okay, so who have a power? This one. Every banking company should have a full-time chairman, full-time MD, if there's a no full-time with a specified qualification. Okay, Reserve Bank have power to remove the chairperson, appoint the suitable person also. That is important. Okay. Reserve Bank also have power to remove the directors, managerial personnel, and other employees of banking company. Principle of corporate. This principle is important. Fit and proper criteria for directors to apply banking company as well as the public sector bank. That is important. Cool. Now class. The banking company are not permitted to give dividend until all are written off. Tell me class. That is important. So right now we have also discussed this point. We have also discussed this point in the paragraph. Done. So this is the right answer will be capitalized expenses. Okay. So which of the following is the true statement class? Tell me. The temporary branch less than 30 days in a town where bank has the existing branch does not require permission from Reserve Bank. A company whose banking license is rejected can undertake business as a money lender and other business. Decision of RBI to revoke license is final. No apply lies this. Banking company are permitted to give brokerage up to 2.5% of the paid up value. Tell me class. So class, for this one, the right answer will be a true statement. So first of all, this C is the wrong one. C is the wrong one. C is the wrong one. Okay. So which is the wrong is true. This is the right answer. A is right. A is right. A is right. A is right. Okay. D is right. D is also right. Okay. D is right. The answer will be third. Banking written can this one. So B is also right. So these are the right ones. So that's why A, B, D is the true answer. Okay. A, B, D is the true answer. So that's why this third is the right answer. Cool. A director of banking company should not have dash in any other company. That is a substantial interest. So for third one, C will be the right answer for this question. Okay, C. Next, which of the following statement is the false? Maximum period of office that may be held by the director is 8 years. Decision of board of director during the period when board constitution is defective shall be void. Post of chairman of banking company may be on part-time basis. Chairman of banking company can hold office maximum 8 years. Tell me. Let's do the answer. False. This is false. D is false. D is false. A is right. A is right. We have to identify the false. This is right. C is right. C is right. C is right. So guys, B is wrong one. So this is the right answer.